Prologue. In a distant corner of the universe, far removed from the influence of any known civilization, lay a world torn asunder by ancient conflict. Once teeming with life, its beauty had been ravaged by the relentless Otsutsuki clan, leaving behind a desolate wasteland. The sky, once vibrant with shades of green and blue, now burned with ominous hues of red and orange. The sun, low in the sky, cast a fiery glow across barren plains, dead forests, and crumbling remnants of once great cities. Among these ruins, on the outskirts of a temple that still clung to fragments of its former glory, two figures stood, their expressions a mixture of fierce resolve and unbearable sorrow. Ichiro Otsutsuki, tall and regal, radiated an aura of power that belied his weariness. His long, sky-blue hair flowed down his back, stark against his alabaster skin, and his Byakugan eyes seemed to pierce through the shadows, glowing faintly in the fading light. Beside him stood his wife, Hikari, her form equally imposing yet graceful, her hair mirroring the same ethereal shade of blue. Her gaze, though soft, bore the intensity of a warrior who had known nothing but battles and sacrifice. In her arms, Hikari held their infant Sona, tiny, fragile being with the same alabaster skin and hair as his parents, but with eyes that carried a unique and enigmatic distinction. His left eye, a Byakugan with a faint violet hue, reflected the light in a way that was both captivating and unsettling. His right eye, a cerulean blue with a pupil, held an innocent curiosity, a gentle contrast to the bleakness around him. They were an anomaly, these three, a family born of rebellion against the very traditions that had shaped their existence. Ichiro and Hikari had forsaken the ancient ways of the Otsutsuki, defying the relentless mission to consume, conquer, and control. They had chosen love, compassion, and the hope for a future untainted by the darkness that had swallowed their clan. Now, that choice was coming to its inevitable conclusion. Hikari looked up at Ichiro, her gaze soft but resolute. "We don't have much time," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper, tinged with urgency. "The clan will be here soon, and they won't show mercy, not to us, and certainly not to him." Ichiro's hand found hers, his grip firm but tender. "I know, Hikari," he replied, his voice steady yet laced with sorrow. "I would give anything to keep him with us, to watch him grow, to protect him. But this is the only way." Hikari's gaze fell to their son, her heart breaking with each passing second. I'm terrified, Ichiro. I worry about what we've done to him. We merged with powers beyond our understanding. You ate the chakra fruit from the Kyuubi tree to strengthen yourself against the clan, and I merged with the Kyuubi itself to ensure we could survive. And then, in the midst of that chaos, we brought him into existence. What if we gave him more than he can bear?" Ichiro's face softened, his free hand gently touching their son's tiny palm, where a faint mark shimmered white comma mark they had embedded in his skin. "That's why we gave him the comma mark, Hikari," he said quietly. "It's not just a mark. It's a part of USA reserve of our chakra, our memories, our love. Someday, when he's ready, he'll feel us guiding him, helping him understand what he is and where he came from. It's the best we can do for him." Hikari closed her eyes, clutching her son tighter. She could feel the comma mark pulsing faintly, a comforting rhythm that seemed to echo her own heartbeat. "But what if it's not enough, Ichiro?" she whispered, tears welling up in her eyes. "What if he grows up never knowing why we had to leave him, why we weren't there?" Ichiro pulled her close, his arms wrapping around her as he held both her and their child. "We're giving him something precious, Hikari, a chance to live free from this madness, a chance to choose his own path. The world I found, it's hidden, primitive, untouched by the Otsutsuki. There, he'll have a chance to grow, to experience life without the weight of our clan's expectations." Hikari looked at him, searching his eyes for reassurance, but the ache in her chest remained. "This isn't fair," she murmured, her voice breaking. "I wanted to see him grow, to hear his first words, to watch him walk, to be there for him when he's scared or hurt. Ichiro, I don't want to let him go." Ichiro swallowed, the weight of their decision pressing down on him. "I know," he said, his voice barely more than a whisper. "Neither do I, but we have no choice. If we keep him here, they'll find him, and they'll make him suffer for what we've done. We've seen what the clan does to those who defy them. I can't let that happen to him. I won't." For a moment, they stood in silence, the weight of their decision settling over them like a shroud. The air around them was thick with the energy of the approaching Otsutsuki warriors, a palpable reminder that time was running out. Ichiro took a deep breath, his gaze hardening as he released Hikari and stepped back. He began to move his hands through a series of intricate seals, summoning his chakra with a precision born of years of practice and discipline. The air around them crackled with energy as a vortex of light and color began to take shape, swirling before them like a portal to another world. Hikari looked down at their son, her heart breaking anew. She leaned down, pressing a gentle kiss to his forehead. "We love you," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Never forget that. You are the best of us, the hope we dared to dream of." As the vortex grew brighter, Ichiro took a final step toward her, his hand resting on her shoulder. "It's time," he said, his voice steady but filled with an indescribable pain. "He'll be safe on Earth, hidden from the clan's reach. He'll grow up strong, surrounded by life, not destruction." With a trembling hand, Hikari lifted their son, holding him close one last time. She closed her eyes, savoring the warmth of his tiny body, the gentle rise and fall of his breathing. For this brief moment, he was there safe, loved, and held in the arms of the parents who had sacrificed everything for him. Reluctantly, she extended her arms, placing him into the shimmering vortex. The infant looked up at her, his mismatched eyes wide and innocent, reflecting the light of the portal. The swirling energy began to envelop him, his tiny form becoming less distinct, and in that instant, Hikari felt as though her heart had been torn from her chest. "Live well, my son," Ichiro murmured, his voice choked with emotion. "Be strong, be kind, and know that we are always with you, guiding you, loving you." As the last traces of the infant vanished into the vortex, the portal began to close, its light fading until only darkness remained. The temple fell silent, save for the distant rumble of the approaching Otsutsuki. Hikari collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Ichiro knelt beside her, his arms wrapping around her as they mourned the loss of the life they would never know, the son they would never see again. But there was no time for grief. Ichiro helped her to her feet, his expression hardening. "They're here," he said, his voice filled with grim determination. "We can't let them find any trace of him." Hikari nodded, wiping her tears away as her expression steeled. "Then let's make sure they never do." Together, they stepped out of the temple, their Byakugan eyes scanning the horizon as the ground trembled beneath the advancing Otsutsuki warriors. The sky burned with the fires of impending battle, casting long shadows over the broken landscape. They stood back to back, their resolve unwavering as they prepared to face their enemies. The power of the Kyuubi surged within them, a primal force that pulsed with fury and defiance. Ichiro's fists glowed with chakra, his body radiating strength, while Hikari's control over the Kyuubi's power manifested in waves of energy that rippled around her like a storm. The first wave of warriors descended upon them, their figures silhouetted against the blood-red sky. Ichiro and Hikari moved as one, their attacks a symphony of power and precision. For hours, they fought, their bodies and spirits pushed to their limits. The earth trembled, and the sky seemed to weep as the battle raged on, each strike a testament to their love, their sacrifice, their undying hope for the future they had dared to envision. As the tide of battle turned against them, their bodies weary and bloodied, Ichiro looked at Hikari, his gaze filled with pride and sorrow. "We did everything we could," he said, his voice a whisper in the chaos. Hikari managed a small, tearful smile. "For our son," she replied, her voice filled with fierce love. And as the final assault came, they stood together, their hearts and souls bound by a love that transcended the boundaries of life and death. In their last moments, as the world around them exploded in a blinding flash of light, their thoughts were of the child they had saved, the future they had fought to protect. Far away, on a distant planet called Earth, a baby boy with sky-blue hair and eyes as unique as the parents who had sacrificed everything for him slept peacefully, cradled in the safety of a quiet forest. Though he was alone, he was enveloped in a love that would guide him through the challenges that lay ahead. In the heart of Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves, night had settled deeply over its forested streets. Within the village, stories of the will of fire were held in high esteem,
Campamento
passed
estaba por
down
acá,
through generations
¿cierto?
to inspire
Esto
shinobi to
aquí
protect their
arriba.
own with undying loyalty. Konoha, known for its immense strength and resilience, had been built on these principles, and its current leader embodied them as well as any before him. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, a shinobi both feared and revered, sat in his office, furiously attending to stacks of documents by the light of a single lantern. His three shadow clones worked alongside him, their hands mirroring his as they sorted and stamped countless papers.
Abre la puerta de una
Almost
casa
there,
que funciona sin
Minato
problema,
murmured
quiere
to
cerrarse
himself,
hecho a medida.
glancing out the window toward his home with a soft smile. He could almost picture his wife,
Tira
Kushina,
del
waiting up
curtidor,
for him, her
mochila del
radiant
cielo.
smile always lighting up the room when he finally arrived.
Si te dijera cómo
Thinking of her
estoy.
gave him the boost he needed, and he increased his pace, pushing through his duties with a new energy. Just as he was about to finish, a sudden flare of light burst into the Hokage's office, illuminating the room with a glow that seemed almost
Claro, no me
otherworldly.
deja
The
mover de
Hokage's
para allá,
monument
de aquí para
outside
allá,
his
para
window lit up
aquí
as though
y
struck by
viceversa.
lightning.
No, no,
What in the world?
solamente me deja
Minato
moverme así
sprang
de
to
lado a
his
lado.
feet, dismissing his
Pensé que era
clones
como
with a
un
thought.
baúl.
He grabbed his cloak and, in a flash of golden chakra, transported himself to the source of the disturbance. He appeared atop the Hokage monument, eyes narrowing as he took in the scene
Hola, amigo.
before him. A crater, freshly formed,
Pero ya,
marred
voy
the
a buscar
stone where his
eso.
own carved face loomed above. He dropped down into the crater, examining it with all his senses on high alert. As he searched, something soft caught his gaze in the center of the crater, a baby, swaddled and lying helplessly on the broken ground. Minato's eyes widened as he approached the child, wrapping his Hokage cloak around the small form. He sensed an immense chakra within this tiny body, unlike any he'd felt before, potent and raw, yet stable. As he lifted the baby, its eyes opened, locking onto Minato with an intensity that took him aback. The child's left eye was Byakugan, featureless and pure, with a faint violet hue, while the right was a cerulean blue, uncannily similar to his own. The unique combination sent a shiver down
Pensé que
Minato's
tenía
spine.
un baúl.
"How did you get here, little one?" he murmured,
Nunca tuve
shifting
un
the
baúl.
baby in his arms. The child blinked at him, reaching out with one tiny hand, and Minato felt a rush of warmth that surprised him. Without another thought, he held the baby close, cradling him gently as he made his way back to his house. Kushina will know what to do, he thought, hoping she could help him understand the mystery behind this child. Minato entered his home to the rich aroma of Kushina's cooking. He stepped into the doorway, inhaling deeply as his stomach reminded him of the hunger he'd been ignoring. Kushina, with her vivid red hair tied back, stood in the kitchen, humming softly as she prepared dinner. She turned, beaming when she saw him. "Minato, you're home early," she called, joy radiating from her face. "I've got incredible news." "Well, I have some news too," he replied, a wry smile tugging at his lips. He was still debating how to explain the unusual situation. But before he could say anything more, Kushina crossed the room with a grin. "Guess what, Minato?" she began, hardly able to contain her excitement. "We're going to have a family. I'm pregnant." Her face glowed with happiness as she took in Minato's shocked, then overjoyed expression. "Kushina, that's wonderful." He reached out, pulling her into a tight hug, his own excitement nearly overwhelming him. The thought of starting a family with Kushina had been a cherished dream of his, and now it was coming true. After a few moments, Kushina pulled back, her gaze drifting downward. She noticed, for the first time, the bundle in Minato's arms. "Minato, what's that?" she asked, her eyes narrowing in confusion. She stepped closer, moving the cloak aside to reveal the tiny face within. The baby blinked up at her with mismatched eyes, and the recognition hit her like a shockwave. The child's left eye, a Byakugan, unmistakable, almost shimmering in the light of their home, and the right eye, cerulean blue, the same shade as Minato's own. Kushina's expression changed instantly, her body tensing as her eyes hardened. Her heart pounded with a mixture of rage and betrayal as a thought struck her like a dagger. Her chakra flared, and her vivid red hair seemed to lift as though alive, as if mirroring the tales of the Kyuubi sealed
Arma
within
de
her.
dos manos.
She took a step back, glaring at Minato with fiery intensity. "Minato Namikaze," she shouted, her voice laced with a fury that reverberated through the room. "How dare you? How dare you cheat on Muith, a Hyuga no less? You traitor!" Her hands clenched, chakra sparking dangerously as her hair whipped around her. Minato's heart plummeted, his face paling as he instinctively raised his hands in a defensive posture. "Keikushina," he stammered, his eyes wide with alarm. "Please, I swear, it's not what you think. I just found him. I found him on the Hokage monument, lying in a crater. I don't know where he came from. Please, you have to believe me. I would never betray you." Kushina's fury flickered as she took in Minato's frightened and sincere expression, the way he held his hands up in surrender. Slowly, her hair settled, her chakra calming as doubt replaced her anger. She looked down at the baby again, her initial shock giving way to confusion and curiosity. The child gazed up at her with innocent eyes, and she felt an odd warm pull that softened her anger, leaving only questions. Minato watched her carefully, letting out a sigh of relief as he saw the tension leave her body. Gently, he offered the baby to her, watching as Kushina hesitated, then finally reached out, cradling the child in her arms. She studied his face, her gaze lingering on the cerulean eye that seemed so familiar. "Where did you come from, little one?" she murmured softly, more to herself than to Minato. As Minato stepped closer, he reached out, brushing a hand through the baby's soft, snowy hair. He felt an odd sense of peace as he looked at the child. But then, as they both watched the infant, something strange happened. "Minato," Kushina whispered, her voice filled with a mix of awe and concern. His blue eyes glowing. Minato leaned in, his own eyes widening as he saw the cerulean lines beginning to form on the baby's body. The lines pulsed faintly, seeming to reach out toward them. Before he could react, similar cerulean lines started to appear on his own hand, the same hand that had been stroking the child's hair. He felt a strange, magnetic pull, as if his chakra were being drawn toward the baby. "Kushina, look," he exclaimed, panic creeping into his voice as he noticed the same lines beginning to appear on Kushina's arms. They pulsed in perfect resonance with the baby's own lines, each throb of energy pulling them closer. Neither could pull away, their bodies seeming to respond involuntarily to the child's presence. "What's happening?" Minato cried, his voice rising as the lines continued to pulse, intensifying with each passing second. The baby's body began to glow brighter, the light becoming blinding. In an instant, a surge of chakra erupted from the child, flooding the room in brilliant cerulean light. The chakra lines extended outward, reaching toward Kushina's abdomen, wrapping around her in a web of energy. The lines wove together, encircling the seal that held the Kyuubi within her. Minato watched in awe and alarm as the chakra enveloped the seal, binding it in a protective hold as though reinforcing its strength. The Kyuubi, sensing the intrusion, roared within its prison, but the chakra held firm, sealing it even more tightly. The glow became overwhelming, engulfing them in a cocoon of blinding light. Minato could barely make out Kushina's face through the brilliance, and his heart pounded with both fear and wonder as he held onto her hand, grounding himself in her presence. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the light faded, leaving the room in silence. Minato blinked, his vision adjusting as he took in the scene before him. In Kushina's arms lay the baby, but he no longer bore the same appearance. His once snowy hair had turned golden, a soft shade of blonde that gleamed in the dim light of the room. His alabaster skin had taken on a warmer hue, lightly tanned, as though kissed by sunlight. But it was his eyes that held their attention. Both were now cerulean blue, shining with a familiar intensity that mirrored Minato's own gaze. And on his cheeks, 3 faint whisker-like marks adorned each side, giving him an almost fox-like appearance. Kushina stared at the child in her arms, her heart pounding as she struggled to process what had just happened. She felt an overwhelming sense of warmth and love for this child, as if the chakra that had enveloped them had bonded them in some unexplainable way. "Minato," she whispered, looking up at him with wide eyes. He looks like us." Minato, equally astonished, reached out, gently brushing his fingers over the child's cheek. The baby stirred, letting out a soft sound as his tiny
Hasta
hand
mañana,
reached up,
Dogo.
clasping Minato's finger with surprising
Que siga lo
strength.
que dijo en
I don't know how, Minato replied, his voice thick with emotion, but it's almost like he's ours. Kushina nodded, tears gathering in her eyes as she gazed down at the child. There was no doubt in her mind, now the bond she felt with this baby was as real as the love she held for Minato. Whatever mystery surrounded him, she knew that they were meant to be a part of his life, to protect him and raise him as their own. Chapter 1: Kyuubi Attack. The bustling streets of Konohagakure no Sato were alive with laughter and conversation, as villagers went about their day with a renewed sense of peace. It had been 2 years since the conclusion of the brutal Third Great Ninja War, and over a year since Minato Namikaze the Yellow Flash had taken on the mantle of the fourth Hokage. His leadership had brought fresh energy to the village after the long tenure of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. In his time as Hokage, Minato had introduced several important reforms, including raising the graduation age for academy students to prevent children from facing the horrors of battle at too young an age. He also fostered diplomatic ties with Suna's fourth Kazekage, Raza, strengthening trade and alliances with Suna and other minor nations. Meanwhile, the other great villages Iwa, Kumo, and Kirawire focused on their own struggles. Iwa and Kumo were still recovering from the war, and Kiri faced internal conflicts, isolating themselves from the rest. Under Minato's rule, relations with the Uchiha clan had improved significantly, largely due to his choice to avoid imposing surveillance on them despite pressure from the village elders. Morale was higher than ever, and a sense of hopefulness permeated the village. Walking through the bustling streets was Kushina Uzumaki, Minato's wife, her red hair gleaming in the sun. Her large, rounded belly was unmistakable. Today was the day she would give birth. Beside her, holding her hand with wide, curious eyes, was a young boy with blonde hair and bright cerulean eyes. Naruto, her adopted son, who was nearly 2 years old. To the outside world, Naruto was seen as Kushina and Minato's biological child, born in secrecy during the wartime to protect him from potential threats. Only a select few Kushina, Minato, Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Kushina's best friend Mikoto Uchiha knew the truth of his origins. Kushina glanced down at Naruto, a soft smile on her face. Today, her family was about to grow again, and she couldn't wait to see Naruto meet his new sibling. Her heart swelled with love as she thought about how lucky she was to have him in her life, and she was looking forward to seeing him take on the role of an older brother. Today's the day, she thought to herself, a mixture of excitement and apprehension swirling within her. As a Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox, she knew that childbirth was risky. The seal containing the Kyuubi weakened during pregnancy, and at the moment of delivery, it was at its most vulnerable. Yet, she took comfort in knowing that Minato, a sealing expert, would be by her side. Just ahead, Buwako Sarutobi, Hiruzen's wife, glanced back at her, urging her to hurry. Kushina, we need to get you to the outskirts of the village, Buwako reminded her, a hint of impatience in her voice. Kushina nodded, gently tugging Naruto along. On the way, they encountered a young woman with raven-black hair and kind, onyx eyes, holding a small bundle close to her chest. It was Mikoto Uchiha, Kushina's closest friend, whom she hadn't seen in months due to their respective pregnancies. Kushina, Mikoto greeted warmly, her face lighting up as she saw her friend and little Naruto. Her gaze softened when it landed on the child in her arms. Kushina's eyes brightened as she took in the sight of Mikoto's baby, a small, dark-haired girl wrapped in a soft blanket. Is it a boy again? Kushina asked, smiling as she reached out to gently touch the baby's cheek. She adored Mikoto's son, Itachi, and often imagined Naruto playing with him as they grew. Mikoto chuckled. No, this one's a girl. Her name is Sayuri. She looked down at her daughter with a proud smile. She's already got her mother's eyes. Kushina cooed at the baby, softly brushing her fingers over her little hand. She's beautiful, Mikakan, she said, her voice full of affection. She looked down at Naruto, who was staring at the baby with wide eyes. Naruto, this is Sayurikan. You'll be classmates someday, so be good to her, okay? Naruto blinked, tilting his head as he regarded the baby with a curious expression, as if already sizing up his new friend. Biwako stepped forward, her eyes softening as she gazed at Sayuri. A beautiful name, she commented. I hear you had planned to name the baby Sasuke if it was a boy? Mikoto nodded with a small smile. Yes, after Lord Hiruzen's father. But since she's a girl, we decided to keep the theme close. Sayuri still holds meaning for our clan. Her face softened as she looked back at Kushina, who was still fussing over Sayuri. Speaking of names, Kushina, have you picked one for your little one? Kushina's face lit up, and she gently patted her belly. Yes, we've decided on Mito after Maida-san. She'll be strong and full of spirit, I just know it. She smiled down at Naruto, who was listening intently, seemingly intrigued by all the talk of names. Mikoto's smile grew as she looked between Kushina and Naruto, feeling the warmth of their friendship and the family bonds they had created. Though life as a shinobi was often harsh, moments like these reminded her of why they fought and sacrificed so much. Kushina and Mikoto had known each other since their academy days, and their friendship had only grown stronger over the years. Mikoto was one of the few people who knew about Kushina's marriage to Minato, as well as her role as the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Their husbands, too, were close comrades, with Minato and Mikoto once being Genin teammates under Jiraiya. Although Fugaku often expressed frustration at being overlooked for the Hokage position, he respected Minato and shared a competitive camaraderie with him. Kushina leaned closer to Mikoto, lowering her voice. So does it really hurt, giving birth? She asked, a hint of nervousness creeping into her tone. Mikoto chuckled softly. You're really worried about that? She teased, raising an eyebrow. This is the same Kushina who took down bandits single-handedly and faced down enemy shinobi without a second thought. Kushina huffed, her face turning slightly pink. Yeah, but this is different, she replied, casting a glance at Biwako, who looked on with an amused smile. Before she could say more, Biwako stepped forward, firmly but gently taking Kushina's arm. We need to keep moving, Kushina. It's almost sundown. Kushina sighed, giving Sayuri one last gentle pat on the head. See you soon, Mikakan. Naruto, and I will come visit once my little one arrives. Mikoto smiled, waving as Kushina, Biwako, and little Naruto continued on their way. She looked down at Sayuri, a soft smile on her face. You'll have a friend in Naruto, she whispered. I hope you both grow up together, strong and happy. As she watched them disappear down the path, Mikoto felt a warmth settle in her heart, hopeful for the future her children and Kushina's would share. Later that night, a stillness blanketed the village outskirts, broken only by the distant hum of wind through the trees. The air seemed almost too calm, a deceptive peace hanging over the hidden ANBU bunker, where only a handful of people knew what was happening inside. But then, the silence shattered with a piercing scream. It hurts, Tebane. Kushina Uzumaki's voice echoed through the stone walls, raw with pain and frustration as she struggled through the ordeal of childbirth. The fourth Hokage's wife, the vessel containing the formidable Nine Tails, was deep in labor, each cry a testament to her strength against the formidable beast sealed within her. Within the bunker, only a select few were present. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, had handpicked ANBU guards stationed around the perimeter, their unwavering presence ensuring the utmost secrecy and security. Village elders were informed, though they remained far from the scene itself, leaving only those directly involved in the delivery within the secure space. Unbeknownst to them all, a shadow lurked just beyond the edge of their awareness. Hidden in the darkness, out of sight from even the sharp-eyed ANBU, a figure watched intently, his face concealed behind a swirling orange mask. He was masked in more ways than one, for though he wore the appearance of Obito Uchiha, he had long since cast that name aside. Inside, he was someone else entirely. He no longer considered himself to be the boy he once was. Obito was gone, his heart, broken and abandoned by the world he once sought to protect, had left behind only a hollow shell. Now, he was Madara Uchiha, named synonymous with power, vengeance, and unwavering conviction. He who rejected the world as it was, choosing instead to shape it by his own will. Obito had severed ties with his former identity to such an extent that he scarcely felt anything when he thought of his old comrades. But tonight, a faint, lingering shred of regret flickered to life as he watched his former sensei's wife in her struggle. Minato and Kushinets, they had been like family to him, mentors who had inspired and cared for him. Yet that warmth had been crushed under the weight of loss and betrayal. Tonight, he would sever that connection once and for all. Forgive me, Minato-sensei. Kushineni, he thought with a dark finality. But in the true reality of the infinite Tsukuyami, you'll have all the time in the world to be with your son. A bitter twist of resentment stirred within him. Maybe then, Sensei, you'll be there when you're needed. His fists clenched, memories flashing in his mind, the faces of his old teammates, the memories of missions, the moments of camaraderie shattered by Rin's death. Perhaps you would have saved Rin, or even me. Pushing these thoughts aside, he forced himself to focus on the task ahead. Tonight was not the time for nostalgia. It was the moment to enact his plan, to strike a blow against Konoha that would ensure its weakening and further his vision for the world. Behind the mask, he felt a sinister satisfaction as he considered the events he had already set in motion. In Kiri, under the guise of Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, he had sown seeds of mistrust, fanning the flames of civil unrest. The village was already teetering on the edge of ruin, its people caught in a cycle of violence and suspicion. And, across the seas, his manipulation of Nagato had taken root. Yahiko's death had nudged Nagato down a dark path, twisted his vision, and the partnership with Hanzo and Danzo had only fueled the turmoil, making Amigakure a breeding ground for pain and suffering. But Konoha was a different challenge. Though he wore the name and guise of Madara, Obito knew he was not yet strong enough to seal the Kyuubi himself, nor could he yet transfer it to the Gedo Mazo. For now, he would have to focus on disrupting the village, weakening its spirit and strength. If his plans went as he anticipated, tonight's events would devastate Konoha, giving him the upper hand and leaving the village vulnerable. Perhaps it would even fracture the Uchiha clan's already delicate relationship with the rest of the village, setting the stage for further division and chaos. A faint smile touched his lips, but it was devoid of warmth. A part of him knew this was petty striking at Minato, the man he once looked up to, and Kushina, the woman who had always treated him with kindness. But he couldn't deny the dark satisfaction it brought him. He felt a twisted sense of justice, believing they would pay for the pain and betrayal he had suffered. As he prepared himself, his mind drifted once more to his former sensei, Minato. Despite the bitter resentment that now colored his memories, he couldn't completely forget what he had once felt for his teacher. "I'm sorry, sensei," he thought, his emotions carefully locked away. "You were too late then, and now, you can only watch as your world crumbles. But in my world, in the reality of the infinite Tsukuyami, you can live happily. You'll have all you ever wanted." He took a slow, steadying breath, allowing the bitterness, the anger, and the pain to settle within him, shaping him into the weapon he had become. But Obito Uchiha, he reminded himself firmly, is dead. I am Madara. I am the one who will change this world. With that final thought, the figure known as Madara stepped forward, his resolve unbreakable as he prepared to unleash the chaos that would alter Konoha's fate forever. Inside the delivery room, Minato was filled with worry and helplessness, his brow furrowed as he focused all his energy on maintaining the integrity of the seal, holding back the Kyuubi. Although the physical and mental strain was immense, it paled compared to the agony he felt watching Kushina struggle. Is she all right?" he asked Bawako and the midwife anxiously, sweat beading down his forehead. "I've never seen her in so much pain." Bawako shot him an exasperated look. "You're the Hokage. Act like it," she chided, crossing her arms. Honestly, if men experienced even a fraction of what childbirth is like, they'd drop on the spot. Women are the real fighters here. "Why wise, Baiwa-kasama." "Sorry," Minato mumbled, his face reddening slightly as he attempted to steady himself. The midwife stifled a giggle, watching the usually composed Hokage look sheepish. Kushina, barely able to catch her breath, reached over and gripped Minato's arm with surprising strength, making him wince. Between strained breaths, she managed to whisper, Minato. Huff. Our baby better be worth. All of this, because we are never doing this again. As her grip tightened, Minato's eyes watered, nodding quickly in agreement, his free hand reaching up to comfort her as best he could. Biwako shook her head with a small smile, her gaze softening as she observed the young couple. You two really are a piece of work, she murmured, unable to resist a chuckle. Just then, her attention was caught by the other midwife, who had a look of excitement on her face. I can see the baby's head, Taji, the midwife, announced, her voice ringing through the room. Everyone's focus sharpened as Kushina gathered every ounce of strength for the final push. Minato continued maintaining the seal, feeling the Ninetales' fierce resistance within Kushina's chakra. Just a bit longer, Minato thought, his concentration intensifying. Hold still, Kyuubi. Let this end safely. After a few more agonizing moments, Kushina's screams filled the room only to be joined by a new, smaller cry. Tears filled her eyes as she heard the first sound from her newborn. In the ensuing quiet, Minato, wide-eyed, whispered in awe, "She's here." "She's a healthy baby girl," Biwako exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. She and Taji carefully cleaned the newborn and wrapped her in a soft blanket. Minato took a step forward, his heart pounding with anticipation. May I hold her?" he asked, his voice soft, barely able to contain his excitement. Biwako turned, giving him a firm look. "Not so fast. The mother sees her first," she said, pulling the swaddled infant just out of his reach. Minato deflated slightly, pouting like a child. Taji couldn't help but giggle, watching her Hokage reduced to a mere eager father. Biwako placed the baby in Kushina's arms, where her cries softened, and she gazed up at her mother with wide, curious eyes. "Hello, sweet girl," Kushina whispered tearfully, gently brushing her daughter's cheek. "I've been waiting to meet you." The midwives and ANBU guards looked on, their expressions softened by the tenderness of the moment. Biwako soon lifted the infant again, cooing softly as she reassured Kushina, "Don't worry, there'll be plenty of time for you two to get acquainted." As Biwako and Taji moved toward the exit to conduct the newborn's health check, Minato leaned over, taking Kushina's hand, his face filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Kushina," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. She gave him a weary smile, a single tear slipping down her cheek. "Minato," she murmured softly, her love evident even in her exhaustion. Minato clenched his fist with renewed determination. "All right, let's finish this," he said, preparing to reinforce the nine-tail seal and bring Kushina and their daughter home. But before he could begin, a new scream pierced the room. Minato turned, his heart dropping as he saw Biwako and Taji's lifeless bodies fall to the ground. A figure with a spiraled orange mask stood before them, cradling the newborn in his hands. "Biwako-sama, Taji." Minato's voice shook with fury as he glared at the masked intruder. The masked man turned to him, his voice cold and ominous. "Fourth Hokage Minato, step back from the Jinchuriki," he warned, holding the infant out threateningly, "or this child will not live to see another minute." Minato's mind raced, his thoughts sharp with dread. How did he get through the barrier? How did he slip past the ANBU? Who is this man? As Minato processed the terrifying sight, Kushina's chakra faltered, the strain of the situation weakening her seal. The nine tails surged within her, its ominous presence pressing against the bonds holding it. Kushina let out a strangled groan as the Kyuubi's energy became visible on her skin, crackling with hostility. Minato's breath caught as he looked to her. "Kushina," he called, his voice filled with desperation. The masked figure's patience wore thin. He drew a kunai, bringing it dangerously close to the baby's face. "I said step back. Or do you care so little for your child's life?" he taunted, pushing the blade closer to the infant. Minato's heart hammered in his chest as he held out his hands in a placating gesture. All right, calm down. I'm moving," he pleaded, his voice steady but his mind frantic. The masked man gave a low chuckle, his tone mocking. "Calm. Oh, I'm perfectly calm, Minato." With that, he tossed the crying baby into the air, causing Kushina to scream in horror. Just as the masked figure moved to strike, a flash of yellow light filled the room. Minato appeared at the opposite wall, cradling his daughter protectively. Quick as they say, yellow flash, the masked man said, sounding impressed. He formed a hand seal, and Minato's heart stopped as he realized an explosive tag was hidden in the baby's blanket. Minato! Mito! She screamed, but before the explosion could go off, Minato teleported himself and Mito to a pre-marked safe house, narrowly avoiding the blast.
Se me cayó coso.
Lying on the ground outside the now-destroyed building, Minato shielded his daughter with his body. As he checked her over, relief washed over him. Good. She's safe, he muttered, his expression hardening. He wanted to separate me from Kushina, likely for the Kyuubi. But why? Quickly, Minato teleported Mito to another safe location, settling her gently on a bed. He stroked her tiny head. I'll be back soon, Mito. Take care. Then, he vanished once more. Elsewhere, Kushina was bound against a large stone, breathing heavily, exhaustion etched on her face. The masked man loomed over her, his intentions clear. Why are you doing this? She gasped, a mix of fear and defiance in her voice. The man tilted his head slightly. To release the Kyuubi and destroy Konoha, he replied calmly. Kushina's eyes widened in horror. No, please, you don't have to do this. Ignoring her pleas, he entered her mindscape, where the chained nine tails glared up at him. Do you have any idea how long I've waited for this? He sneered, his Sharingan spinning. The nine tails' eyes widened. But before it could continue, the man's Sharingan glowed, and the Kyuubi fell under its control. Come, Kyuubi, he commanded, releasing the monstrous beast from Kushina's seal for the first time in years. Kushina, her energy waning, watched in terror as the Kyuubi emerged. The masked man directed the beast toward her, preparing for the final blow. But before the nine-tails claw could reach her, Minato appeared in a flash, whisking her away to safety. Holding his weakened wife, Minato looked down at her with concern. Kushina, don't worry. I'll stop him. Her eyes fluttered open, her voice faint. Minato, Mito, are they safe? He nodded, his gaze fierce. Yes, she's waiting for you. Let's get you both out of here. In that moment, the masked man smirked, watching them vanish from his sight. The night descended into chaos, the once peaceful village overwhelmed by the agonized screams and the desperate shouts of shinobi trying, and failing, to halt the monstrous rampage of the Nine Tails. Amidst the terror, a collective sense of dread took hold as the towering beast wreaked havoc, its power unmatched by any who dared to stand against it. Yet, in the midst of the destruction, the fox's attention shifted abruptly, its ferocious gaze locking onto a lone figure standing atop the Hokage monument, specifically on the fourth head. Minato Namikaze stood alone on his own stone likeness, having just transported Kushina back to their daughter's side. Clad in his Hokage attire with a Jonin flak jacket over his blue jumpsuit, the white cloak of the Hokage marked by crimson flames flowed around him, and the Leaf Village emblem gleamed from his headband. Every detail of his posture reflected his unbreakable resolve. He'd stationed himself here, knowing it would draw the creature's focus. As Hokage, I must protect the village that is my family. Sure enough, the Kyuubi's murderous gaze locked onto him, recognizing the formidable threat that Minato posed. So, you've noticed me, Minato murmured, meeting the beast's eyes with unyielding calm. In response, the fox began to form a dense, ominous orb of chakra within its mouth-tailed beast bomb, its destructive power enough to turn Konoha into little more than rubble. Unfazed, Minato began a series of quick hand signs, his expression firm. Not on my watch, he said, finishing in the ram seal as the Kyuubi unleashed the massive blast. The Bija bomb scraped across rooftops as it hurtled toward the Hokage, but before it could connect, the sphere froze midair. Hiration, guiding thunder ** Minato called out mentally, summoning a huge sealing array to transport the deadly attack away from the village in an instant. The blast vanished from sight, reappearing at a distant marker, its effects dispersing harmlessly into the wilderness. Despite his victory in averting disaster, Minato could feel the strain of his jutsu taking its toll, the immense chakra usage weighing heavily on him. Meanwhile, down below, 3 clan heads observed the spectacle from the village streets. Choza Akimichi, A burly man wielding a bow staff stared up at the Hokage monument in astonishment. Was that a space-time jutsu? Beside him, Shikaka Nara, his hair tied in a ponytail and a goatee framing his face, nodded, relief evident in his voice. Must be Minato, he said, hope flickering in his eyes. His friend, Inoichi Yamanaka, the blonde leader of the Yamanaka clan, nodded in agreement. Together, these three made up the Ino Shikacho formation, a team whose precise coordination and mutual understanding had made them invaluable assets during the Third Great Ninja War. They were also close friends of Minato and Kushina, looking forward to raising children who would one day be friends as well. Back on the monument, Minato barely had a chance to catch his breath before he sensed an ominous presence behind him. Instinctively, he slashed his kunai at the figure, but it phased through the masked intruder as though he were an apparition. What sort of jutsu is this? Minato's mind raced as he tried to decipher the technique, but the masked figure gave him no time. Clamping down on Minato's arm with a vice-like grip, the masked man spoke in a low, chilling tone. You're fighting me, and you've already lost. As he spoke, his right eye swirled, generating a vortex that began pulling Minato into it. Recognizing the danger, Minato quickly teleported himself away, using his Hiraition jutsu to escape to a field far from the village. The masked man muttered, fast. He shrugged, teleporting himself to Minato's location in the blink of an eye. As Minato steadied himself, catching his breath after the rough landing, he watched as the masked man materialized 20 feet ahead, seemingly unfazed. Minato's sharp gaze analyzed the stranger. He has a Sharingan and his space-time jutsu surpasses even Nidai Masama's and my own. He evaded Hirazensuma's Anbu and the barrier without a trace, separated me from Kushina, summoned the Kyuubi within Konoha, and now here he is. An unsettling thought crossed Minato's mind, a possibility he couldn't ignore. Could he be Madara Uchiha? But the idea seemed absurd. Are you Madara Uchiha? No, that's impossible, Minato said aloud, searching for any reaction in the masked man. To his surprise, the masked man flinched, ever so slightly, before letting out a low chuckle. He removed his hood, revealing spiky black hair. Who knows? He said with a nonchalant shrug, his response as ambiguous as his intentions. Minato's expression hardened, his voice cold and demanding. Why attack Konoha? The masked man raised a hand, revealing a chain wrapped around his wrist. Perhaps it was a whim, or maybe it was part of my plan, he replied, a smug tone to his voice. Though, I doubt you'd believe me if I said it was all for peace. Minato narrowed his eyes, assessing the masked man's movements, especially his use of the chain. He'd noticed the man's apparent intangibility, which he used in coordination with the chain to ensnare targets. His jutsu allows him to phase through attacks, but he solidifies briefly to touch. He's using those chains to trap anyone who tries to get close. From the direction of the village, Minato heard a distant explosion, a reminder of the ongoing battle. I don't have time for sage mode or opening the gates. I need my reserves to handle the Kyuubi after this. With a determined look, Minato gripped his special tri-pronged kunai. Let's test this theory, he thought before charging straight at the masked man, his kunai poised. As expected, his attack phased through the man, but before Minato could react, he was caught by the chain, just as he'd anticipated. As planned, Minato thought, teleporting to a marker he'd prepared moments earlier. Minato closed his eyes briefly, analyzing the masked man's technique. So, he becomes fully intangible, but has to solidify to physically interact. This means he's vulnerable during that brief moment. The masked man paced back and forth, chains swinging as he kept his distance, but Minato readied himself. I need to hit him the instant he materializes. The two clashed again, Minato dashing forward with his kunai raised. As before, the masked man let the kunai pass through his head, focusing instead on grabbing Minato. But in Minato's other hand, a Rasengan began to form, its dense energy swirling with lethal precision. At the last moment, Minato teleported to the kunai he'd thrown behind the man, using the split second of solidification to strike. Before the masked man could react, Minato's Rasengan drilled into his back, sending him crashing into the ground below. Minato landed, observing his fallen opponent with a calm intensity. "This is Hiration, level 2, he declared. Unseen by the masked man, Minato had also left a Hiration mark on his back. The masked man struggled to his feet, white tendrils of goo coiling around his injured arm as he reformed. He looked up, visibly shaken. "Impressive, Minato. You caught me off guard, I'll admit." But before he could finish, Minato reappeared behind him, taking advantage of his solid form to strike again, this time planting a kunai directly into the man's abdomen. "With this," Minato said coldly, as he channeled chakra into his hand, forming a sealing array over the man's chest, "the Kyuubi is no longer yours to control." The masked man's eyes widened in panic as he recognized the contract seal. "A contract seal? You're severing my control over the Kyuubi." Minato nodded, his gaze unrelenting. "Yes, the Kyuubi is no longer bound to you." Back in Konoha, the effects of the seal became apparent. Freed from the masked man's control, the Kyuubi paused, disoriented, before its eyes gleamed with a new, terrible resolve. Now that it was free, its fury toward the village that had imprisoned it surged anew, and it resumed its devastating attack, the ground quaking beneath its monstrous weight as it continued its rampage across Konoha. Minato stood over his defeated opponent, the masked man's voice filled with venomous resolve as he rasped, "You may have won this round, but the Kyuubi will belong to me one day." The masked figure began to disappear, swirling into the void as he left Minato with his ominous parting words. "One day, I will control everything." As the masked man vanished, Minato frowned, sensing a frightening sincerity in the words. "He means it," he thought darkly, his attention quickly returning to the catastrophe still unfolding. "There's only one choice left," Minato realized, knowing this battle would likely be his last. "But Naruto and Mito, this is something I can only entrust to you. Succeed where I failed." With that, the fourth Hokage transported himself back to Konoha. Appearing atop the Sandame's stone face, Minato's heart raced as he took in the scene. The Kyuubi, now at the village's edge thanks to Hiruzen's relentless efforts with his adamantine staff, was building a massive tailed beast bomb aimed directly at Konoha. Without wasting a moment, Minato rapidly wove hand signs and summoned his trusted partner. "Summoning jutsu," he called, and with a flash, the massive figure of Gamabunta, the Toad Boss, appeared atop the Ninetail's head, attempting to pin it down. The gathered shinobi, exhausted and desperate, looked up and cheered in relief. "Minato-sama, thank goodness." "Minato," Hiruzen called out, worry in his eyes as he took in the situation. But Minato had no time to respond, his focus solely on what needed to be done. "Forgive me, Kushina *, he thought somberly, knowing full well she wouldn't approve of his plan to make Mito a Jinchuriki. "Gamabunta, just hold him a little longer," Minato ordered. "Easier said than done, kid," Gamabunta grunted, straining against the Kyuubi's fierce power. "I can only buy you a few seconds." As the fox continued gathering chakra for its tailed beast bomb, Minato prepared himself. Just as the beast was about to unleash the attack, he swiftly teleported the Kyuubi and himself away, leaving only Gamabunta behind. Did Minato teleport the Kyuubi away? Hiruzen wondered aloud, his heart heavy with concern. But where did he take it? Even as he pondered this, a massive explosion reverberated in the distant forest, and Hiruzen, dread tightening his chest, raced toward the sound. In a clearing deep in the forest, Minato stumbled slightly, visibly drained. He had teleported the monstrous Kyuubi away from the village's borders, narrowly avoiding the tailed beast bomb's devastating impact. Fighting through his exhaustion, he quickly transported back to the safe house, retrieving Kushina and the children 12-year-old Naruto and newborn Mito, and then returned to the field, where the recovering Kyuubi was stirring once more. Gasping for breath, Minato placed Kushina on the ground, cradling their two children. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Just a bit longer, he urged himself. "I need to create a barrier." But before he could act, he watched in astonishment as Kushina summoned her remaining strength, releasing her adamantine sealing chains. The golden chains shot forward, binding the Kyuubi in place and forming a protective barrier around the area. "Kushina," Minato cried, seeing her cough up blood from the strain. and his heart ached as he heard Naruto wailing in his arms. For any other person, enduring childbirth, losing the Kyuubi, and then restraining the beast itself would have been impossible. But Kushina was no ordinary person. She was his remarkable, resilient wife. With a weary but determined smile, Kushina looked up at him. Minato, it's all right. I'm going to take responsibility for my burden. Minato's eyes widened, understanding her intent. No, he whispered, realizing that she meant to sacrifice herself to contain the Kyuubi once again. She nodded, a sad smile on her face. Yes, I'll draw the Kyuubi into myself and die with it. That'll delay its return to this world, she said, her voice faltering, blood trailing from her lips. I'll use every last bit of chakra to save all of you. She looked lovingly at Naruto, who looked at her with terrified eyes, and at Mito, nestled in her father's arms. Minato clenched his jaw, his lips trembling as he struggled to contain his emotions. Tears stung his eyes as he gazed at her. Thank you for everything, Minato, Kushina whispered, her smile both proud and heartbroken. Minato took a steadying breath, reaching for her hand. Kushina, he began softly, it's me who should be thanking you. Her eyes widened in surprise. It's because of you that I became Hokage. You made me who I am, a father, a husband. He gave her a tender smile. You made my life so full, so meaningful. Kushina's own tears filled her eyes. I'm grateful for every moment we shared, Minato. I only wish I could have had more time with you, with our family. She chuckled softly, then added, Don't go all soft on me, you girly man. Naruto stirred at her words, as though sensing the sadness in the air. She gently stroked his cheek, her voice shaking. My one regret is that I won't get to see our children grow up. Minato closed his eyes, his resolve hardening as he came to a decision. Opening his eyes, he spoke with renewed determination. Then, Kushina, use what little chakra you have left to make sure you and Mito are together again. He paused, looking at her with fierce love and conviction. I'll perform the sealing myself, and I'll take the Kyuubi with me. Kushina's eyes widened as she realized his plan. Minato, no, she murmured, understanding he meant to use the Reaper Death Seal. If you do that, you'll... He held up a hand to stop her, his face resolute. I'll seal only half of the Kyuubi into myself. The other half. His thoughts turned to the masked man and the dark threat he posed, as well as Jiraiya Sensei's prophecy. Minato felt the weight of a new revelation. The other half will be sealed into Mito with the 8 trigram seal. Kushina gasped, too overwhelmed to protest, her strength nearly gone. Minato went on, his voice steady. Today, I learned 2 things. First, that masked man, he'll bring untold chaos and destruction to the world. He looked down at their children, pride filling his gaze. And second, the one who will stop him is our children. Our daughter will bring hope to the future as a Jinchuriki, with Naruto right there to support her, Minato said, his confidence in Mito unwavering. I believe in them. We have to trust in Mito, he declared, then turned to his wife, his voice gentle. After I complete this seal, I'll leave the rest of your chakra within her. I want you to be there for her, to guide her when she learns to control the Kyuubi. But Kushina, anger welling up through her exhaustion, shook her head weakly. She's just a baby, she protested, her voice rising in desperation. Why put this awful burden on her? Why use that seal at all? Tears glistened in her eyes. Why must you give your life for me? She sobbed. Why must Mito bear this? Konoha's balance with the bijou, is that really worth our child's happiness? Minato met her gaze, his voice calm but firm. To abandon our duty to the village is to forsake our children. Without a home, they'd be forced into a hard life without support or safety. He gave her a sad smile. Our family, our shinobi. Kushina's breath hitched as she understood the weight of his words. Her memories of Yuzushogakuras fall heavy in her heart. Minato leaned closer, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. Besides, if you were to live, I'd never match up to you, he whispered, managing a faint smile. Even if you have only a short time, there are things only you can teach Mito. Things only a mother can say. He looked down at Mito and added, and I would gladly give my life for her future. His voice softened. That's a father's role. Outside the barrier, Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived, accompanied by two jonin. The former Hokage banged on the barrier, watching helplessly as Minato prepared to give his life. Minato, he's still so young, with a family who needs him. Hiruzen thought bitterly. He knew the village would likely call him back as Hokage until a new leader could be found, a role he didn't wish to take on again. But Minato was irreplaceable, and Hiruzen knew the village needed him more than ever. Within the barrier, just as Minato was about to complete the final hand sign for the sealing jutsu, Kushina's expression steeled with sudden resolve. Calling upon her last reserves, she sent one of her chakra chains lashing forward, striking Minato in the side of the head and rendering him unconscious. Kushina moved forward, taking his place beside Mito. She couldn't let him sacrifice himself not when Konoha needed its Hokage, and their children needed their father. Summoning all her remaining strength, she prepared to carry out the sealing herself. Closing her eyes, she began the sequence for the sealing jutsu. Snake, boar, ram, rabbit, dog, rat, bird, horse, snake, she chanted mentally, clapping her hands as she activated the Reaper Death Seal. A spectral figure with white hair and horns appeared behind her, a ghastly blade clenched in its teeth. Kushina could feel her own soul held in its grip, yet her gaze remained fixed on her children. An ethereal arm stretched out from her soul, latching onto the Kyuubi's thick fur. The fox, realizing what was happening, snarled with fury. "Damn you, you're sealing me again." It growled, struggling against the restraints. But Kushina's focus remained resolute. "Seal," she called out, and the Shinigami began pulling the in half of the Kyuubi's chakra into Kushina's body. She grimaced in pain as the immense energy entered her, a dark seal forming on her chest with the Uzumaki swirl at its center. Her body felt numb, nearly overwhelmed by the force of the fox's chakra. The power, it's almost unbearable in my current state. With the in half of the Kyuubi now sealed inside her, the creature's form diminished, leaving its yang half still bound by her chains, though visibly smaller and straining against the weakened hold. Summoning the last of her strength, Kushina conjured a sealing altar and gently placed newborn Mito on it, ready to complete the ritual. The Kyuubi, noticing her intent, bared its fangs in rage. "They intend to seal me again?" Its eyes narrowed as it recognized the setup and turned its attention to the altar. Inside that child, Kushina, beginning to fade from exhaustion, coughed violently, blood staining her lips as her grip on the chains began to weaken. She gasped for air, but even in her state, her thoughts remained on protecting her children. Just then, the Kyuubi saw its opportunity. Seizing the moment, it broke free from the weakened chains and lunged toward the sleeping Mito on the altar. Now, the Kyuubi roared, bringing a massive claw down toward the infant. Kushina's eyes widened in horror as she tried to move, desperate to intercept the attack. But her body, drained and weakened, was too slow. In an astonishing instant, Naruto, barely 2 years old, stepped between his sister and the incoming claw. His right eye, the cerulean blue that had always mirrored Minato's, suddenly shifted, forming a pattern in the shape of an endless knot. Chakra burst forth from Naruto, forming tendrils that surged out to wrap around the Kyuubi's claw, freezing it just as it was an inch from Mito's tiny form. The raw power pulsing from Naruto held the mighty beast in place, binding it firmly. Kushina, overcome with shock and relief, staggered to her feet, her heart swelling with pride and awe. She rushed to her children's side, her gaze locked on Naruto's glowing eye and the chakra strands that held the Kyuubi at bay. "Naruto," she whispered, astonished and bewildered at her son's sudden display of strength. Realizing she had only moments left, Kushina didn't ponder on it for long and acted quickly, placing her hand on Mito and preparing the final seal. Just then, she felt a wave of chakra surge behind her. "Thank you, Minato," she whispered, gazing sadly at her husband's unconscious form, gratitude filling her voice. Then, summoning Giratora, the Toad Scroll, she prepared the final pieces of their plan. Giratora appeared with a puff of smoke, eyeing the chaos with astonishment. "Kushina, the Kyuubi, what's happening?" Giratora exclaimed. "Giratora, I need you to take the sealing formula key to Jiraiya Sensei. Keep it safe," Kushina instructed, her voice weak but determined. Giratora solemnly nodded, accepting the key onto his scroll, and with a final nod of acknowledgement, he vanished in a swirl of smoke. Taking a deep breath, Kushina turned her gaze toward Mito, ready to impart her last wishes. The image of her precious children and her husband filled her heart with both sorrow and joy. I'll give her everything I have left, she thought. Kushina leaned down, her voice gentle and loving as she began. Mito, Naruto, I don't have much time, so listen to me. She paused, steadying herself as tears filled her eyes. Mito, my sweet daughter, and Naruto, my brave little boy, there's so much I want to say. She began to speak through her tears, her words a mix of gentle advice and motherly guidance. Mito, Naruto, don't be picky. Eat well and grow strong. Make sure you stay warm and take care of yourselves. Don't give your father too much trouble. Get lots of sleep, and remember to make good friends. You don't need a lot, just a few, ones you can trust completely. Her voice trembled, her heart breaking as she thought of the lives they'd live without her. Remember, everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses, so don't be discouraged if things are hard. Keep learning, keep practicing. Kushina continued, recalling all the little things she wanted to share, the hopes she had for them. And be careful with money, save what you earn, she added with a smile, thinking of her own frugality. Don't drink too much, and don't get too attached to anyone who isn't good for you. Look for someone like your mother. Her eyes shone with warmth, and she gave a small laugh. And remember, keep an eye on Jiraiya Sensei. He can be quite the troublemaker. Kushina's voice grew softer as tears finally spilled down her cheeks. You'll face hardships, and there'll be days you'll feel lost. But be true to yourselves, always, and follow your dreams with all your heart. She looked down at Naruto, who was still holding the Kyuubi's claw at bay, and her heart swelled with pride and love. I love you both more than words can say. I wish I could stay with you. The Shinigami's presence began to intensify, signaling that her time was almost up. Kushina choked back a sob as she looked at Minato. I'm sorry, Minato. With her last strength, Kushina pressed her hand to Mito, initiating the 8-trigram seal. The Kyuubi howled in defiance, struggling against the pull, but the Shinigami's grip was too powerful. The spectral figure's knife glinted as it drew closer, ready to finish the ritual. Kushina felt the weight of the sealing ritual consuming her, yet she forced herself to keep her focus on Mito and Naruto. She whispered, 8-trigram seal. As the ritual completed, the Kyuubi's chakra flooded into Mito, binding the fox's essence within her as the seal locked into place. Her last vision was of her children, Naruto's protective presence over his sister, and Mito's peaceful, innocent face. And then, there was silence. The mighty Kyuubi, subdued and sealed, had a new vessel. The Hokage's hat sat on Hiruzen Sarutobi's head like a heavy crown, far weightier than the last time he had worn it. Though it was the same hat he had passed on nearly 2 years ago, the weight of the responsibility it represented felt unbearable now. The burden of rebuilding Konoha, protecting its people, and honoring the sacrifices made on that fateful night pressed down on his shoulders. Hiruzen rubbed his temples as he stared at the growing pile of scrolls and documents on his desk. The wrinkles on his face seemed deeper, his once dark hair now a stark white. His heart felt the weight of every name on the casualty lists. Civilians, shinobi, and cherished friends had been lost to the Kyuubi's rampage. Chief among those losses were his wife, Uwako Sarutobi, and the Yondaime Hokage's wife, Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina's sacrifice to save the village had been noble, but the cost was immeasurable. He sighed heavily, thinking of Minato Namikaze, the bright light of Konoha, now hidden away in Tsunade's slug-summoned dimension, his life hanging by a thread. Only Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Jiraiya knew of his survival, and they had agreed to keep it that way. Minato's comatose state made him vulnerable, and any leak of his condition could destabilize the village further. For now, the world had to believe Minato was gone, his sacrifice immortalized as the man who had saved Konoha. The children left behind Naruto and Midoware, both symbols of hope and heartbreaking reminders of the tragedy. Mito, the newborn Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi,
Ese no
had been
podíamos el
sent to
caballo.
Tsunade for her
Quería hacer caer
protection.
para ver si lo podía.
Hiruzen had reasoned that it was safer for the actual Jinchuriki to be raised away from the village's prejudice and hatred. Naruto, however, could not follow. Tsunade already had her hands full with Minato and Mito, and the village needed Naruto to serve as a decoy. Only Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Tsunade knew the truth. Naruto was not the Jinchuriki. But the elders, council, and villagers were told otherwise, a necessary lie to protect Mito and placate the shinobi council. Hiruzen's thoughts wandered back to Kushina's final moments. Even in her pain, her focus had been on her children. "Please, look after our children," she had pleaded. He had promised her that he would. But as he glanced at the growing chaos outside his office window, he knew the path forward would be treacherous. The quiet in the Hokage's office was broken by a familiar presence. Perched on the windowsill was Jiraiya, his usually jovial demeanor muted. His expression was somber, his shoulders slouched. "So, they're really gone?" Jiraiya asked, though he already knew the answer. His voice was thick with grief. Hiruzen nodded solemnly. "Kushina, yes. And Minato, he is alive, but barely. He remains comatose, hidden under Tsunade's care. For now, the world must believe he is gone." Jiraiya's eyes widened briefly before narrowing with concern. "And the kids?" "Mito is with Tsunade," Hiruzen replied. "She's the actual Jinchuriki, but no one must know. Naruto remains here. He'll be the face of the village's Jinchuriki to protect Mito. It's the only way." Jiraiya clenched his fists, anger and sorrow clashing within him. "You're telling me that the kid's going to bear that hatred for something he didn't even do? Also, the village can sleep better at night?" Hiruzen's gaze met his students. "I don't like it either, Jiraiya, but we must protect Mito, and Naruto will be protected as well. I've made arrangements." Jiraiya growled in frustration. "Let me take him. I'm his godfather, for crying out loud. I'll protect him." Hiruzen shook his head. "You know that's not possible. Your work as a spy master is too critical now, especially with the village vulnerable. We can't afford to lose you or your network." Jiraiya turned away, his jaw tight. "What about Mikoto? She's practically family. She'd take Naruto in." "That's even less feasible," Hiruzen said gravely. "Naruto is seen as a military Asita Jinchuriki, even if it's a lie. Placing him with the Uchiha would destabilize the delicate balance of power among the clans." Jiraiya glared at Hiruzen, but said nothing more. After a tense silence, he finally relented. "Fine, but don't let the council ruin that kid's life, old man." "I won't," Hiruzen promised. Hours later, a knock on his office door pulled Hiruzen from his work. "Come in," he called. The door opened to reveal Mikoto Uchiha, her normally serene face marked with grief. Her eyes were red and swollen, the signs of recent tears evident in her expression. She entered with a respectful bow, her movements slow and deliberate. "Sandai-sama," Mikoto began softly. "I haven't had a chance to visit since the funerals. Please accept my condolences for Biwaka-sama. She was a wonderful woman, and I can't imagine the pain you're feeling." Hiruzen managed a small, grateful smile. "Thank you, Mikoto-kan, and I offer my condolences for your own loss. Kushina and Minato were dear to all of us. Their absence will be felt for a long time." Mikoto nodded solemnly, her hands clasping tightly together as if to steady herself. She hesitated for a moment before speaking again, her tone carrying a mix of determination and vulnerability. "Sandai-sama, I came to make a request." Hiruzen's eyes softened, but his heart sank. He had a feeling he knew what she was about to say. "I would like to adopt Naruto-kun," Mikoto said, her voice steady but tinged with emotion. "I know Jiraiya Sensei is his godfather, but with his duties, it's clear he can't care for Naruto directly. I've spoken with Fugaku, and we're both willing to take Naruto into our family. He and Itachi would grow up as brothers, and Naruto would never feel alone." Hiruzen's expression remained composed, but inside, his thoughts churned. "As much as I would love for Naruto to have a family, I cannot allow it. The political and strategic implications of placing Naruto with the Uchiha were too dangerous. If the village believed the Jinchuriki was aligned with a single clan, it would disrupt the balance of power, heighten tensions, and potentially lead to more suspicion and resentment toward the Uchiha." I understand your intentions, Mikoto, Hiruzen said carefully, but I'm afraid that won't be possible. Makoto's
Pero
brow
no puedo
furrowed. Why not, Sandai-sama?
¿Qué?
Naruto deserves a family. Kushina was my closest friend. She would have wanted
Doble de la
this.
justicia
Hiruzen
absoluta.
sighed deeply, rubbing his temples as he searched for the
No
right words.
disponible.
Naruto is special, he began. He carries a great burden, one that makes it impossible for him to be tied to any single clan. To place him with the Uchiha would upset the
Investiga la
balance
casa
within
de
the village.
curación.
Makoto's eyes flashed with
Ya,
frustration.
ya.
He's a child, not a tool to be balanced among clans. He needs love and support, not
Investiga la
politics.
casa de curación.
I don't disagree, Hiruzen replied, his voice firm yet understanding. But
¿Pasa
this
algo
is a
más, no?
reality we
Una
cannot ignore.
fogata.
The council has agreed that
Toda la
Naruto
gente que
must
nos
remain
ayudó.
independent of clan ties. It is for his protection as well as the village's stability. And what about Mito? Makoto pressed. She deserves the same protection and care. Hiruzen's expression grew
Yo creo
somber.
que cuando haga esta
Mito
misión voy a
perished
poder hacer
alongside
eso.
her parents. He said quietly, the lie weighing heavily on his conscience. The strain of that night was too much for her to survive. Mikoto gasped, her hand flying to her mouth as tears welled in her eyes. No, not Mito too. Hiruzen nodded solemnly. It was a tragedy beyond words. Mikoto took a deep breath, trying to steady herself as her grief threatened to overwhelm her. But she refused to give up. If Mito is gone, then Naruto needs me even more. You can't leave him to grow up alone, Sandai-sama. He deserves better. Hiruzen closed his eyes, his heart heavy. Jiraiya has forbidden it, he said at last. He has arranged for Naruto to be cared for at the orphanage, with funding to ensure his needs are met. It is his wish, as Naruto's godfather, that this arrangement remains in place. Mikoto's hands clenched into fists. Jiraiya is never here. How can he decide what's best for Naruto when he doesn't even know him? I do. I know what Kushina would have wanted. Hiruzen's voice softened, though his resolve remained firm. Mikoto, I understand your feelings, but this decision is final. Naruto will be well cared for at the orphanage, and Jiraiya's contributions will ensure he lacks for nothing. Tears streamed down Mikoto's face as she stared at the man she had long respected. You're wrong, she whispered. Naruto needs more than material comforts. He needs a family. He needs someone who loves him. Hiruzen looked away, unable to meet her gaze. I'm sorry, Mikoto. This is the only way. Mikoto stood in silence for a moment, her shoulders trembling as she fought back sobs. Finally, she bowed deeply, her voice barely audible. By your leave, Sandai-sama. Hiruzen nodded, watching as she turned and left the office, her grief hanging heavy in the air. Once the door closed behind her, he collapsed back into his chair, the weight of his choices pressing down on him like never before. This will come back to haunt me, he muttered, rubbing his temples. Perhaps when the tensions with the Uchiha settle, I can reconsider. But for now, Naruto must remain where he is. And so, another painful decision was made, one that would ripple through the years to come. Hiruzen could only hope that one day, Naruto would understand the choices made to protect him and forgive him for the burdens placed upon his small shoulders. Chapter 2, 5 years later. He dreaded October 10th. While others spoke of their birthdays with excitement, the gifts, the family gatherings, the joy's own birthday was a day of fear and pain. It puzzled his young mind that a day bringing happiness to others brought only misery to him. Asterisk. Crouching at the edge of the training grounds, concealed by the shadow of a towering tree, Naruto watched as a group of villagers hurried past. Their shouts of "Find the demon" and "Avenge the fourth Hokage" echoed ominously through the air. He could only hope they assumed he had remained within the village limits. Happy birthday to me, he muttered bitterly. At least this year, they hadn't caught him. The previous year, he hadn't been so fortunate. Cornered in a deadened alley by a trio of older genin, he'd been unable to walk properly for nearly 2 weeks afterward. As the last of the angry mob disappeared from view, Naruto released a small sigh of relief. True, he would likely have to spend the night in the forest with no shelter or food, but that was preferable to being left battered in an alleyway for reasons he couldn't comprehend. Turning to venture deeper into the woods, he hoped to find a place to wait out the rest of the day. The immense trees that formed part of the village's natural defenses might also offer him refuge. If they could hide an entire village from enemies, surely they could conceal one small boy. After about 20 minutes of searching along the forest's edge, he discovered a small hollow formed by a bush growing over a dip between some tree roots. Crawling inside, he thought, "It's comfortable enough, I guess." Exhausted from fleeing the villagers, he settled in and drifted into a restless sleep, dreaming of warm meals and a friendly smile. A rough hand gripping his neck jolted Naruto awake. He was yanked from his hiding spot and thrown harshly to the ground. Dazed, he looked up to see his assailant, a lone ninja, whose face bore scars resembling claw marks. "Thought you could hide from me, did you, demon?" The man snarled. Even from where he lay, Naruto could smell the sharp scent of alcohol on his breath. "Today, I'll make you pay for ruining my face, my life." The man's agitation grew with each word. With a swift flick of his hand, a sudden pain erupted in Naruto's shoulder. Glancing down, he saw the hilt of a kunai embedded there. Panic surged through him. He tried to scramble backward, but his right arm wouldn't respond. His feeble attempts to escape seemed to amuse the intoxicated ninja, who chuckled darkly as he drew another kunai, approaching slowly. "Out here, no one will hear you scream," the man taunted. "No one will save you. I'm going to finish you off, just like you tried to do to me." Confusion and fear overwhelmed Naruto. He couldn't understand why he was being hunted, why everyone seemed to hate him for things he didn't remember doing. The ninja loomed over him, weapon poised to strike. Desperate, Naruto raised his uninjured arm to shield himself, squeezing his eyes shut. A single thought echoed in his mind. "I don't want to die. I didn't do anything wrong. I don't want to die." Time seemed to slow. Adrenaline coursed through his veins. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. Then, something warm and wet splattered onto his forehead. Hesitantly, he opened his eyes, expecting the fatal blow. What he saw left him stunned. The ninja stood frozen before him, but instead of advancing, the man looked as if he were ensnared by translucent chains piercing every part of his body, anchoring him in place. Blood dripped from his mouth, and the arm holding the kunai was not only impaled, but also wrapped tightly by the chains. "Monster," the ninja gasped, the light fading from his fearful eyes. The word cut deep into Naruto. He had just killed someone, a shinobi. Recoiling in horror, he noticed the chains retracting as he moved. Fear spiked. Were they going to turn on him next? But then he realized they were emanating from him. Panicked, he tried to brush them away, but they withdrew from the ninja's lifeless body and formed a protective barrier around him, their pointed ends facing outward. "They protected me?" he thought in amazement. The idea was foreign to him. No one had ever defended him before. Tentatively, he reached out to touch one of the chains. It responded by curling gently toward him. Running his fingers along the glowing edge, he winced as it nicked his skin. "Sharp," he noted, watching as the small cut healed almost instantly, though a drop of blood remained. That single drop seemed to trigger a sharp pain in his injured shoulder. Gritting his teeth, he remembered the kunai lodged there. "This is going to hurt," he murmured. Using his left hand, he grasped the kunai's handle. Taking a deep breath, he pulled. A searing pain shot through him, causing stars to dance across his vision. The blade didn't budge. Blood oozed around the wound, coating his hand. Fighting back tears, he tightened his grip and tried again. Another wave of agony, but still the kunai remained embedded. Barely able to think through the pain, he continued to pull with all his might. Just as despair began to set in, one of the chains slithered forward, wrapping around his hand. Suddenly, the pressure on his shoulder increased, and with a sickening sound, the kunai was extracted. He barely had time to register the chain, now stained with his blood, before darkness enveloped him, pulling him into unconsciousness. When Naruto awoke, night had fallen. Disoriented, he glanced toward the ninja's body lying a few feet away. "I can't go back," he thought bleakly. "They hated me even when I did nothing wrong. Now that I've killed someone, they'll definitely try to kill me." The sound of snapping twigs jolted him. Voices were approaching from the direction of the village. Panic surged anew. He needed to hide. Scanning his surroundings, he realized his previous shelter was compromised. Running wasn't an option. They'd spot or hear him. His only chance was to climb. Desperately, he searched for low-hanging branches, but found none within his reach. Heart pounding, he jumped toward the nearest branch, focusing intently. To his astonishment, a translucent chain shot from his palm, wrapping around the limb. Without questioning it, he climbed the chain, pulling himself up to the branch. Once perched, he willed the chain to release. It obeyed, retracting into his hand, leaving only a short segment tipped with a spear-like point. Experimenting, he thought about reaching the next branch. The chain extended once more, anchoring itself and allowing him to ascend. Despite the dire situation, a small smile formed on his lips. This is kind of fun, he mused. Using the chains, Naruto climbed higher until he was nestled among the dense foliage, nearly 150 feet above the ground. He wrapped the chains around himself like a protective cocoon, anchoring him securely to the tree. For the first time in a long while, he felt a semblance of Safiya feeling of being held and shielded. It was almost like having a friend. Voices drifted up from below. Akihiro? Someone shouted. Kenta, get the Hokage. Aki's been attacked. Footsteps hurried off, and another voice pleaded. Come on, Aki, say something. You can't be dead. You still owe me a drink. Naruto's heart clenched. He would never forget the image of the man's death or his own role in it, even if it had been in self-defense. As he listened, he realized the situation was becoming more complicated. Soon, more footsteps approached a larger group this time. Peering through the leaves, Naruto saw the Hokage himself arrive, flanked by two ANBU operatives wearing animal masks. Fear tightened its grip on him. If they found him, what would they do? He held his breath, willing himself to become invisible. Unconsciously, the chains tightened around him, as if trying to shield him from the world. The sensation was both comforting and isolating. Below, the voices grew more urgent. This wasn't done by any animal, one of the ANBU remarked, examining the wounds. These markings, they resemble chakra chains. The Hokage's eyes narrowed. Chakra chains? That's a rare ability. Naruto's eyes widened. They know, he thought, panic rising. They'll figure out it was me. We need to search the area, the Hokage ordered. Whoever did this might still be nearby. Naruto knew he had to remain absolutely still. Any movement or sound could give away his position. He pressed himself tighter against the tree trunk, the chains mimicking his tension by constricting slightly. Minutes felt like hours as the search continued below. The shinobi spread out, scanning the surroundings meticulously. One of the ANBU leaped into the trees, landing on a branch several meters below Naruto. He froze, barely daring to breathe. The ANBU paused, seemingly sensing something. Hokage-sama, she called out softly. There's a faint chakra residue up here. Naruto's heart pounded so loudly he was sure they could hear it. The Hokage looked up, his gaze sharp. Stay alert, he cautioned. Whoever it is possesses advanced abilities. Desperate, Naruto closed his eyes and silently pleaded, Asterisk, please don't find me. Please, Asterisk. As if responding to his desperation, the chains around him shimmered faintly, and a subtle barrier seemed to envelop him. The ANBU scanned the area once more, but then shook her head. Perhaps it was just a lingering trace, she concluded. After what felt like an eternity, the Hokage sighed. We'll investigate further in the morning. For now, let's secure the area. The shinobi began to retreat, and Naruto allowed himself a small, shaky exhale. He remained in the tree long after they had gone, unsure of what to do next. The weight of his actions pressed heavily on him, but so did the instinct to survive. Looking at his hands, he whispered, What am I? The chains, as if sensing his turmoil, receded gently into his body, leaving him alone in the silent embrace of the night. Hiruzen Sarutobi was enduring one of the most challenging days of his long tenure as Hokage. The village council had once again gathered on October 10th, the anniversary of the Nine Tails attack, to pressure him into authorizing Naruto Uzumaki's execution, claiming it would honor the fourth Hokage's sacrifice. Hours of heated debate and his steadfast refusals seemed to make little difference. This marked the fourth consecutive year he had to defend his decision, and finally, exasperated and disheartened, he adjourned the meeting. Minato, if only you could see them now. Hiruzen thought bitterly. He knew that if Minato were here, he would be appalled by the villagers' sentiments. The fourth Hokage would have fiercely protected Naruto, possibly even taking drastic action against those who suggested harming his son. And Kushina fiery and uncompromising would have silenced them all without hesitation. As if the council's obstinance weren't enough, Hiruzen received troubling news that the ANBU operatives assigned to guard Naruto had failed in their duty. They had allowed a mob of angry villagers to chase the boy and had subsequently lost track of him. The fact that two of his elite soldiers could lose sight of a 6-year-old was infuriating. They'll be fortunate if their next assignments keep them within the village walls for more than a few days over the next several years, he thought grimly, contemplating appropriate consequences for their negligence. To compound his worries, a report had come in about a deceased shinobi found less than 2 miles from the village outskirts. Hiruzen promptly made his way to the scene, his mind heavy with concern. Upon arrival, he surveyed the lifeless body of Akihiro Fujioka, a chunin of average skill with no notable strengths or weaknesses. The sight was unsettling. The man's body was riddled with deep puncture wounds, as if impaled multiple times. One arm was severely damaged, showing signs of being crushed or tightly bound, and a distorted kunai was still clenched in his mangled hand. Inu, Hiruzen called sharply. The dog-masked ANBU operative stepped forward immediately. "Yes, Hokage-sama," he responded. "Can you analyze the chakra signatures present here?" Hiruzen inquired, his tone leaving no room for hesitation. Inu understood the gravity of the request. Activating his unique visual prowess, he scanned the area meticulously. After a few tense moments, Inu's voice was cautious. "Hokage-sama, there are 3 distinct chakra signatures. One belongs to Fujioka-san. The other 2 are intertwined but separate. One is faint but resembles the chakra of the Nine Tails." Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. The presence of the Nine Tails chakra meant that Naruto had been involved. "And the other signature?" he pressed. Inu hesitated slightly before answering. "The other signature is reminiscent of Kushina Uzumaki's chakra chains." A heavy silence hung in the air. Hiruzen felt a knot tighten in his stomach. If Naruto had somehow manifested the chakra chains and been involved in the death of a shinobi, the situation was far more dire than he had imagined. The village's fear and resentment toward Naruto were already at a dangerous level. If this information became public, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Under no circumstances is this information to be disclosed, Hiruzen commanded firmly, his voice carrying the weight of his authority. From this moment forward, this is classified as an rank secret. Revealing it will be considered an act of treason. Inu bowed deeply. "Understood, Hokage-sama." Turning to address the other shinobi present, Hiruzen announced, "We have an unknown assailant who has killed one of our own. Initiate a full search of the area. We must find whoever is responsible." As the shinobi dispersed to carry out his orders, only Inu and a cat-masked ANBU remained. Without turning to face them, Hiruzen added quietly, "Locate Naruto immediately. I don't care what it takes or how long. Find him and ensure his safety." They both acknowledged his directive and vanished swiftly into the surrounding forest. Left alone amidst the unsettling silence, Hiruzen gazed down at the lifeless form of Fujioka. A profound sense of failure washed over him. Has it truly come to this? He mused sorrowfully. The villagers' fear had escalated to the point where they defied his direct orders, endangering an innocent child. "Minato, Kushina, I've failed your son," he whispered, the weight of his guilt pressing heavily upon him. A single tear traced a path down his aged cheek. Determined to prevent further chaos, he carefully sealed Fujioka's body within a scroll, ensuring it would not be discovered by others. The official records would document the death, but the details would remain hidden to avoid inflaming the already volatile situation. Perched high among the branches, Naruto grappled with conflicting emotions. He knew remaining silent was the safest choice, yet as the other shinobi departed and only the Hokage remained, his curiosity intensified. Eventually, he couldn't resist the urge to get a closer look. Wrapped securely in his chakra chains, he concentrated on extending them incrementally, lowering himself with utmost care to avoid making any noise. Peering through the leaves, he hoped to catch a glimpse of the Hokage. Perhaps, with the old man alone, Naruto might find an opportunity to share his side of the story. The Hokage was one of the few people who had ever spoken kindly to him. Despite his cautiousness after all, Nearly everyone else seemed intent on harming him. It seemed like his best chance to uncover the truth. As he descended past the second lowest layer of branches, a sentence reached his ears that made his blood run cold. "I'm so sorry. Minato, Kushina, I've failed your son." A rushing sound filled Naruto's ears, disbelief washing over him. The Hokage hadn't appeared particularly disturbed by Akihiro's death. Instead, he seemed more focused on the possibility of enemies lurking in the woods. He had specifically dispatched shinobi to search for one person, Naruto himself. If the Hokage was expressing regret about failing someone's son, could he be referring to Naruto?
Siento que en cualquier momento
Being
se
an
hace el
orphan
nieto de
had
la
defined
carreta, va.
Naruto's life more than anything else. For most people, family provided a sense of identity and belonging, a network of parents, grandparents, and relatives that connected them to their past and guided their future. It was a source of comfort and a foundation upon which to build their lives. Naruto, however, lacked this entirely. He had no lineage to trace, no family stories to cherish. To him, it felt as though he had simply materialized one day, met only with disdain from those around him. There was no familial embrace to offer solace, no ancestral legacy to draw strength from. He wasn't a new branch on a flourishing family tree. He was the solitary root of a sapling, deprived of the nurturing care of companionship and love. He had often daydreamed about discovering who his parents were, yearning to be part of something larger than himself. But it always seemed an unattainable fantasy. Now, in a single moment, everything had changed. Perhaps he was clinging to fragile hope, but he suddenly had names Minato and Kushina to attach to the faceless figures in his imagination. For a fleeting instant, elation surged through him, but it was quickly replaced by a
Yo pensaba
burning
que iba a ir
anger.
al
He knew
campamento
all
principal,
along.
pero estaba
Naruto
en-
thought fiercely. Unnoticed by him, his pupils began to narrow, and his bright blue eyes took on a slight purplish hue. The chains surrounding him seemed to expand outward, as if containing a tremendous force. All his life, Naruto had desperately wanted to know about his parents. On one occasion, mustering all his courage, he had asked the Hokage if he knew anything about them. He vividly remembered the sympathetic expression on the old man's face as he claimed he did not know.
Bueno,
But
ya
now
que
it was
esté
clear the
ahí,
Hokage had been hiding the truth from him all along. Without realizing it, Naruto began retracting his chains, pulling himself back up the tree. There was no way he would trust someone who had deceived him about something so vital. Reaching the highest branches once more, he anchored himself securely and settled in to
Gallito
ponder his
ya,
next
tengo
move.
que volver acá.
Uncertainty loomed, but one thing was certain.
O sea
He
que
would
tengo
no
que usar.
longer tolerate the mistreatment from the villagers. He ran his hand along the translucent
Atrapé un
links of his
pescado
chains,
nadando.
finding a strange comfort in their presence. They had protected him, and in a way,
What the
they
fuck?
felt like his first real friends. Now, with potential knowledge of his parents' identities, he had more than he'd ever possessed before. The idea of escaping the relentless hostility
Rebullido.
and isolation lifted a weight from his shoulders. As he gazed up at the twinkling stars, a gentle smile formed on his face. Despite everything, he felt a sense of peace he'd never known. Perhaps this day, which had always been the worst of the year for him, wasn't so terrible after all. His eyes grew heavy, and as he drifted into sleep, one final thought passed through his mind. Maybe October 10th isn't so bad after all. 6 months later, asterisk. Surviving in the wilderness was a skill that every ninja quickly became accustomed to. Tasks such as border patrols, escorting missions, and delivering messages all required a basic understanding of living off the land. Consequently, the academy dedicated substantial portions of its curriculum to teaching these essential skills. However, learning to live alone in the woods was a different challenge altogether, especially for a 6-year-old like Naruto. Although the Land of Fire wasn't known for harsh cold, it did experience frequent rainfall. Naruto soon discovered that while his chakra chains were versatile, they weren't effective at keeping him dry. During those initial weeks, he realized just how crucial it was to find proper shelter. A good hideout meant comfort, safety, and a place to store his meager belongings. It was often the difference between sleeping soundly through a storm and being soaked for hours. His quest for a suitable den was complicated by shinobi combing the forest in search of Akihiro's killer. But with the ability to maneuver among the highest branches using his chains, Naruto ventured deeper into the woods. There, he he found a small hollow midway up a towering tree. Carefully using the sharp edges of his chains, he expanded the cavity until it was large enough for him to curl up inside, much like a cat. It was the first place where Naruto truly felt secure, nestled in his little tree hideaway, and he cherished it dearly. With shelter secured, his next concern was finding food. Growing up in an urbanized village, Naruto had never needed to hunt or forage before. Uncertain about what was safe to eat, he tried to recall any berries or edible plants he'd seen around. His first attempt led him to consume some bright red berries that left him ill for days, barely able to move from his treetop nook. Without his rapid healing abilities, the toxins might have been fatal. He vowed never to touch those berries again. Despite several setbacks, he gradually identified a few types of berries and roots that were safe to eat. A nearby stream provided fresh water, easing one of his survival challenges. Hunting became an occasional necessity, especially when foraging didn't yield enough sustenance. Naruto wasn't fond of killing or the sight of blood, and starting a fire in the forest was risky. However, his chains proved invaluable in these situations. They were his only companions, and he spent a great deal of time mastering their use. Initially, he could manifest just one chain and kept it out constantly. As time passed and boredom set in a common plight for someone as Ajihi began experimenting. By focusing his energy, he learned he could split the main chain into smaller ones, eventually discovering how to produce multiple chains at once. He could generate about 70 meters of chain in total, either as one long strand or divided among several shorter ones, though maintaining the full length was exhausting. The chains granted him unparalleled mobility in the forest, where anchor points were abundant. He learned to maneuver them like extensions of his own limbs, soon darting from tree to tree without ever touching the ground, much like a nimble monkey. When hunting, Naruto would position himself high above the stream near his tree, waiting patiently for creatures like rabbits or squirrels to appear. It didn't take long for him to realize that approaching silently was nearly impossible. They always sensed his presence. His solution was to attack from a distance. From his elevated perch, he would swiftly extend a chain toward his unsuspecting prey, the sharp tip spearing the animal before retracting it back to him. This method prevented the creatures from detecting him and ensured that other predators didn't steal his catch. For the first time in his life, Naruto felt a sense of contentment. He had food to eat, an intriguing ability to explore, and no one was pursuing him for reasons he couldn't fathom. In his own way, he even had a connection to his parents. Inside his treetop sanctuary, he had carved two figures into the wood, one resembling a man and the other a woman. He spoke to them daily, sharing his thoughts and experiences. Alongside his chained friends, it was the closest thing to a family he had ever known. Occasionally, Naruto ventured closer to Konoha's training grounds to observe the shinobi practicing their techniques. Ever cautious, he remained vigilant for any signs of detection. He was like a ghost in the forest, more at ease among the trees than anywhere else, allowing him to watch unnoticed most of the time. Sometimes, he stumbled upon items left behind on the training field, kunai, shuriken, or forgotten scrolls. He would carefully collect these and stash them in a small compartment he had carved out in his hideout. On rainy days, when venturing outside was less appealing, he would try to teach himself to read using the scrolls or practice throwing the kunai with the aid of his chains. Over time, his collection grew, and so did his knowledge. Driven by curiosity and a desire to learn, he began sneaking out more frequently in search of additional scrolls and equipment to fuel his expanding mind. With little else to occupy his time besides practicing and studying, the scrolls became his window to another world, a means to escape the confines of the forest through the words and techniques they contained. While Naruto enjoyed the most peaceful period he could remember, Hiruzen Sarutobi found his own life growing increasingly burdensome. The village council was mired in constant disputes. Himagakure had suddenly proposed a suspicious alliance given their history of hostility, and Danzo's influence was becoming more overbearing by the day. The loss of Naruto weighed heavily on the old Hokage's heart. The civilian council members seemed almost gleeful about the boy's disappearance, whereas the shinobi were frustrated over the loss of such a powerful asset as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Currently, Hiruzen was entangled in yet another interminable negotiation with the ambassador from Kyuubi. The envoy had a talent for speaking at length without conveying any substantial information. I will relay these developments to my Refuge, and hopefully we can continue progressing toward a more collaborative relationship between our villages, the ambassador said smoothly. Internally, Hiruzen scowled. There was no concrete mention of a treaty, no trade agreements, nothing of substance. After nearly 3 months of discussions, all they had agreed upon was the possibility of agreeing on something in the future. It was enough to make his blood boil. Masking his frustration, Hiruzen offered a polite smile. I look forward to it, he replied, then waited for the ambassador to take his leave. As soon as the door closed, he sighed deeply and reached under his desk for a hidden bottle of sake. A long sip later, he felt marginally more at ease. The paperwork strewn across his desk seemed endless, much like the daily problems he faced. Requests piled up, more funding for the hospital, increased resources for the village police, additional support for the academy, greater allowances for the civilian council. Denied, he muttered under his breath. It seemed that everyone wanted more. Looking out over the village that his mentors had built and that he had dedicated most of his life to protect, he felt an overwhelming weariness. I was never meant to wear the hat again, Minato, he thought wistfully. More than anything, he longed for retirement, but couldn't think of anyone he trusted to take his place. With another heavy sigh, he turned back to his perpetual nemesis, the ever-growing stacks of paperwork. Not for the first time, he contemplated setting the entire pile ablaze, but knowing his luck, it would probably just multiply. Again, the command was firm and uncompromising. Hinata glanced up at her father, then over to the branch family member standing opposite her. He was gasping for breath, his arms trembling with exhaustion. She had been practicing her gentle fist techniques on him for the past 30 minutes, and the repeated opening and closing of his tenketsu points was clearly taking its toll. Father, he appears to be in pain. And maybe we could take a short break? Hinata suggested hesitantly. She disliked using branch members as training partners, even if it was necessary for learning the precise strikes required to affect the chakra network. The forms felt unnatural to her to Stefan. Her frequent mistakes meant she had to repeat the strikes multiple times, causing more discomfort than intended. Her father's frown deepened, his gaze sharpening as he looked at her. If you wish to spare him pain, then execute it correctly the first time, he replied sternly. The disappointment in his eyes was evident. Hinata shrank back at his criticism and turned once more to the weary branch member. She attempted to convey an unspoken apology through her eyes, unsure if he perceived it. Taking a steadying breath, she assumed her stance, moved forward, and delivered the strike. Her father exhaled in frustration. Again, he demanded. 1 year later asterisk. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting the dense forest in hues of deep purple and indigo. High among the branches of a towering oak, a young boy sat perched like a sentinel. Naruto gazed out over the canopy, his eyes fixed on the distant glow of Konoha. The village lights twinkled like stars fallen to earth, a stark contrast to the darkened woods that had become his home. 18 months had passed since Naruto had retreated into the wilderness. The forest had transformed him in ways he hadn't anticipated. The once scrawny, underfed child had grown lean and agile. Muscles rippled subtly beneath his tanned skin, earned from countless hours of climbing trees and traversing rugged terrain. His unruly blonde hair had lightened under the sun's relentless glare, now streaked with hints of fiery red that glinted when the light caught them, just so, a silent testament to a heritage he scarcely knew. But perhaps the most striking change was in his eyes. Gone was the naive sparkle of innocence. In its place was a keen, vigilant gaze, reminiscent of a predator that ruled these woods. His eyes missed little, constantly scanning his surroundings, ever alert to the subtleties of the forest. Over the past year, Naruto had grown bolder, venturing closer to the village he once called home. Each day, he would edge nearer, watching from the shadows as life in Konoha continued without him. There was a time when bitterness consumed him, but now, as he observed families laughing together and children playing in the streets, a different emotion stirred within longing. Maybe they've forgotten, he mused quietly to himself. The incident with Akihiro seemed like a distant memory, blurred by the passage of time. Surely, the village had moved on. Yet, reality always tempered his fleeting hopes. The weight of taking a life, regardless of circumstance, was not easily dismissed. If the shinobi of Konoha discovered his whereabouts, they would undoubtedly pursue him. The risk was too great. This internal conflict played out nightly as he sat at the edge of his self-imposed territory. Tonight, however, something unusual caught his attention. One of the clan compounds within the village was ablaze with activity. Lanterns illuminated the area intensely, and shadows of people darted frantically back and forth. Shouts echoed faintly through the night air. "Find her. Don't let them escape." Kyumo. The word Kyumo piqued his curiosity. Though he had no formal education, Naruto had overheard enough during his covert observations to know that Kyumo referred to Kumogakuri's village hidden in the clouds. Their mention in such a frantic context could only mean trouble. A knot formed in his stomach. Someone was missing, possibly taken, and the urgency in the villagers' voices suggested it was serious. Against his better judgment, Naruto decided to investigate. Silently descending from his perch, he moved through the treetops with the grace of a seasoned hunter, his chakra chains aiding his swift passage. As he approached the village's perimeter, he remained cautious, keeping to the shadows. His heightened senses picked up on subtle sounds, some muffled cry, the rustling of leaves not caused by the wind. Then he saw it, a figure moving stealthily through the underbrush, away from the village. The individual was clad in dark attire, a mask concealing their face. Slung over their back was a sizable sack, which squirmed intermittently. Naruto's eyes narrowed. The sack's movements indicated that whatever or whoever was inside was alive. He followed from above, leaping silently from branch to branch. The stranger moved with purpose but wasn't moving at top speed, suggesting confidence or arrogance. Naruto's instincts told him this was the person causing the commotion in the village. Drawing closer, he heard faint whimpers emanating from the Saka child's voice. His heart tightened. Memories of his own childhood, the loneliness, the fear, surged forward. He couldn't stand by and let someone harm a child within his territory. Steeling himself, Naruto moved ahead, positioning himself along the path the masked figure was taking. Concealed among the dense foliage, he prepared to intervene. Focusing his chakra, he summoned a single, sharp chain from his right hand, its metallic surface shimmering faintly in the moonlight. As the figure approached, Naruto launched his chain with precision, aiming for the intruder's chest. At the last possible moment, the stranger sensed the attack, twisting his body with uncanny agility. The chain missed its mark, instead embedding itself deep into the man's left shoulder. A grunt of pain escaped the masked man's lips as he staggered back, dropping the sack. It hit the ground with a soft thud, and a muffled cry came from within. Naruto landed lightly on the forest floor, positioning himself between the stranger and the sack. The man's eyes cold and calculating locked onto him. "A kid?" The man sneered. "You're the one who attacked me?" Naruto said nothing, his eyes flickering briefly to the sack where the captive was stirring. He needed to end this quickly. "Bold move for a brat," the man continued, reaching up to grasp the chain protruding from his shoulder. With a swift yank, he tore it free, causing blood to spatter onto the ground. To Naruto's surprise, the man then gripped the chain tightly and pulled with formidable strength. Caught off guard, Naruto was yanked forward, stumbling as he tried to regain his footing. The man seized the opportunity, closing the distance between them in a heartbeat. Before Naruto could react, a powerful kick connected with his midsection, sending him crashing back into a tree trunk. Pain exploded through his body as he slumped to the ground, gasping for air. The impact had knocked the wind out of him, and black spots danced before his eyes. "Foolish child," the man mocked, advancing slowly. "But perhaps this isn't a total loss." His gaze raked over Naruto appraisingly. "An unusual ability you have there. Those chains could be a valuable Kekkei Genkai." Naruto grit his teeth, pushing himself up despite the throbbing ache in his ribs. "Let her go," he demanded, his voice steady despite the pain. The man chuckled darkly. "You think you're in a position to make demands?" He reached into a pouch at his waist, withdrawing a kunai. 2 for the price of 1. The Refuge will be pleased. Understanding dawned on Naruto. This man was a shinobi from Kyuubi, intending to abduct not just the girl, but him as well. I won't let you take us, Naruto declared. Brave words, the man replied, but bravery won't save you. In a blur of motion, the Kyuubi shinobi hurled the kunai. Naruto attempted to dodge, but his injuries slowed him. The blade sliced through the air, embedding itself deeply into his left shoulder. He cried out as pain seared through him, hot and unforgiving. Blood oozed from the wound, soaking into his already tattered clothing. The world seemed to tilt, and his vision blurred at the edges. The man smirked, confident in his victory. Pathetic, he scoffed. You're more trouble than you're worth. As Naruto knelt on the ground, clutching his wounded shoulder, a surge of frustration and despair welled up within him. Was this how it would end? Captured or killed, unable to protect himself or the girl. From deep within, a dormant energy stirred a fierce, primal force he had never felt before. It pulsed through his veins like liquid fire, igniting every cell in his body. The air around him began to thicken, charged with an otherworldly energy. The Kyuubi shinobi paused, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. What? He muttered, eyes narrowing. A faint red aura emanated from Naruto, growing brighter with each passing second. The oppressive energy pressed outward, causing leaves to rustle and small stones to vibrate. Naruto's eyes snapped open, now tinged with a fiery crimson around the irises. The pain in his shoulder subsided, replaced by an overwhelming surge of strength. He could feel the wound knitting itself together, muscles and tissue regenerating at an accelerated rate. He rose to his feet, the red chakra swirling around him like flames. The ground beneath him cracked slightly from the sheer pressure of the energy he was emitting. The man's confident smirk faded, replaced by a look of astonishment and perhaps a hint of fear. Impossible, he breathed. That chakra. Naruto's voice resonated with a depth beyond his years. I won't let you hurt anyone else. The Kyuubi shinobi shook off his surprise, steeling himself. So, the Nine-Tails power manifests, he mused. All the more reason to bring you back to Kyuubi. He began forming a series of rapid hand seals. But don't think for a moment that you're invincible. Lightning release, thunderbolt strike. A spear of crackling lightning shot forth from his outstretched hand, aiming straight for Naruto's heart. Instinctively, Naruto extended both hands, and from the red aura, multiple chains erupted, intertwining to form a dense shield in front of him. The lightning attack collided with the barrier, resulting in a blinding flash and a thunderous boom that echoed through the forest. The force of the impact pushed Naruto back slightly, his feet digging into the ground, but he held firm. As the light dissipated, he stood unharmed, the chains retracting back into the swirling chakra. You're going to have to do better than that, Naruto said, his voice steady. The shinobi scowled. You're just a child. You can't possibly control that power. Maybe not, Naruto admitted, but I can control enough. Without warning, he launched himself forward, propelled by the red chakra enhancing his speed and strength. The chains followed, snaking through the air with lethal intent. The man leaped back, narrowly avoiding the first strike. He twisted midair, launching a barrage of shuriken infused with lightning chakra. The electrified blades hurtled toward Naruto, sizzling through the air. Naruto's chains moved with a will of their own, deflecting the shuriken effortlessly. Sparks flew as metal met chakra, illuminating the darkened woods in brief flashes. Landing on a high branch, the shinobi growled in frustration. You're becoming a nuisance. He began another sequence of hand seals, more intricate this time. Let's see how you handle this. Lightning release, storm surge. From his hands, a torrent of electrical energy burst forth, arcing wildly and splitting into multiple bolts that targeted Naruto from all directions. Naruto took a deep breath, focusing the red chakra throughout his body. He spun in place, and chains radiated outward in a protective sphere, each link glowing with an inner light. The lightning bolts struck the barrier, cascading around it like water over a rock. Sweat beaded on Naruto's forehead. The power coursing through him was immense, but he could feel it straining against his control, threatening to overwhelm him. Just a little more asterisk, he urged himself. Seizing the moment, he channeled chakra into his feet and leaped high into the air, propelling himself above the canopy. The Kyuubi shinobi tracked his movement, eyes widening as Naruto descended upon him from above, chains poised to strike. "Take this," Naruto shouted. The chains converged, aiming for the man's vital points. He dodged deftly, but one chain grazed his thigh, tearing through fabric and flesh. Another nicked his arm, drawing blood. Enraged, the shinobi retaliated with a swift kick aimed at Naruto's midsection. Naruto blocked with his forearm, the impact sending a shockwave through his body. The red chakra absorbed some of the force, but he could feel his strength waning. They exchanged blows at a rapid pace. Punches, kicks, and slashes of kunai met with chains and chakra-infused strikes. The forest around them bore the scars of their battle. Trees splintered, the ground scorched and torn. As the fight wore on, it became clear that the man's experience was matched by Naruto's sheer tenacity and the unpredictability of his abilities. Breathing heavily, the shinobi spat blood onto the ground. "You're a persistent brat," he admitted grudgingly. "But this ends now." He pulled out a small scroll, unfurling it quickly. "Forbidden or not, I can't return empty-handed." He bit his thumb, smearing blood across the scroll's surface. Summoning jutsu. A burst of smoke erupted, and from it emerged a massive wolf-like creature, its fur crackling with electrical energy. It snarled, eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Naruto's eyes widened. He hadn't anticipated this. The beast lunged at him with astonishing speed. He barely managed to evade, rolling to the side as its massive jaws snapped shut where he'd stood moments before. The creature turned, electricity arcing between its fangs. It charged again, and this time, Naruto knew he couldn't dodge forever. Drawing upon the last reserves of the red chakra, he summoned more chains, forming them into a spiraling pattern around his arm. As the beast closed in, he thrust his arm forward. "Take this." The chains shot out, intertwining and piercing the creature's flank. It howled in pain, the electrical energy surging through the chains and into Naruto. He gritted his teeth as the shock coursed through him, but held firm. Using the chains as leverage, he swung the beast around, slamming it into a nearby boulder. The creature yelped before dissipating into a puff of smoke. The summoning dismissed. The Kyuubi shinobi staggered back, disbelief etched on his face. How can a kid possess such power? Naruto stumbled, the red chakra flickering erratically around him. He could feel it slipping away, the immense drain leaving him exhausted. "It's over," he panted. "Leave now, and don't come back." The man hesitated, weighing his options. His injuries were severe, and without his summoning, the advantage was gone. "Mark my words," he spat. "Kyuubi will hear of this. You won't be safe." With a swift motion, he threw down a smoke bomb. A cloud of thick, acrid smoke enveloped the area. When it cleared, the shinobi was gone. Naruto collapsed to one knee, breathing heavily. The red chakra receded fully, leaving him feeling drained but in control once more. A soft whimper drew his attention. The sack on the ground shifted slightly. Pushing himself up, Naruto approached cautiously. Kneeling beside it, he gently untied the bindings. The sack fell away to reveal a young girl, no older than himself. She had long, dark hair and pale eyes that reflected the moonlight, a member of the Hyuga clan. She looked up at him, fear and uncertainty evident in her gaze. "It's okay," Naruto said softly. "You're safe now." He offered a hand to help her up. She hesitated before accepting it, her small hand trembling slightly. "Thank you," she whispered. "Are you hurt?" he asked, concern evident in his tone. She shook her head, "Just scared." He gave a reassuring smile. "You're going to be fine." Silence settled between them for a moment. Then she spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. "Who are you?" "Naruto," he replied. "Uzumaki Naruto." Her eyes widened slightly. "I'm Hinata. Hyuga Hinata." Recognition flickered in his mind. The Hyuga were a prominent clan in Konoha, known for their Byakugan. "Nice to meet you, Hinata," he said gently. Before they could converse further, Distant shouts reached their ears, voices calling out, drawing nearer. Hinata-sama. Over here. Naruto's expression shifted. Your family is coming. She turned toward the direction of the voices, relief washing over her features. I have to go, Naruto said, stepping back. She looked back at him, a hint of panic in her eyes. Wait, will I see you again? He hesitated. Maybe, he answered honestly. But it's better if you don't mention me to anyone. She opened her mouth to protest, but he was already moving away. Take care, Hinata, he called softly before disappearing into the shadows. Hisashi raced through the forest at full speed, abandoning any pretense of stealth in favor of urgency. The imposter posing as an ambassador had nearly a 20-minute lead, and if they didn't close the gap soon, the trail might vanish altogether. The mere thought of what could befall his niece if they failed sent a cold shiver down his spine. Approximately 4 miles from Konoha's main wall, he emerged into a small clearing and came to an abrupt halt. There, he spotted his niece, Hinata, sitting on the ground. But it wasn't just her presence that gave him pause. The clearing itself looked like a battleground. The area was devastated. A crater dominated the center, numerous kunai were scattered about, and puncture marks marred the landscape. The air was thick with lingering chakra, indicating that a powerful technique had been unleashed, one that seemed to produce a multitude of sharp projectiles. Hinata appeared mostly unscathed aside from a few minor bruises. Shaking off his initial shock, Hisashi hurried over to Hinata. Are you all right? He asked urgently. She looked up at him and gave a silent nod. She must be in shock, he thought. After a brief hesitation, he continued, What happened here? Glancing at the incapacitated kidnapper, he added, Did you do this? Hinata blushed slightly and shook her head quickly. No, it was Naruto-kun, she replied with conviction. Hisashi's eyebrows lifted in confusion. He couldn't recall any active shinobi named Naruto, let alone someone capable of subduing a skilled adversary like the one before them. Who is Naruto? He inquired gently. Hinata's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of pink. He's the one who saved me and defeated the bad man, she explained softly. Hisashi sighed inwardly. Despite her typically articulate nature, Hinata was still just 5.5 years old. Unraveling the mystery of this Naruto-kun wouldn't be straightforward, at least not until they could find the Kyuubi ninja. He created a shadow clone to handle the task of transporting the unconscious kidnapper back to Konoha. Then, carefully lifting Hinata into his arms, he collected the bindings that had restrained her, placing them into the sack as evidence. Casting one last, thoughtful glance around the ravaged clearing, he began the journey back to the village. Whoever this Naruto was, Hisashi felt a profound sense of gratitude toward him. The night could have taken a far more tragic turn, and thanks to this mysterious savior, it hadn't. Hokage's office, the following morning asterisk. Seated behind his cluttered desk, Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his temples wearily as Inoichi Yamanaka stood before him. The weight of recent events hung heavily in the air. You're absolutely certain it was him? Hiruzen asked, his gaze piercing. Inoichi nodded affirmatively. Without a doubt. He's changed in appearance. Living in the wilderness for over a year would do that to anyone, but there's no mistaking it. The chakra chains he used were unmistakably the adamantine sealing chains. What's astonishing is the sheer volume he produced. If I recall correctly, even Kushinasen could manifest around a dozen at most. He unleashed at least 5 times that number, not to mention the additional chains he branched off during the confrontation. Leaning back in his chair, Hiruzen pondered this information. Perhaps the dire circumstances pushed him to access deeper reserves of power, he suggested carefully. Inoichi crossed his arms, his expression thoughtful. So what's our next move? Kyuubi won't be pleased that their envoy was caught attempting to abduct a clan heiress. Moreover, the council is already buzzing with fragments of last night's incident. A heavy sigh escaped Hiruzen's lips. Hayashi intercepted the Kyuubi shinobi outside the village, he said, voice low, more tired than surprised. He executed him before we could secure him or extract anything useful. And to answer your question honestly, I'm still not sure how to deal with the fallout of this, Inoichi. Not just politically, but what it means for this so-called alliance. His eyes hardened a fraction. All I know is that we cannot let the truth spill in the wrong direction, not yet. We'll need to adjust the official reports, he stated firmly. We'll attribute the thwarting of the kidnapping to a kunoichi in her mid-teens, wearing an Awagakure headband. We'll present it as an opportunistic attempt by IWA to sow discord between us and Kyuubi. Inoichi raised an eyebrow, but nodded in understanding. And how do we handle the fact that the Hyuga heiress is claiming Naruto-kun as her rescuer? She's only 5 years old, Hiruzen replied gently but decisively. At that age, children's memories can be unreliable, and they often embellish or imagine details. It's crucial that Naruto isn't credited with defeating a Jonin-level shinobi right now. You know as well as I do that if the council discovers his involvement, they'll demand his immediate capture and, likely, his execution. A shadow crossed Inoichi's face. He wasn't among those who harbored animosity toward Naruto, but he was well aware of the prevailing sentiments within the council. I understand, he said quietly. But what about Naruto himself? He's clearly still out there, and surviving alone at such a young age is dangerous. Shouldn't we make an effort to locate him? Hiruzen's eyes softened, a hint of guilt evident. I'll assign Inu and Nico to the task. They've observed him before and are familiar with his abilities. Perhaps he'll be more receptive to them. If we dispatch a large search party, he'll likely sense it and either retreat further into hiding or flee the area entirely, which could expose him to even greater risks. Inu is one of our best trackers, and Nico excels in covert operations. If anyone can find him discreetly, it's them. Inoichi hesitated, then gave a curt nod. Very well. I trust your judgment. As Inoichi exited the office, Hiruzen glanced up at the portrait of Minato Namikaze hanging alongside those of the previous Hokage. A pang of sorrow and determination surged within him. Please, stay safe, Naruto, he whispered softly, the weight of his unfulfilled promise pressing upon him. At the Hyuga compound asterisk, nightfall brought a serene stillness to the Hyuga estate. The clan, renowned for their discipline and adherence to tradition, ensured that evenings were quiet and orderly. Any disturbances were swiftly addressed to maintain the decorum befitting their esteemed lineage. In her dimly lit bedroom, Hinata Hyuga prepared for sleep. The bruises from her recent ordeal had faded significantly, thanks to healing salves and ample rest. As she slipped under the cool sheets, she gazed out of her window toward the expanse of forest that bordered the compound. Good night, Naruto-kun, she whispered, a gentle smile playing on her lips. The memory of the mysterious blonde boy who had saved her filled her with warmth. Despite the harrowing experience, thoughts of him brought comfort, easing any lingering fears. She closed her eyes, hoping that if nightmares came, he would be there in her dreams to chase them away. Deep within the forest surrounding Konoha asterisk, Naruto moved swiftly and silently through the dense woodland, the familiar terrain offering both comfort and concealment. It had taken him most of the day to put sufficient distance between himself and the site of last night's confrontation. Circling nearly a quarter of Konoha's perimeter, he finally felt secure enough to stop. Finding a sturdy, ancient tree with sprawling branches, he set about creating a new refuge. Using the sharp edge of a makeshift tool, he hollowed out a hidden nook within the trunket task that required patience and precision. Once his new hideout was ready, Naruto settled in and unpacked his few possessions. Among them were small wooden carvings figurines representing his family. His carving skills had improved over time, and these new versions bore more refined features. His father figure stood tall, modeled loosely after himself with spiky hair and a confident stance. His mother was crafted with longer hair flowing over her shoulders. Though his ability to capture delicate features was limited, he imbued each piece with care and attention. Tonight, however, he added a new figure to his collection. Using a slender piece of wood, he carefully carved the likeness of a small girl with gentle Aisa tribute to Hinata. As he worked, memories of her shy smile and kind words surfaced, bringing a subtle warmth to his heart. Arranging the figures on a small ledge within his shelter, he gazed at them thoughtfully. "Good night, everyone," he murmured, his voice barely audible above the whispering leaves. The canopy above was a tapestry of stars, their faint light filtering through to cast soft patterns around him. In the stillness, he could almost imagine the carved faces smiling back, offering a silent affirmation. Stretching out on his makeshift bed of woven leaves and soft moss, Naruto felt a rare sense of peace. His eyelids grew heavy, and as he drifted into slumber, his dreams were vivid and filled with wonder. He wandered through endless forests bathed in golden light, accompanied by the faint echo of laughter. Beside him walked Hinata, her presence a soothing balm to his solitary existence. In these dreams, he wasn't alone. The weight of his past and the burdens he carried seemed lighter, replaced by the simple joy of companionship. The forest, once a place of refuge and isolation, transformed into a realm of possibility and hope. As dawn approached, the first hints of light painted the horizon with hues of pink and orange. Birds began their morning songs, and the forest stirred to life. Yet, for now, Naruto slept peacefully, a gentle smile touching his lips, a silent testament to the newfound connections that warmed his heart. Chapter 3: Training and Massacre. Konoha, often simply called Konoha, was a village founded on the principles of order and stability. Emerging from the tumultuous era of warring clans, it was envisioned as a sanctuary from the relentless uncertainty that plagued ninja of that time. The village didn't appear overnight, it developed in stages. Initially, it was merely a common gathering spot for the Senju and Uchiha clans. Over time, it transformed into a fortified town that attracted additional clans from neighboring areas, eventually blossoming into a thriving village that blended both shinobi and civilian life. As warriors from diverse clans converged, the need for a standardized ranking system became evident to assess their varying skills. The hierarchy was straightforward. At the base were the genin, followed by chunin, then jonin, and ultimately the kage at the pinnacle. From among the chunin and jonin, the ANBU selected the most exceptional individuals to form their elite core, serving the village's highest interests. Thus, an ANBU jonin was considered among the finest shinobi refined to perfection, the epitome of a living weapon. At this very moment, two such elite shinobi were being outsmarted by an 80-year-old boy. "It's been nearly 2 years," Kat grumbled, her frustration evident. Rain drizzled persistently, and she disliked getting wet just as much as her feline namesake. 2 years of combing every inch of Konoha and the Land of Fire. How can we even be sure he's still around? Inu shrugged casually. "You heard what the Hokage said. He was still here when Kumo attempted to abduct the Hyuga heiress. If he stuck around that long, there's no reason to think he's left. These would provide him with everything he needs: food, water, shelter, especially considering that little hideout we found." They had stumbled upon Naruto's makeshift dwelling 2 weeks into their search, purely by chance, when Inu noticed peculiar marks on a tree's bark, evidence of Naruto's chakra chains. Why would he leave when he's got all he requires right here? Kat sighed in exasperation. That's exactly the issue. That blasted hideout was nearly 50 feet up. We can't possibly search every tree from top to bottom in this entire forest. Even the whole ANBU couldn't accomplish that in 30 years. Inu sympathized with her frustration. He, too, wished they could locate the boy and return to more pressing matters. Yet, a part of him was quietly impressed by how adeptly the child had evaded 2 seasoned ANBU operatives. If he's this skilled at stealth now, what could he become with proper training? The thought was both exciting and unsettling. Well, at least we know he's not in this area, which is progress. We don't need to search every inch of every tree, just look for markings on the lower branches like before. We'll find him eventually. He gestured for them to move on to the next search grid. 15 down, 200 to go. High above them, concealed among the branches, Naruto grinned to himself. On one hand, it was somewhat irritating to have to hide from 2 pursuers in what he considered his own domain. On the other hand, the constant evasion kept his mind sharp and his senses honed. Initially, he had kept as much distance as possible, sticking to the highest parts of the canopy to avoid detection. But as days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, and then over a year, he began to treat it as a game. He would shadow them, inching ever closer, testing how near he could get without being noticed. A few times, he thought they might have sensed him, but he always managed to pull back in time, avoiding discovery through a combination of skill and luck. His biggest stroke of luck came when he overheard a conversation between the two about how they had found his previous hideout. Until then, he hadn't considered that the marks left by his chains could be used to track him. From that day forward, he meticulously avoided using the lower branches as anchor points, sticking to the canopy as much as possible. He knew that, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun trained shinobi if they picked up his trail. So he took extra care not to leave any traces that could be spotted from the ground. It required a bit more effort to extend his chains to higher branches, but the practice improved his skills, and the added safety was worth it. While this game of hide and seek was an amusing pastime, Naruto had started spending less time deep in the forest and more time observing Konoha's training grounds. What had begun as a way to pass the time had quickly become an obsession after he stumbled upon a ninja practicing fire jutsu. Watching an ordinary-looking person breathe fire or disappear into the earth was endlessly fascinating, even if he didn't understand how it was done. Although he hadn't yet figured out how the hand signs related to the resulting techniques, he could observe their weapon drills and taijutsu forms, attempting to mimic them on his own. Over the past few months, he had shifted his focus several times, but his latest subject had captured his attention like none before. He had discovered this particular training ground by chance while foraging farther from his usual routes in search of berries and nuts. The repetitive thunk of kunai hitting would have drawn him closer, leading him to a secluded training area nearly a mile from any other. There, he witnessed something that left him awestruck and compelled him to return day after day for nearly 3 weeks. The person training was a boy, perhaps 12 years old, with dark hair and sharp features. The boy stood so still that Naruto almost overlooked him until he burst into motion. In a series of movements too swift for Naruto to follow, the boy threw several kunai. The first kunai was deflected by those thrown afterward, causing the blade's path to arc around a tree in a seemingly impossible trajectory. When the boy finally allowed the kunai to embed in the tree, it struck dead center on a target Naruto hadn't even noticed. By this point, Naruto had seen many astonishing things: people summoning lightning, forming giant dragons out of water, even manipulating the earth itself against opponents. But none of those feats had exhibited the same level of dedication and absolute focus that he saw in this boy. The only comparable experience was watching a fox hunt in the woods, the singular concentration where nothing else existed but the goal ahead. This boy seemed to channel that level of intensity into everything he did, and Naruto was irresistibly drawn to it. For the past 3 weeks, he had observed the boy and tried to emulate his actions, not fully realizing that he had unconsciously adopted him as a role model, someone to look up to in a life where he had no one else. It took Naruto less than 15 minutes to reach the training ground from where he had been observing Kat and Inu. Although it was still hours before noon, he could tell that the boy had been training for some time. Settling onto a mid-level branch, Naruto watched as the boy prepared to attempt something new. The boy's form seemed to waver, becoming blurred and indistinct. This continued for several seconds until his body dissolved into a flock of crows that scattered across the clearing. Startled, Naruto frantically scanned the area, worried for the boy's safety. He exhaled in relief when the boy reappeared a short distance away, panting slightly. After a brief pause, the boy straightened, wiping sweat from beneath his forehead protector, and assumed a stance. Leaning forward with anticipation, Naruto was eager to see what the boy would do next. The boy made a familiar flicking motion with his hand, a gesture Naruto had come to recognize over the past few weeks, and kunai flew from his grasp in a blur. Unfortunately for Naruto, it was only when the kunai embedded itself into the tree bark mere inches from his head that he realized the boy was no longer in the clearing. He froze, every muscle tensed, and was about to make a hasty retreat when he felt the cold touch of steel against his neck. "I have some questions for you," an emotionless voice stated from behind him, "and it's in your best interest to answer honestly." Uchiha Itachi had always been a solitary figure, not by circumstance, but by choice. Naturally inclined towards pacifism, he had spent his entire life burdened by his family's expectations to embody the ideal heir of a prestigious ninja clan. This relentless pressure had driven him to distance himself from others, especially when he realized that his peers did not share his aversion to unnecessary violence. The Uchiha clan prided themselves on being the elite, superior in skill and stature. They often dismissed concerns about the collateral damage inflicted on opponents or the broader impact of their actions. To them, if someone wasn't an Uchiha, their significance was negligible. But to Itachi, every life held value, making interactions with his kin complicated. Training became his sanctuary, a realm where he could refine his abilities to such a degree that confrontation became unnecessary. His formidable skills served as a deterrent, allowing him to avoid the very violence he despised. Despite his fearsome reputation, Itachi hadn't taken a life on a mission in nearly 2 years. He preferred strategies that avoided bloodshed, and if forced into combat, he aimed to incapacitate rather than kill. Within the confines of the Uchiha compound, his prowess granted him a certain untouchability, but it also deepened his isolation. Only 2 members of his clan saw beyond his formidable exterior, recognizing him as a person rather than a mere instrument of power. Coupled with his naturally reserved demeanor, Itachi became akin to a phantoma silent sentinel whose mere presence unsettled those around him. Seeking solace, he chose a training ground far removed from the village's bustling life, a secluded spot where he could hone his skills away from prying eyes. This remote haven had served him well, evident in his recent induction into the ANBU Black Ops, a testament to his exceptional abilities. Here, he could escape the clan's internal politics and the villagers' awestruck gazes, focusing solely on the pursuit of perfection. The rhythmic cadence of his training brought him peace, a rare commodity in his turbulent life. However, about 10 days prior, a subtle shift disrupted his sanctuary. The tranquility he cherished began to wane, replaced by an inexplicable unease. Confused by this intrusion upon his peace, he intensified his training regimen, hoping to dispel the disquiet. Yet, no matter how rigorously he pushed himself, the sensation persisted, gnawing at the edges of his consciousness. Determined to identify the source of his discomfort, Itachi approached the problem methodically. Since he hadn't changed, the disturbance must have originated from his surroundings. Given that he had selected this location for its solitude, the logical conclusion was that an uninvited presence had encroached upon his domain. Formulating a plan, Itachi decided to set a subtle trap. He would wait until the unsettling sensation returned, then employ a wide-range genjutsu, a technique designed to ensnare anyone within its radius without overt detection. On the chosen day, as he felt the familiar prickle of unease, he discreetly cast the illusion. Almost immediately, his keen senses picked up a faint gasp emanating from the canopy above. Activating his Sharingan, his eyes scanned the foliage, discerning the faint outline of a chakra network hidden among the leaves. Maintaining an outward facade of ignorance, he continued his routine, adopting a relaxed stance. With practiced ease, he unleashed a series of kunai in a calculated deflection pattern, designed not to harm but to limit escape routes. As the final blade left his fingertips, he executed a swift body flicker technique shunshin, no jutsu appearing silently behind the hidden observer. The cold steel of his kunai pressed lightly against the intruder's neck, a clear yet non-lethal warning. It was then that he noticed the diminutive stature of the figureea child, perhaps no older than 8. But in the world of shinobi, size was a deceptive metric. Even the smallest could harbor deadly intent. "I have some questions for you," Itachi stated calmly, his voice devoid of emotion. "It's in your best interest to answer truthfully." And that was when the situation escalated beyond his expectations. Itachi, a prodigious master of the Sharingan, was accustomed to extraordinary displays of chakra-fueled abilities. Over the years, he had witnessed techniques that defied logic and challenged reality itself. Yet, what unfolded before him nearly disrupted his composure. Without any hand seals or visible preparation, the small figure unleashed a barrage of thick, pointed chains that erupted from his body with astonishing speed. These chains surged outward like serpents striking their prey, and to Itachi's astonishment, they were nearly imperceptible even to his fully matured Sharingan. This anomaly sent a jolt through him, a rare occurrence for someone of his caliber. However, his rigorous training and innate discipline prevented him from faltering. Reacting instinctively, Itachi executed a series of agile maneuvers, narrowly evading the initial onslaught. As the chains extended, They branched off at intervals, smaller tendrils sprouting from the main links in a complex, fractal pattern. The sheer unpredictability of the attack, combined with the chain's near invisibility, forced him into a defensive dance, his body moving with fluid precision to avoid entrapment. His mind raced as he analyzed the situation. The intruder's technique was unlike anything he had encountered. Who was this child, and how did he possess such a formidable ability? Initially, Itachi considered the possibility that the boy belonged to the Inuzuka clan. The wild demeanor and unkempt appearance suggested a connection to the feral aesthetics associated with the clan's Ninken users. But upon closer examination, discrepancies emerged. While the Inuzuka were known for their rugged attire, often foregoing repairs on worn clothing, this child's garments were beyond mere disrepair, they were in tatters. His pants were frayed, barely reaching below his knees. He wore what seemed to be the remnants of an orange jacket, now reduced to a ragged vest. Barefoot, his feet bore the calloused toughness of someone accustomed to traversing rough terrain without protection. But it was the child's face that truly captured Itachi's attention. Framed by long, blonde hair that cascaded just above his shoulders, the boy's features bore an uncanny resemblance to someone Itachi hadn't seen in years. Those whisker marks are awfully distracting, but he looks just like the fourth Hokage, Itachi thought, a rare note of surprise threading through his typically stoic demeanor. The realization struck him profoundly. The shape of the eyes, the curve of the jowlet was as if a younger version of the revered leader stood before him. Memories flooded back of his academy days when the fourth Hokage had occasionally visited, sometimes offering lectures or observing alongside Kakashi and Kushina. As the boy shifted his stance, preparing to flee, Itachi recognized the urgency of the moment. Engaging in close-quarters combat was unwise. The chains coiled around the child like sentient guardians, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Ninjutsu could potentially escalate the situation, causing unintended harm. He needed a solution that would neutralize the threat without causing injury. Locking eyes with the boy's startlingly vivid blue meeting deep crimson, Itachi made a swift decision. With a subtle hand gesture, he activated a potent jinjutsu, designed to induce a state of unconsciousness without lasting harm. He observed as the boy's pupils dilated, his eyelids fluttering before closing entirely. The chains wavered, then dissipated into nothingness as the boy's consciousness slipped away. Gravity took hold as the child's grip on the branch released, but Itachi was prepared. In a seamless motion, he caught the boy, cradling him gently before descending to the forest floor. Laying the child on a soft bed of moss and leaves, Itachi knelt beside him, his mind a whirlwind of questions. Who was this enigmatic boy? Why had he been spying on him? The chains he manifested, what was their origin? And why were they impervious to the analytical prowess of the Sharingan? A sense of déjà vu nagged at him, as if he had encountered a similar phenomenon but couldn't place where. Moreover, why was a child who bore such a striking resemblance to the fourth Hokage wandering alone in the forest, appearing more like a feral denizen than a member of the village? The contradictions were perplexing, and Itachi felt a rare stir of frustration at the lack of immediate answers. He glanced upward, the canopy of leaves filtering sunlight into a mosaic of shifting patterns. The sky above was a tranquil expanse, indifferent to his internal turmoil. Why is it that the more I seek peace, the more chaos finds me? He mused softly, his words carried away by a gentle breeze. Returning his focus to the unconscious boy, Itachi contemplated his next move. Taking the child directly back to the village might attract unwanted attention and raise questions he wasn't prepared to answer. Yet, leaving him here was not an option. Perhaps waiting until the boy awakened would provide clarity. With a resigned sigh, he settled into a comfortable position beside the child, prepared to wait as long as necessary. His gaze softened as he studied the boy's features, the delicate whisker-like marks on his cheeks, the slight furrow of his brow even in slumber. There was a story etched into those features, one that Itachi was now determined to uncover. As moments stretched into minutes, the ambient sounds of the forest enveloped them. The melodious chirping of birds, the distant rustle of foliage as small creatures went about their lives-it was a stark contrast to the silent tension that hung in the air between the two figures. Itachi's thoughts drifted back to the chains. They defied classification, eluding even the advanced perception granted by his Sharingan. Most techniques, no matter how obscure, left traces fluctuations in chakra flow, distortions in the surrounding energy fields. But these chains were different, almost as if they operated on a frequency beyond normal perception. Could it be a Kekkei Genkai? He pondered a rare bloodline limit unique to certain clans. If so, why was he unaware of its existence? The Uchiha clan maintained extensive records on known bloodline abilities, both for strategic purposes and out of sheer pride in their own heritage. An unsettling thought emerged. If the boy was connected to the fourth Hokage, perhaps even his offspring, that could explain the resemblance and the unique abilities. But why was he out here alone, dressed in rags, seemingly abandoned? The more he delved into the possibilities, the more questions arose. Itachi was not one to leave mysteries unsolved. He resolved to approach the situation with caution and empathy. If the boy had been living in isolation, trust would be a fragile bridge to build. As the sun began its descent, casting elongated shadows through the trees, Itachi remained vigilant. He retrieved a small canteen from his pouch, taking a measured sip before setting it aside. Glancing at the boy, he considered the basic necessities: food, water, perhaps a blanket for warmth when night fell. "Rest well," he whispered, his tone uncharacteristically gentle. "When you awaken, we'll find the answers together." Time flowed with the steady rhythm of nature. The hues of the sky shifted from the golden glow of late afternoon to the warm ambers and purples of dusk. The forest transitioned seamlessly, diurnal creatures retreating as nocturnal ones emerged. Itachi contemplated the potential repercussions of his discovery. If the boy was indeed connected to the fourth Hokage, informing the Hokage might be the appropriate course of action. Yet, he hesitated. The political landscape of Konoha was complex, and the wrong move could place the child in jeopardy. He decided that, for now, discretion was paramount. Establishing a rapport with the boy came first. Understanding his circumstances, his needs, and his perspective would guide the next steps. 1 hour later, Naruto's eyes snapped open, his senses instantly on high alert. Years of surviving in the unforgiving wilderness had honed his ability to transition from deep sleep to full awareness in a heartbeat. In the forest, hesitation could mean the difference between eating and going hungry, or between safety and danger. Predators didn't wait for you to rub the sleep from your eyes, and prey didn't linger while you stretched and yawned. This hard-learned lesson had become second nature to him. But something was amiss. He didn't recognize his surroundings. This wasn't the snug hollow he'd carved high in the trees, his sanctuary among the branches. Panic flickered briefly across his features as he tried to piece together how he had ended up here. Then, like a tidal wave, memories flooded back, the piercing gaze of swirling red eyes locking onto his own. Instantly, he leaped to his feet, muscles coiled like a tightly wound spring. 2 ethereal chains materialized from his lower back, shimmering with a faint glow as they hovered defensively around him. His eyes darted around, taking in every detail of the area. The forest floor was soft beneath his bare feet, a carpet of moss and fallen leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled shadows that danced with the gentle breeze. Sitting a short distance away, no more than 3 or 4 yards, was the boy he had been secretly observing for weeks. The boy's dark hair framed a pale face, his eyes focused intently on Naruto. There was no hostility in his gaze, but it was unreadable, revealing nothing of his intentions. Naruto settled into a defensive crouch, the chains around him swaying subtly like serpents poised to strike. He was careful to avoid making direct eye contact, recalling vividly how he had been ensnared before. Those eyes held power that had rendered him unconscious without so much as a touch. He couldn't afford to let that happen again. Tension hung thick in the air. Naruto waited, muscles taut, ready to react at a moment's notice. He expected the boy to make a Mavito attack or to speak, but he did neither. Instead, the boy simply sat there, calm and composed, watching him with a serene patience that was both unsettling and intriguing. Itachi observed the young boy with a mixture of curiosity and contemplation. The rapidity with which the child had gone from slumber to full alertness was impressive, a testament to his survival instincts. Yet, this also presented a challenge. The boy was clearly wary, his body language that of a cornered animal ready to lash out if provoked. The chains that emanated from him were unlike anything Itachi had seen before, mystical, almost ethereal, yet undeniably tangible. He understood that any sudden movements on his part might escalate the situation. He needed to find a way to communicate without triggering the boy's defenses. For a moment, he considered his options. Subduing the child again was not ideal. It would only breed further distrust. Building rapport required patience and subtlety. Just as he was about to speak, a low growl broke the silence. Itachi blinked, momentarily taken aback. The sound came again, more insistent, this to me a rumbling protest from the boy's stomach. The child's cheeks flushed a faint pink, and he pulled himself into a slightly tighter crouch, clearly embarrassed by his body's betrayal. A soft smile tugged at the corners of Itachi's mouth, a rare expression that momentarily softened his otherwise stoic features. The situation, tense as it was, held a touch of endearing humanity. Deciding to use this opportunity to ease the atmosphere, he slowly reached into a pouch at his waist. As his hand moved, the chains around the boy reacted immediately. They shifted subtly, the tips orienting toward Itachi like metallic vipers tracking their prey. Interestingly, without his Sharingan activated, Itachi could see the chains quite clearly now, a detail that piqued his analytical mind. Another puzzle to solve, he mused silently. Moving with deliberate care, he pulled out a compact, wrapped ration bar. He held it up openly, allowing the boy to see it. The child's eyes flicked to the item, suspicion evident but tempered by a flicker of interest. He didn't retreat or attack, which Itachi took as a positive sign. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Itachi gently tossed the ration bar toward the boy. In a flash of movement almost too quick to follow, one of the chains lashed out, impaling the bar midair and holding it suspended about 4 feet away from the boy's body. The child eyed the package warily, a mix of caution and curiosity playing across his features. A third chain emerged, this one moving with a slow, almost inquisitive motion. It approached the ration bar, prodding it gently. With surprising dexterity, the chain manipulated the wrapper, slicing it open to reveal the dense, nutrient-rich food inside. "It's food," Itachi said softly. The boy started slightly at the sound of his voice, his gaze snapping back to Itachi. For a moment, the tension spiked, but when Itachi made no further movements, the boy's posture relaxed marginally. To further demonstrate his intentions, Itachi retrieved another ration bar from his pouch. Keeping his movements slow and deliberate, he unwrapped it, took a small bite, and chewed thoughtfully. The boy watched him intently, his eyes tracking every motion. After a moment's hesitation, the child brought the impaled ration bar closer. He sniffed it cautiously before taking a tentative bite. He chewed slowly, as if evaluating both the taste and the potential risk. Satisfied, he took another, larger bite. As they ate in silence, Itachi took the opportunity to study the boy more closely. His clothing was in tatters, frayed pants that barely reached his shins, a ragged vest that might have once been a jacket. His feet were bare, the soles toughened by constant exposure to the forest floor. Despite his disheveled appearance, the boy didn't seem malnourished. His frame was lean but muscular, suggesting he had been active and had access to sufficient food. He's been surviving on his own, Itachi realized, possibly for a long time. The chains, now that he could observe them more calmly, were fascinating. They seemed to materialize from the boy's body, shimmering with an otherworldly energy. Without the Sharingan, they were visibly a curious inversion of how chakra constructs typically presented. As they both finished their ration bars, Itachi noticed that the boy's posture had relaxed slightly. The chains still hovered protectively, but their movements were less tense. The boy's eyes held a hint of curiosity now, the initial wariness tempered by the shared meal. Deciding that this was as good a moment as any to attempt communication, Itachi spoke again. "What is your name?" he asked gently. The boy hesitated, his eyes searching Itachi's face as if trying to gauge his sincerity. When he finally spoke, his voice was rough, as though unused to forming words. "Naruto." Itachi nodded slowly. "It's nice to meet you, Naruto. My name is Itachi, Naruto seemed to mull this over, testing the name silently on his lips. There was a flicker of recognition, but it passed too quickly for Itachi to interpret. Were you the one watching me over the past few weeks? Itachi inquired, keeping his tone neutral. A shadow passed over Naruto's face. His body tensed ever so slightly, and the chains tightened their orbit by a fraction. Itachi raised a placating hand. I'm not upset, he assured. I'm simply curious. Naruto considered this, then gave a hesitant nod. Why were you watching me? Itachi asked. There was a pause as Naruto seemed to search for the right words. Instead of answering verbally, he reached behind him and pulled out 2 worn kunai from a makeshift pouch. Itachi remained still, observing carefully. Naruto turned toward a nearby tree, still keeping Itachi within his peripheral vision. With a fluid motion, he threw 1 kunai, followed almost immediately by the second. The first kunai veered off course slightly as the second collided with it, redirecting its path. The end result was imperfect. The kunai struck the tree, but didn't embed deeply. Itachi's eyebrows rose fractionally. He's attempting the deflection technique, he realized. A complex maneuver even for trained shinobi. Naruto frowned at the outcome, clearly dissatisfied. He retrieved 2 more kunai, possibly via one of his chains, and tried again. This time, the deflection was more successful. The kunai struck the target with better accuracy, though still not perfect. Understanding dawned on Itachi. He's been observing my training, trying to learn by imitation. That's an impressive technique, Itachi commented. You've made significant progress. Naruto glanced at him, surprise evident in his eyes. Praise seemed foreign to him, and he didn't quite know how to respond. Did someone teach you how to do that? Itachi asked. Naruto's gaze dropped. No, he said quietly. I watched. Itachi nodded thoughtfully. You have a keen eye. Learning through observation is a valuable skill. An awkward silence settled between them. Sensing that direct questions might push Naruto back into his shell, Itachi decided on a different approach. How long have you been living in the forest, Naruto? The boy shrugged lightly. A while. Do you have family nearby? Itachi probed gently. Naruto's expression became guarded. I have a family, he replied, but there was an undercurrent of something sadness, perhaps, or longing. Itachi considered this. May I ask where they are? Naruto hesitated, then gestured vaguely. Around. An idea formed in Itachi's mind. Would you show me? Naruto looked at him sharply, suspicion flaring in his eyes. It's all right if you'd rather not, Itachi said quickly. I don't want to intrude. The boy relaxed marginally. It's okay, he said after a moment. I can show you. He moved toward a patch of soft earth and knelt down. Using one of his chains, he began to draw in the dirt. Itachi watched as images took shoppy man with spiky hair labeled Minato, a woman with long hair labeled Kushina, and a smaller figure with chains emerging from his back labeled Naruto. Recognition sparked in Itachi's mind. The names, coupled with the images, connected to memories he'd long held. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki. He recalled the stories, the legacy they had left behind. But as far as he knew, they had perished without leaving any children. These are your parents? Itachi asked softly. Naruto nodded, a hint of pride in his eyes. They're my family. A heavy silence settled between them. Itachi grappled with the implications. If Naruto was indeed the son of the 4th Hokage and Kushina, that meant he had been living alone, unnoticed, for years. Questions swirled in his mind. How had this happened? Why was the son of such esteemed figures left to fend for himself? Naruto, Itachi began carefully. Have you been living by yourself all this time? The boy shrugged again. It's better this way. Why is that? Naruto's gaze hardened slightly. The villagers, they don't like me. Itachi felt a knot form in his stomach. Did something happen? The boy was silent for a long moment. Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, he said, They tried to hurt me. Itachi's eyes narrowed. Who tried to hurt you? A man, Naruto replied. He attacked me. I didn't want to, but my chains came out, and he got hurt. Understanding dawned on Itachi. You defended yourself, he said gently. There's nothing wrong with that. Naruto looked up, his eyes searching Itachi's face for any sign of deceit. But after that, Everyone looked at me like I was a monster. The pain in his voice was palpable. Itachi felt a surge of empathy, coupled with a simmering anger at the injustice. How could the villagers treat a child this way? You are not a monster, Itachi said firmly. You have a gifted, unique ability. It's not something to be ashamed of. Naruto's expression wavered, but they don't see it that way. Itachi took a deep breath, weighing his next words carefully. Sometimes people fear what they don't understand. That doesn't make them right. Silence stretched between them. Birds chirped in the canopy above, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Naruto, Itachi said finally, would you be willing to meet me here again in a few days? I might be able to help. The boy eyed him cautiously. Why would you want to help me? Because I believe you deserve it, Itachi replied simply. No one should have to face the world alone. Naruto considered this. The prospect of assistance was both enticing and frightening. Trust was not something he gave easily. Okay, he agreed tentatively. In 3 days. Itachi offered a small smile. I'll be here. Naruto stood, the chains around him retracting slightly. He looked at Itachi with a mixture of hope and skepticism. Thank you, he said softly. You're welcome, Itachi replied. Without another word, Naruto turned and leaped into the trees, moving with an agility that spoke of years spent navigating the forest canopy. Itachi watched until he was out of sight, his mind awash with plans and questions. He needed to delve deeper into the village's records to understand how Naruto had been overlooked or perhaps intentionally forgotten. The implications were troubling. If the boy was indeed the son of the fourth Hokage, there were serious oversights that needed to be addressed. Rising to his feet, Itachi set off toward the village. The sun was beginning to dip toward the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees. He moved swiftly, his mind focused. Today was supposed to bring clarity, he mused to himself. Instead, it has only raised more questions. But there was a sense of purpose now, a determination to right a wrong, to help a child who had been unjustly cast aside. Itachi knew the path ahead would be complicated, fraught with challenges both personal and political. Yet, he couldn't turn away. Not from this. As he neared the village outskirts, Itachi steeled himself. There was much to do, and time was of the essence. He would need to navigate carefully, to gather information without drawing undue attention. But first, he had a promise to keep. Be safe, Naruto, he thought. I will do what I can to help you. With that resolve, he disappeared into the fading light, a silent guardian moving through the shadows. Konoha. Deep within the labyrinthine corridors of Konoha's grand library, Itachi Uchiha sat ensconced in the dim glow of candlelight. The restricted section was a vault of secrets, its walls lined with scrolls and tomes that held the village's most guarded knowledge. For the past 10 hours, Itachi had been immersed in a relentless pursuit of truth, sifting through records that few ever laid eyes upon. Each page he turned added fuel to the simmering anger that churned within him, a quiet rage that threatened to breach his stoic exterior. He began his investigation methodically, starting with the archives of unsolved deaths and disappearances from approximately 18 months prior. It didn't take long for him to locate the incident he sought, the death of a chunin named Akihiro. The official report was disturbingly sparse, a mere footnote in the annals of the village's history. According to the records, Akihiro had been found deceased near the outskirts of Konoha, his body bearing signs of a violent end. There were no witnesses, no suspects, and, inexplicably, no thorough investigation. The case had been swiftly closed, relegated to obscurity. Itachi's eyes narrowed as he absorbed this information. That a seasoned shinobi, a chunin tasked with the village's protection, could meet such an end without raising alarms was deeply troubling. But what unsettled him more was the connection to Naruto. The timelines aligned too neatly to be mere coincidence. He surmised that Akihiro was the man who had attempted to kill Naruto, only to be killed himself in self-defense by the boy's mysterious chains. The implications were staggering. Not only had a 4-year-old Naruto managed to survive an attack from an experienced shinobi, but he had also inadvertently caused the man's death. It was a testament to both the latent power of his chains and his sheer will to survive. Yet, the lack of any substantial investigation or follow-up on Akihiro's death suggested a deliberate effort to suppress the incident. Driven by a need to understand the root of this aggression towards Naruto, Itachi delved deeper into the archives. He scoured mission logs, personnel files, and internal communications, searching for any indication of animosity or prior altercations involving Akihiro and Naruto. His efforts yielded little. There were no documented interactions between the two, no reported grievances or disputes. Frustrated but undeterred, Itachi shifted his focus. If the answers weren't in the public records, perhaps they lay hidden in places less scrutinized. He turned to the hospital logs, a comprehensive ledger of every injury, illness, and treatment administered within Konoha. What he found there chilled him to the bone. Naruto Uzumaki's name appeared with alarming frequency. The entries detailed a harrowing litany of injuries sustained over the course of his young life. Lacerations, contusions, fractures, signs of malnourishment, and even instances of poisoning. Some of the injuries were severe wounds that would have incapacitated even an adult. The dates spanned back to when Naruto was barely old enough to walk, indicating a sustained pattern of abuse. Itachi's hands tightened around the scrolls, knuckles whitening. The sheer number of hospital visits over 70 in 4 years was staggering. Each entry was a testament to the suffering Naruto had endured. Yet, what was perhaps most disturbing was the consistent absence of any follow-up investigations or recorded attempts to identify and prosecute the perpetrators. How could this be allowed? Itachi thought, his mind racing. How could so many incidents be overlooked, dismissed, or ignored? He knew that Konoha prided itself on its community and the well-being of its citizens, especially its children. For a child any child to suffer such repeated harm without intervention was a gross dereliction of duty. But for that child to be the son of the fourth Hokage, the very hero who had sacrificed himself for the village, was beyond comprehension. As he delved further, Itachi began to piece together a troubling narrative. The lack of action wasn't mere negligence. It was systematic. Records were incomplete or missing, reports lacked essential details, and there was a conspicuous absence of accountability. It was as if an unseen hand had orchestrated a campaign to erase evidence and stifle any inquiry into Naruto's plight. It goes deeper than I thought, he mused, a cold realization settling in. There are those within the village who wish him harm or, at the very least, are willing to let harm come to him. The more he contemplated the situation, the more urgent it became to act. Naruto was not safe within the walls of Konoha. His chains provided a formidable defense, but without proper training and guidance, they were insufficient against the threats he faced. If a Chunin had attempted to kill him once, there was no guarantee others wouldn't try again, perhaps with greater numbers or more insidious methods. Returning to his quarters late that night, Itachi sat in the dim light, the weight of his discoveries pressing heavily upon him. The familiar surroundings offered little comfort. His gaze drifted to the wall that separated his room from Sayuri's. The thought of his younger sister brought a pang of protectiveness. He couldn't fathom the idea of Sayuri enduring what Naruto had. No child should bear such burdens. Naruto needs someone to stand by him, Itachi resolved silently. If the village has turned its back on him, then I will not. But the path forward was fraught with complications. Trust within Konoha's hierarchy was now suspect. He couldn't be certain who was complicit in the mistreatment or who might betray Naruto's whereabouts if informed. Acting openly could draw unwanted attention or even endanger Naruto further. It must be done discreetly, he concluded. I will train him myself, away from prying eyes. I will give him the tools he needs to protect himself and the choice to decide his own fate. As the night wore on, Itachi began formulating a plan. He would need to balance his duties with the ANBU and his commitments to his clan, all while mentoring Naruto in secret. It was a delicate balance, but one he was determined to maintain. Exhaustion tugged at the edges of his consciousness, but sleep eluded him. When he finally closed his eyes, it was with the hope that his actions might not only safeguard Naruto, but perhaps also begin to atone for the village's failures. Forest of Death. High above the forest floor, hidden among the dense foliage of an ancient tree, Naruto sat in his secluded refuge. The hollowed-out cavity, painstakingly carved deeper using his chains, was more than a shelter, it was a sanctuary. Here, the cacophony of the world faded, replaced by the gentle whispers of leaves and the rhythmic chorus of nocturnal creatures. Arranged carefully within the snug space were his most treasured possessions, small wooden carvings he had fashioned with meticulous care. Each figure represented a fragment of the family he longed for: a father with a reassuring smile, a mother with kind eyes, and a boy who embodied his hopes and dreams. The carvings were crude by any artisan's standards, but to Naruto, they were imbued with life and meaning. As darkness enveloped the forest, he found solace in speaking to his makeshift family. His voice was soft, barely more than a murmur, as he recounted his encounter with Itachi, the questions that had stirred painful memories, the confusion that lingered in his heart. He said it was okay, Naruto whispered, his gaze fixed on the wooden figures. He said I was allowed to defend myself. The admission brought a subtle relief. For so long, he had harbored guilt over what had happened with Akihiro. The fear that he was a monster, that his very existence brought harm to others, had weighed heavily upon him. Itachi's words had begun to chip away at that self-imposed burden. But can I trust him? He wondered aloud. What if he's like the others? The silence of the forest offered no answers, but the act of voicing his fears provided a measure of clarity. Reflecting on their interactions, he acknowledged that Itachi had shown him kindness, a rarity in his experience. The gifts, the offer of training, and most importantly, the respect for his autonomy. He didn't try to force me, Naruto mused. Maybe I can give him a chance. The decision made, he felt a tentative hope take root. Curling up within his sanctuary, he allowed the gentle sway of the treetops to lull him into sleep. For the first time in a long while, his dreams were free from the shadows of his past. 3 days later, the sun shone brightly overhead, casting dappled patterns through the canopy as it filtered down to the forest floor. In the secluded clearing where they had first spoken, Itachi stood waiting. A large backpack rested at his feet, its contents carefully selected for the meeting. He glanced upward, scanning the treetops for any sign of movement. Though his expression remained composed, a hint of unease stirred within him. There was a possibility that Naruto wouldn't come, that mistrust or second thoughts had kept him away. Just as he was about to resign himself to waiting longer, a subtle rustling caught his attention. Emerging gracefully from the foliage, Naruto descended, his chains retracting as he landed softly on the grass. "You came," Itachi said, a note of relief evident in his voice. Naruto offered a small nod. "I said I would." "I'm glad," Itachi replied sincerely. He picked up the backpack and extended it toward the boy. "I brought you some supplies, clothing, food, and a few other items you might find useful." Naruto eyed the bag cautiously. Instead of taking it by hand, he summoned one of his chains, which coiled around the straps, and lifted it toward himself. "Still prefers to keep his distance," Itachi observed silently. "That's understandable." As Naruto began to explore the contents, Itachi watched him closely. The boy pulled out a neatly folded set of clothisa black t-shirt and matching shorts. He glanced down at his own worn and tattered garments, the fabric frayed and stained from constant use. Without hesitation or embarrassment, Naruto removed his old shirt, revealing a lean frame marked by the occasional scare, a testament to his hardships. He donned the new shirt, the fabric clean and soft against his skin. The shorts replaced his ragged pants, fitting comfortably. "Do they fit well?" Itachi asked. Naruto looked up, meeting his gaze briefly. "Yes, thank you." "You're welcome," Itachi replied with a slight smile. "There's more in the bag." Continuing his inspection, Naruto found a set of kunai, their edges sharp and gleaming. He held one up, examining it with a discerning eye before turning his attention back to Itachi. "Why are you giving me these?" he inquired. "Tools of the trade," Itachi explained. "If you're willing, I'd like to teach you how to use them properly. I believe you have great potential, Naruto." A flicker of skepticism crossed the boy's features. "Why do you want to train me?" Itachi considered his words carefully. "Because I think you deserve the chance to grow stronger, to protect yourself, and decide your own path." Naruto's gaze hardened slightly. "You're not going to make me go back to the village?" "No," Itachi assured him. "That choice is yours. I won't force you to do anything against your will." The honesty in his tone seemed to reach Naruto. The boy's posture relaxed minutely, though caution still lingered in his eyes. What's the catch? Naruto pressed. People don't just help others for nothing. Itachi nodded appreciatively at the question. That's a fair point. My reason is simple. I believe it's the right thing to do. I want to help you because I can, and because I think it's what should have been done long ago. A silence settled between them as Naruto weighed this response. Trust was a fragile commodity, hard-earned and easily broken. All right, Naruto said finally. I'll accept your help. Good, Itachi replied, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. We can begin whenever you're ready. Naruto glanced back into the bag and pulled out a set of weighted bands. What are these for? Training weights, Itachi explained. They'll add resistance to your movements, helping to build strength and speed over time. Do you wear them? Naruto asked. I did when I was younger, Itachi said. They were quite effective. Nodding thoughtfully, Naruto began fastening the weights around his wrists and ankles. The added heft was immediately noticeable, but he didn't seem deterred. You mentioned your eyes before, Naruto said, looking up. The red ones that put me to sleep. Can you teach me to do that? Itachi offered a gentle smile. That's the Sharingan trait unique to my clan. It's a Kekkei Genkai, a bloodline ability passed down through generations, just as your chains are unique to you. Naruto considered this. So only you can have those eyes, and only I can have these chains. Exactly, Itachi affirmed. Our abilities are part of who we are. All right, Naruto said, accepting the explanation. What will you teach me then? A great many things, Itachi replied. Taijutsu to improve your hand-to-hand combat skills, ninjutsu to expand your range of techniques, and strategies to make the most of your unique abilities. Naruto's eyes flickered with a mix of anticipation and determination. I want to be strong enough that no one can ever hurt me again. That's a worthy goal, Itachi acknowledged. But strength isn't just about power. It's also about understanding, discipline, and making the right choices. I understand, Naruto said quietly. Then let's begin, Itachi suggested. We'll start with some basic exercises to assess your current abilities. Over the next few hours, Itachi guided Naruto through a series of drills. They began with simple movements to adjust to the weights running, jumping, and basic forms. Itachi observed attentively, noting the boy's natural agility and adaptability. Your balance is good, Itachi commented as Naruto landed lightly after a series of jumps. The weights don't seem to hinder you much. I've spent a lot of time in the trees, Naruto explained. You have to be quick, or you fall. That experience will serve you well, Itachi said. Now, let's focus on your chakra control. He demonstrated a basic exercise channeling chakra to the soles of the feet to adhere to surfaces. Naruto watched intently before attempting it himself. It took a few tries, but soon he was walking up the trunk of a tree with relative ease. Impressive, Itachi remarked. You learn quickly. Naruto allowed a small smile. I like learning new things. They progressed to more advanced techniques, interspersed with discussions about strategy and philosophy. Itachi was careful to emphasize not just the how, but the why, instilling a sense of purpose and ethical grounding. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, they concluded the day's session. That will be enough for today, Itachi said. You did well. Thank you, Naruto replied, his expression earnest. I'll return in a few days, Itachi continued. In the meantime, practice what we've covered. And if you have any questions or need anything, you can find me here. Naruto nodded. I will. Before parting ways, Itachi paused. Remember, Naruto are not alone. If you ever need help, don't hesitate to ask. The boy met his gaze, a hint of vulnerability surfacing. I won't forget. As Naruto disappeared back into the forest, moving with a grace born of familiarity with the terrain, Itachi felt a sense of quiet accomplishment. The path ahead was uncertain, but he was committed to seeing it through. Turning to make his own way back to the village, Itachi reflected on the day's events. In helping Naruto, he hoped not only to empower the boy, but also to honor the legacy of those who had come before. Perhaps, he thought, this is the beginning of something greater. With renewed purpose, he vanished into the gathering twilight, a silent guardian charting a course through shadows and secrets. 1 year later, Naruto found himself caught in a constant tug-of war of emotions when it came to Itachi. On one hand, he admired the older ninja's incredible skills, wisdom, and the dedication he showed as a mentor. On the other hand, there were moments when he was convinced that Itachi took a certain twisted delight in pushing him to his absolute limits. He couldn't quite place why he felt this way. Perhaps it was the serene expression Itachi maintained while subjecting him to grueling training sessions, or the way he always seemed to have another challenge ready, just as Naruto thought he had overcome the last one. Despite these conflicting feelings, Naruto had to admit that he had never felt stronger, both physically and mentally, in his entire young life. The transformation over the past year had been profound. When he first began training under Itachi's tutelage, the introduction of weighted training gear had been nothing short of torture. The weights were, according to Itachi, the lightest available in a progressively heavier series designed for shinobi conditioning. However, for Naruto, who was still small for his age, they felt like anchors chained to his limbs. Each weight constituted a significant portion of his own body mass, making even the simplest movements a monumental effort. The initial days were the hardest. Strapped into the weights, Naruto struggled to walk, let alone run or perform the acrobatic feats he was accustomed to. It was as though gravity had doubled its hold on him. To compound the challenge, Itachi insisted that he refrain from using his chakra chains to aid his movements. This directive was particularly difficult for Naruto to accept. His chains had become an extension of himself, a means to navigate the forest with agility, to defend himself, and to interact with the world around him. Being told to rely solely on his physical strength felt like being asked to function without one of his limbs. "Your chains are remarkable," Itachi had acknowledged during one of their early training sessions. But over-reliance on any one ability can become a weakness. To become truly strong, you must build a solid foundation. At first, Naruto resented this restriction. The forest was his domain, a place where he moved with the ease and grace of a wild creature. Now, he found himself clumsy and slow, tripping over roots and struggling to leap between branches. Muscles he hadn't known he possessed ached constantly. There were moments when frustration threatened to overwhelm him, but Itachi's calm, unwavering support kept him grounded. "Every great journey begins with a single step," Itachi would remind him. "Perseverance is key." Gradually, Naruto began to adapt. His muscles strengthened, his endurance increased, and movements that once seemed impossible became manageable. Just as he grew accustomed to a certain level of difficulty, Itachi would subtly increase the challenge, adding slightly heavier weights or introducing more complex exercises. Naruto sometimes wondered if there was a limitless supply of training gear designed specifically to test his limits. His dreams often reflected his daytime struggles. He would find himself in vast rooms filled with towering stacks of weights, each pile representing a challenge he had overcome. Atop the highest stack sat Itachi, composed and inscrutable, overseeing Naruto's efforts with an ever-present calm. In these dreams, escape was contingent upon completing impossible feats like performing hundreds of push-ups with the weight of a mountain on his back. Yet, despite the intensity of the physical training, Naruto couldn't deny the results. His agility improved, his strength increased, and he moved with a newfound confidence. The forest, once again, became a place where he could traverse with ease, even with the added burden of the weights. He began to understand the wisdom in Itachi's methods. Beyond the physical conditioning, Itachi introduced Naruto to the foundational principles of ninjutsu and chakra control. This was the aspect of training that excited Naruto the most. He had witnessed shinobi performing incredible feats, breathing fire, summoning water dragons, manipulating shadows, and the prospect of learning such techniques filled him with eager anticipation. However, his initial enthusiasm was met with a reality check. "Before you can wield such power," Itachi explained patiently, "you must first learn to control your chakra with precision." Naruto's early attempts at chakra manipulation were, to put it mildly, disastrous. The first task Itachi set for him was deceptively simple: maintain a steady flow of chakra to suspend a leaf above his palm. Naruto assumed this would be an easy feat after all, He had an abundance of chakra. How hard could it be to levitate a small leaf? He quickly discovered that raw power without control was ineffective. His first attempts resulted in the leaf shooting into the air like a projectile, slicing apart from the sheer force, or bursting into flames. On one memorable occasion, the leaf exploded with a loud crack, startling both of them and singeing his fingertips. Your chakra control is unique, Itachi remarked with a hint of amusement. But we have much work to do. Undeterred, Naruto dedicated himself to mastering the exercise. It required an unprecedented level of focus and patience. Each day, he sat cross-legged, palm extended, eyes fixed on the leaf as he attempted to channel just the right amount of chakra. Minutes stretched into hours as he practiced, the world around him fading as he immersed himself in the task. Progress was slow but tangible. Over weeks, the violent reactions diminished. The leaf began to hover steadily, if only for brief periods. Naruto celebrated each small Victoria minute of stability, then two. However, maintaining the levitation for the full 5 minutes that Itachi required remained elusive. Remember, Itachi advised during one session, chakra control is the foundation of all ninjutsu. Without it, even the simplest techniques can become dangerous. Naruto nodded, absorbing the wisdom. He began to see the parallels between his physical training and chakra exercises. Both required discipline, patience, and a willingness to confront his own limitations. While chakra control presented challenges, there was one area where Naruto excelled beyond expectations: weapon proficiency. Prior to meeting Itachi, Naruto had practiced throwing kunai and shuriken, using makeshift targets, and scavenged weapons often dull or misshapen. His techniques were self-taught, and while he had a natural aptitude, there were gaps in his knowledge. Under Itachi's guidance, Naruto's skills sharpened considerably. He learned proper stances, grip techniques, and the subtle art of reading wind and distance. Itachi demonstrated advanced maneuvers, including deflection techniques that allowed a thrown weapon to change trajectory mid-flight. Naruto threw himself into this aspect of training with gusto. Hours were spent practicing throws, adjusting angles, and experimenting with timing. He set up complex targets throughout the forest, challenging himself to hit moving leaves or distant knots in trees. The thrill of improvement spurred him on. Your progress is remarkable, Itachi acknowledged after Naruto successfully executed a double deflection, causing a kunai to ricochet between two trees before striking the target. Naruto beamed at the praise. "It's because I have a good teacher," he replied earnestly. These successes provided a much-needed balance to the frustrations he faced elsewhere. They reinforced his belief in his own potential and validated the efforts he was making across all aspects of his training. As the months rolled by, Naruto's solitary training sessions became more frequent. Itachi's responsibilities often took him away on missions, sometimes for days at a time. While Naruto missed his mentor's presence, he understood the importance of Itachi's duties. On the second day of training alone, Naruto decided to venture deeper into the forest, exploring areas he hadn't visited in some time. The weights on his wrists and ankles were a constant reminder of his commitment, but they no longer felt burdensome. Instead, they had become an integrated part of his routine. He moved fluidly among the trees, leaping from branch to branch with practiced ease. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, a rustling of leaves, the distant calls of birds, and the gentle whisper of the wind. It was in these moments that Naruto felt most at peace, connected to the world around him. Every so often, he paused to pluck a fresh leaf, resuming his chakra control exercises. Holding the leaf above his palm, he concentrated on the flow of energy within him, striving for the delicate balance required. Each attempt brought him closer to his goal, but the elusive 5-minute mark remained just out of reach. As he approached the western boundary of his self-declared territory, a vast expanse of forest he had come to know intimately, Naruto noticed something unusual. From his high vantage point, he spotted a group of 3 people making their way toward a clearing near the spot where he had once confronted the kidnapper. Curiosity piqued, he settled onto a sturdy branch, wrapping his chains around himself in a protective cloak, a habit he had developed when observing others from the trees. The group appeared to be civilians, dressed in elegant kimonos that contrasted sharply with the rugged surroundings. They carried a large picnic basket and moved with an unhurried grace. What are they doing all the way out here? Naruto wondered. Just as he was about to dismiss the scene and continue his training, his gaze fell upon the smallest member of the group. Recognition sparked within him. It was Hinata. A surge of emotions welled up. He hadn't seen her up close since the night he had rescued her from the kidnapper. Over the past several months, he had occasionally glimpsed her within the village, always from a distance and always careful to remain unseen. She was a member of the esteemed Hyuga clan, and her world seemed so different from his own. Seeing her outside the confines of the village and her clan's compound was unexpected. Naruto felt an inexplicable pull to stay and watch. He adjusted his position, ensuring he remained concealed among the leaves and shadows, and observed as the group set up their picnic. The adults spread a blanket on the grass, arranging dishes and utensils with practiced ease. Hinata assisted quietly, her movements delicate and purposeful. There was a gentle aura about her that Naruto found calming. He retrieved a leaf and resumed his chakra exercise, though his attention was divided. Glancing intermittently between the floating leaf and the scene below, he felt a sense of contentment. The laughter and soft conversations that drifted upward added a layer of serenity to the afternoon. Maybe today I'll finally reach 5 minutes, he thought optimistically. He focused intently, channeling his chakra with greater precision than ever before. The leaf hovered steadily above his palm, untouched by the errant surges that had plagued his earlier attempts. Seconds ticked by, then minutes. Naruto's heart swelled with anticipation as he approached the critical threshold. A sudden movement caught his eye. Hinata had wandered a short distance from the group, drawn by a cluster of vibrant wildflowers near the base of the tree where he sat. In her quiet appreciation of the blooms, she failed to notice a small snake slithering nearby. Naruto's senses sharpened. While the snake was harmless, a common garden variety, it startled easily and could cause alarm if surprised. Before he could consider his actions, one of his chains extended downward, gently guiding the snake away from Hinata's path. The creature obliged, disappearing into the underbrush without incident. Hinata paused, sensing something but unsure of what. She looked around, her pale eyes scanning the forest with a mix of curiosity and slight apprehension. Naruto held his breath, remaining perfectly still. For a fleeting moment, her gaze seemed to settle on his position, and he wondered if she could sense his presence. A soft smile crossed her features, a silent acknowledgement, or perhaps a simple appreciation of the forest's tranquility. She turned back to rejoin her companions, the moment passing like a whisper. Naruto exhaled slowly, a mixture of relief and exhilaration coursing through him. The leaf above his palm wavered and fell, but he scarcely noticed. His thoughts lingered on Hinata's smile and the quiet connection he felt. Does she remember me? He wondered. The possibility stirred something warm within him. As the afternoon wore on, Naruto remained in his perch, content to observe from a distance. The picnic unfolded with a peaceful rhythm, shared stories, gentle laughter, and the simple joy of being together. It was a glimpse into a world that Naruto had seldom experienced. He resumed his chakra exercise, but his mind was light, buoyed by the unexpected encounter. This time, the leaf hovered effortlessly, and when he finally checked the time, he realized he had surpassed the 5-minute goal. A triumphant grin spread across his face. I did it, he whispered excitedly. I finally did it. The accomplishment felt all the more significant in the context of the dire convergence of personal milestones and quiet revelations. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the forest floor, the group below started to pack up their belongings. Naruto watched as Hinata and her companions gathered their things, their voices carrying softly on the evening breeze. He felt a pang of wistfulness as they departed, disappearing along the forest path back toward the village. For a moment, he considered following at a distance, but thought better of it. Instead, he chose to cherish the memory of the day and the subtle progress he had made. One day, he mused, maybe I won't have to hide. Gathering himself, Naruto prepared to return to his own sanctuary. The weights on his limbs felt lighter than ever, a testament to both his physical growth and the buoyancy of his spirits. He glanced once more at the spot where Hinata had stood, a gentle resolve forming within him. "I'll keep getting stronger," he vowed silently. "For myself and for the future I want to build." With a renewed sense of purpose, he leaped gracefully into the canopy, moving with the fluidity of a seasoned shinobi. The forest embraced him, leaves rustling softly in his wake as he disappeared into the deepening twilight. As night settled over the land, the stars emerged one by one, casting a silvery glow upon the world below. In his hidden refuge, Naruto settled in, the day's events replaying in his mind. Sleep came easily, accompanied by dreams of possibility and the quiet promise of days yet to come. Hokage Tower. Itachi entered the Hokage's office with a purposeful stride, a sealed mission scroll held securely in his hand. As he approached the aged leader's desk, he presented the scroll respectfully. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, received it with a nod but then gestured subtly with his hand. The ANBU operatives stationed discreetly around the room acknowledged the silent command and vanished in a blur of motion, leaving the two men alone in the expansive chamber. With a few practiced hand signs, the Hokage activated the intricate security seals woven into the room's very walls. A faint hum resonated briefly, signaling that their conversation was now cloaked from any prying ears. "Your secondary mission report?" Hiruzen inquired, his tone measured but laced with underlying concern. Itachi gave a curt nod. "Yes, Lord Hokage. The factions I've been monitoring have begun to extend overtures of alliance to several clans within Sunagakure. Additionally, they've made contact with at least one influential family in Kirigakure." He retrieved another scroll from a concealed pocket within his vest and handed it over. "While I couldn't confirm the establishment of formal alliances beyond the clan in Kiri, it's evident they've made significant progress in negotiations with all the parties listed." The Hokage's eyes scanned the document, his brows knitting together as he absorbed the implications. A heavy sigh escaped his lips, and for a moment, the weight of his years seemed to press down upon him. "So, they're truly intent on pursuing this path," he murmured, more to himself than to Itachi. Itachi remained silent, understanding that the Hokage's comment was rhetorical. After a moment, Hiruzen looked up, his gaze sharp yet weary. "Do you have any indication of when they plan to initiate their actions?" "Based on the intelligence gathered, their preparations won't be complete for at least 12 months, Itachi replied. "However, they've set a tentative timeline aiming for somewhere within the next 15 months. Given the rate at which they're amassing resources and armaments, I would estimate that we have approximately 13 months before they are ready to proceed. Any additional time beyond that would be unforeseen and advantageous." The Hokage leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepled thoughtfully beneath his chin. 13 months to prevent what could become the gravest crisis Konoha has faced since the Ninetales attack, he mused aloud. There are days when the mantle of Hokage feels especially burdensome. Itachi observed the village leader, empathizing with the heavy responsibilities that came with the title. The role of Hokage demanded sacrifices that few could fathom, a relentless commitment to the welfare of the village and its people, often at the expense of personal desires and peace. Hiruzen had shouldered this immense duty not once, but twice, and Itachi held deep respect for the elder shinobi's dedication. Breaking the contemplative silence, the Hokage fixed his gaze upon Itachi. "Continue your surveillance, and keep me apprised of any developments. Your insights are invaluable in navigating this delicate situation." "Understood, Lord Hokage," Itachi responded with a formal bow. "I will maintain vigilance." As he departed from the office, the weight of the conversation lingered in his mind. The corridors of the Hokage Tower were quiet, the subdued atmosphere reflecting the gravity of the matters at hand. Emerging into the afternoon light, Itachi began the journey back toward the Uchiha district, his thoughts a whirlwind of strategy and introspection. The predicament he faced was a labyrinth with no clear exit. 13 months of fleeting span in the grand scheme was all the time he had to alter the course of his clan's trajectory. The Uchiha were teetering on the precipice of rebellion, their discontent festering into something perilously close to treason. Loyalty to his family and devotion to the village he cherished were on an inexorable collision course. It seems no matter which path I choose, I stand to lose something precious, Itachi reflected somberly. The concept of freedom weighed heavily on his mind. Was it truly about the ability to act without restraint, or was it more about making choices one could live with, despite the constraints imposed by duty and circumstance? He couldn't help but think of Naruto, the young boy he had taken under his wing. Living freely in the forest, Naruto embodied a simplicity that contrasted starkly with Itachi's own complex reality. Yet, even Naruto was not untouched by the burdens of the world. His isolation, his struggles, and the shadows of his past were chains of a different sort. Perhaps freedom is not the absence of obligations, Itachi mused, but the capacity to choose one's own burdens. That night, sleep eluded him. Restless, he gazed up at the ceiling of his modest room, the familiar contours offering no comfort. The moon cast slivers of silvery light through the window, shadows dancing in the corners. He could almost feel the sands of time slipping through his fingers, each grain marking a moment closer to the inevitable decision he would have to make. 13 months, he whispered into the quiet. The choices before him were stark: betray his clan to protect the village or turn his back on Konoha to stand with his family. Both options carried consequences that could shatter him in different ways. As dawn approached, painting the sky with hues of lavender and pale gold, Itachi resolved to find a third path, a way to honor his commitments without sacrificing his soul. But how? The answer remained elusive, a faint glimmer on the horizon of a tumultuous sea. For Itachi Uchiha, the past year had been a tumultuous journey marked by moments of profound fulfillment and deep inner turmoil. It was a period where some of the brightest instances of his life were juxtaposed against some of the darkest challenges he had ever faced. The central conflict that gnawed at his conscience remained unresolved: the agonizing decision between his unwavering loyalty to his clan, the illustrious Yukihand, his steadfast commitment to Konohagakure, the village he had sworn to protect. This dilemma weighed heavily on his soul, casting long shadows over his thoughts and often robbing him of sleep as he grappled with the possible repercussions of his choices. Amidst this maelstrom of uncertainty and doubt, Itachi found an unexpected refuge, a simple yet profound purpose that brought clarity to his life. This sanctuary came in the form of training Naruto Uzumaki, a young boy whose potential and spirit had captured Itachi's attention. Guiding Naruto provided Itachi with a sense of fulfillment that required no deception, no hidden agendas, and no sleepless nights fraught with anxiety. It was a straightforward endeavor that allowed him to focus entirely on nurturing the growth of another, and for this, Itachi was deeply grateful. Teaching Naruto was not just a duty, it was a source of genuine joy and, at times, amusement. Unlike his younger sister Sayuri, who seemed fixated on emulating Itachi's every move in a relentless quest to surpass him, Naruto approached learning with an openness and unpredictability that was both refreshing and invigorating. Sayuri's determination to become a carbon copy of her elder brother often led to rigid thinking and a lack of innovation. Naruto, however, was a constant source of surprise for the stoic Uchiha. Itachi still smiled fondly whenever he recalled some of Naruto's more unorthodox attempts at mastering the ninja arts. One particularly memorable instance was when Naruto endeavored to replicate Itachi's signature crow clone technique. The boy's creativity knew no bounds, and his willingness to experiment led to some rather outlandish, yet intriguing, results. These moments injected a lightheartedness into their training sessions, moments that Itachi cherished amidst the heavier burdens he bore. Over the course of 3 intensive months, Itachi and Naruto delved deep into the foundational aspects of shinobi training. They had finally progressed to practicing the 3 basic jutsu that were considered essential for any ninja: the clone technique, the transformation technique, and the substitution technique. Naruto displayed a natural aptitude for both the transformation and substitution techniques. His ability to alter his appearance seamlessly and to switch places with objects in the blink of an eye showcased his growing proficiency. However, the clone technique proved to be a significant hurdle. Naruto's attempts at creating illusory duplicates of himself were, To put it mildly, less than successful. The clones he produced were often misshapen, translucent, or lacking in substance altogether. Itachi observed these struggles with a discerning eye. Early in their training, he had noted that Naruto possessed an unusually large reservoir of chakra far exceeding what was typical for someone his age. This abundance, while a potential asset, presented its own set of challenges. The basic clone technique required precise chakra control, demanding that the user mold a minimal amount of chakra to create a convincing illusion. For Naruto, whose chakra reserves were vast and difficult to regulate in such small quantities, it was akin to trying to extract a single drop of water from a surging waterfall without causing a flood. Despite significant improvements in his chakra control under Itachi's tutelage, the technique remained elusive. Recognizing the inherent mismatch between Naruto's chakra capacity and the requirements of the basic clone technique, Itachi contemplated alternative approaches. One afternoon, as they sat beneath the shade of towering oak trees, leaves rustling gently in the breeze, Itachi broached the subject. Naruto, he began thoughtfully, his gaze steady on the boy. I've noticed that the standard clone technique doesn't seem to suit you well. Your chakra reserves are exceptional, and that might be the source of the difficulty. Naruto looked up, a hint of frustration evident in his eyes. I just can't seem to get it right, Itachi-sensei. No matter how hard I try, the clones always come out wrong. Itachi offered a reassuring smile. It's not a matter of effort, but compatibility. There are other clone techniques that might align better with your abilities. Have you heard of the Shadow Clone Jutsu? Naruto's eyes widened with curiosity. Shadow Clone Jutsu? What's that? It's a more advanced technique, Itachi explained, one that creates tangible, solid clones rather than mere illusions. It requires a significant amount of chakra, which, in your case, shouldn't be an issue. A spark of excitement ignited in Naruto's expression. You mean I can make real clones? Ones that can actually fight and move on their own? Exactly, Itachi affirmed. Would you like to give it a try? Yes, Naruto exclaimed, his previous frustration forgotten. They spent the rest of the day practicing the new technique. Remarkably, Naruto took to it with ease. The Shadow Clone Jutsu seemed almost tailor-made for him, allowing him to utilize his vast chakra reserves effectively. Within hours, he was able to produce multiple solid clones, each capable of independent thought and action. Itachi watched with a mix of pride and awe as Naruto's clones sparred with one another, demonstrating a level of coordination and teamwork that was impressive for someone so young. As the sun began to set, casting golden hues across the training ground, Naruto turned to Itachi with a question that had been on his mind. Itachi-sensei, how do you perform that technique where you disappear into a flock of crows? It's so cool. Can you teach me? Itachi considered the request carefully. The technique you're referring to is linked to my summoning contract with crows. It's called the Crow Clone Technique, and it's unique to those who have formed a bond with these creatures. Naruto's enthusiasm dimmed slightly. So, I can't learn it unless I have a contract with the crows? That's correct, Itachi replied gently. The crows are more than just summoned animals. They're partners who lend their abilities to enhance certain jutsu. Oh, I see, Naruto said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. But then, a determined glint appeared in his eyes. Well, maybe I'll find a way to do something similar. Itachi smiled softly, admiring the boy's unwavering spirit. I look forward to seeing what you come up with. The following day, Itachi arrived at their usual training spot to find Naruto brimming with excitement. There was a mischievous sparkle in his eyes that piqued Itachi's curiosity. You're in high spirits today, Itachi observed. Wait till you see what I've been working on, Naruto declared, barely able to contain himself. They began with a review of the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto effortlessly created a dozen clones, their presence filling the clearing. Itachi nodded appreciatively. Your proficiency with this technique is impressive, Naruto. Thanks, but that's not all, Naruto said with a grin. Before Itachi could inquire further, one of the clones stepped forward. Suddenly, the clone began to dissolve, its form breaking apart into a swirling mass of crows that took flight, cawing as they ascended into the sky. Itachi's eyes widened in astonishment. The sight was strikingly similar to his own crow clone technique. Instinctively, he activated his Sharingan, scanning for any signs of Jinjutsu or chakra manipulation that could explain what he was witnessing. There was no indication of a summoning contract in effect, nor did he detect any foreign chakra signatures. Naruto himself was nowhere to be seen. Concerned, Itachi swiftly formed a series of hand seals and pressed his palm to the ground. Summoning jutsu. A large crow appeared in a puff of smoke, a scroll attached to its leg. Unrolling the scroll, Itachi searched for any new signatures that might indicate Naruto had somehow forged a contract with the crows. To his surprise, only his own name adorned the parchment. Perplexed, he stood there, contemplating the implications. How could Naruto replicate a technique that required a summoning contract he didn't possess? His musings were interrupted by the sound of laughter. Turning toward the source, he saw Naruto emerge from behind a tree, a wide grin spread across his face. "Gotcha, Itachi-sensei," he exclaimed, clearly pleased with himself. Itachi raised an eyebrow, his expression a mixture of relief and intrigue. "Naruto, what did you just do?" "I came up with my own version of your crow technique," Naruto explained enthusiastically. "I combined the shadow clone and transformation techniques. Watch." He created another shadow clone, and together they performed the transformation jutsu. This time, the clone transformed into a flock of crows, just as before, dispersing into the air. However, with his Sharingan still active, Itachi noticed that the crows were not real. They were an extension of the clone's transformation, dissipating into smoke shortly after separating. Realization dawned on Itachi. Naruto had ingeniously crafted a method to mimic the visual effect of the crow clone technique without the need for an actual summoning contract. It was a clever fusion of skills, executed with a level of creativity that was rare even among seasoned shinobi. "Impressive," Itachi acknowledged, a genuine smile forming on his lips. "You've managed to replicate the appearance of my technique using your own methods. Well done, Naruto." Naruto beamed at the praise. "Thanks, Itachi-sensei. I figured if I can't summon real crows, I could at least make it look like I can. It might confuse opponents, right?" Indeed, Itachi agreed. Deception is a valuable tool in a shinobi's arsenal. Your ability to think outside the box will serve you well. This display was a testament to the way Naruto's mind worked unconstrained by traditional teachings or the limitations often imposed by formal training. Having grown up largely on his own, Naruto hadn't internalized the rigid structures and assumptions that many shinobi accepted without question. To him, boundaries were not walls, but challenges to be overcome. Itachi found this perspective refreshing and, at times, enlightening. In fact, he had begun to incorporate some of Naruto's unconventional ideas into his own repertoire. For instance, Naruto had experimented with using shadow clones as substitutes in the substitution jutsu, allowing him to evade attacks by swapping places with a clone rather than an inanimate object. This adaptation provided a tactical advantage, enabling counterattacks or strategic repositioning. Furthermore, Naruto had devised a technique resembling the body flicker jutsu by substituting with stationary objects at high speed, effectively teleporting short distances. Itachi had shared these innovations with his comrades in the ANBU Black Ops, sparking discussions and interest among some of the most skilled shinobi in the village. Even his close friend Shursui Uchiha, renowned for his mastery of the body flicker technique, was intrigued by the possibilities. As the months progressed, Naruto began to open up more, shedding layers of the guarded demeanor he had developed during his years of isolation. Itachi learned that beneath the cautious exterior was a boy who retained much of the spirit and curiosity he had possessed before retreating into the woods at the tender age of 4. When Naruto was happy, his joy was infectious. He laughed freely, his eyes alight with excitement, especially when he mastered a new technique or discovered an innovative approach to a problem. However, his dedication to training sometimes bordered on obsession. Once he set a goal, he pursued it with relentless determination, often pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion. Itachi admired Naruto's drive, but also recognized the potential dangers. On several occasions, he had to intervene, gently reminding the boy of the importance of rest and recovery. "Naruto," he would say, "even the strongest shinobi need to take care of their bodies. Overtraining can lead to injury or hinder your progress. Naruto would reluctantly agree, though his eagerness to improve never waned. I just want to get stronger, Itachi-sensei. There's so much I need to learn. I understand, Itachi replied. But strength isn't just about physical prowess. A clear mind and a healthy body are just as important. Despite the challenges, their bond deepened. Itachi became not just a teacher, but a mentor and a confidant. He found himself looking forward to their training sessions, appreciating the respite they provided from his own internal conflicts. However, there was one aspect of Naruto's abilities that remained elusive: the chakra chains. These chains, which Naruto could manifest seemingly at will, were a unique and powerful ability. They were composed of densely concentrated chakra, their ethereal appearance belying their tangible strength. Itachi had attempted to analyze them with his Sharingan, but found them difficult to decipher. The chains emitted minimal chakra signatures, making them nearly invisible to even his heightened perception. Moreover, their autonomous movement made them unpredictable and challenging to counter. Itachi realized that Naruto's mastery of the chains was largely instinctual. Without any prior guidance or knowledge of their origin, the boy had learned to control them through trial and error. Itachi wanted to help him develop this ability further, but lacked the necessary understanding. One day, during a casual conversation about bloodline limits and unique abilities, Itachi mentioned a woman he had heard of who possessed similar chains. There was a kunoichi, he said thoughtfully, who could manifest chakra chains much like yours. Naruto looked up sharply. Really? Who was she? Itachi hesitated, realizing he had broached a sensitive topic. Deciding that honesty was the best course, he answered. Her name was Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto's eyes widened. Kushina Uzumaki? That's my mother's name. Yes, Itachi confirmed. Your mother. A silence settled between them as Naruto processed this revelation. My mother, he whispered, a mix of wonder and longing in his voice. What was she like? Itachi felt a pang of empathy. He knew so little about Kushina, having been a child himself when she was alive. But he shared what he could: her fiery personality, her strong will, and her unwavering dedication to those she cared about. He spoke of her kindness and the respect she commanded among her peers. Naruto listened intently, absorbing every word as though it were a lifeline. The knowledge of his mother brought a new dimension to his identity, filling a void he hadn't fully acknowledged. From that day forward, Naruto's commitment to his training intensified even further. Knowing that both his parents had been esteemed shinobi of Konoha seemed to ignite a deeper purpose within him. He viewed his progress not just as personal advancement, but as a way to honor their legacy and connect with them on a spiritual level. Recognizing the pivotal moment in Naruto's development, Itachi decided it was time to impart one of the most critical lessons for any shinobi: ethical and moral responsibilities that came with their abilities. One serene afternoon, as the sun cast dappled shadows through the canopy above, Itachi and Naruto sat across from each other on the soft grass. The sounds of the forest provided a tranquil backdrop, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves. Naruto, Itachi began, his tone serious yet gentle. We've been training together for some time now, and you've grown remarkably. But there's something important we need to discuss. Naruto tilted his head inquisitively. What is it, Itachi-sensei? When you think of what it means to be a shinobi, what comes to your mind? Itachi asked. Do you see a hero like your father, someone who protects others at all costs? Or do you think of the darker aspects, like the man who drove you into the woods? Naruto's expression grew contemplative. He looked down, tracing patterns in the grass with his fingers as he considered the question. It was clear that he understood the gravity of the topic. After a few moments, he lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting a mixture of emotions. I think a shinobi is someone who has the freedom to choose, he said thoughtfully. Freedom? Itachi echoed, intrigued. In what sense? A shinobi has power, Naruto explained. But that power doesn't define them. What matters is how they use it. They can choose to protect or to harm, to follow orders blindly or to do what's right. My parents chose to protect the village, even though it meant they wouldn't be there for me. They made that choice because they believed it was the right thing to do. He paused, his voice steady despite the weight of his words. I might not like that they left me alone,
Oye, por
but I
lógica deberían
respect
estar
their decision.
todos
They used
mirando
their freedom to help others. To me, that's what being a shinobi is about, the ability to choose your path, even if it's hard or if it means making sacrifices. Itachi regarded Naruto with a mixture of awe and respect. The depth of insight coming from someone so young was remarkable. You've thought about this a great deal, he observed. Naruto nodded. I have. I don't want to be someone who hurts others without reason. I want to use my strength to protect those who can't protect themselves. A gentle smile formed on Itachi's face. That's a noble aspiration, Naruto. Remember, the choices we make define who we are more than the abilities we possess. It's important to hold on to your convictions. I will, Naruto affirmed, determination shining in his eyes. Itachi felt a sense of peace settle over him. In Naruto, he saw the embodiment of hope and the potential for a brighter future. The boy's unwavering spirit and clarity of purpose were inspiring. That night, as darkness enveloped the village, Itachi found himself atop the Hokage monument, sitting beside the stone visage of his father's face carved into the mountain. The village sprawled before him, a sea of twinkling lights against the inky sky. Each light represented a life, a story, a part of the community he had dedicated himself to protecting. He reflected on Naruto's words, the ability to choose your path, even if it's hard or if it means making sacrifices. Is it truly that simple? He mused aloud. The complexities of his own situation weighed heavily upon him. The looming threat of his clan's insurrection against the village posed an impossible choice. If he sided with the village, he would betray his family, potentially leading to their destruction. If he sided with his clan, he would be complicit in a coup that could plunge the village into chaos and bloodshed. The realization settled upon him like a shroud. Perhaps Naruto was right. Freedom lay in making the choice that aligned with one's deepest convictions, regardless of the personal cost. It wasn't about finding an easy solution, but about doing what one believed was right. With renewed resolve, Itachi stood, the cool night air whispering around him. He gazed out over the sleeping village, his decision crystallizing in his mind. He knew what he had to do. Leaping gracefully from the monument, he traversed the rooftops with silent efficiency, heading toward the Hokage's residence where a solitary light still burned. The third Hokage was known for his tireless dedication, often working late into the night. As Itachi approached, he steeled himself for the conversation to come. It would not be easy, and the path ahead was fraught with pain and sacrifice. But he was determined to act in a way that would preserve peace and protect the innocent lives within the village. We have a coup to prevent, he thought grimly. Arriving at the Hokage's door, he took a deep breath before knocking softly. The weight of his decision pressed upon him, but beneath it all was a quiet acceptance. He was choosing his path, embracing the freedom to do what he believed was right, even if it meant bearing the burden alone. As the door opened and the warm light spilled out to greet him, Itachi stepped forward, ready to face whatever came next with the resolve of a true shinobi. Naruto perched atop a towering branch, high above the imposing walls of Konoha, his gaze sweeping over the sprawling village that had been both a source of profound pain and unexpected connections. The cool night air whispered through the leaves, carrying with it the distant murmur of a village settling into slumber. 3 weeks had passed since his conversation with Itachi, yet the words exchanged continued to echo relentlessly in his mind, denying him the solace of sleep and driving him to push his training to the brink of exhaustion in a futile attempt to quiet his restless thoughts. If you discover the one thing you wish to protect above all else, then you've found your true path. Never forget that, and regardless of the road you choose, you'll stand proud. Itachi's counsel had been sincere, his gaze steady as he imparted wisdom that belied his years. Naruto had replayed that moment countless times, searching for clarity, but each reflection only deepened his uncertainty. What was it that he truly wanted to protect? The village below had been a crucible of suffering for him, a place where he had been scorned, chased into the depths of the forest, and forgotten. Yet, within its labyrinthine streets also resided those who had shown him kindness and acceptance. Itachi, his mentor and friend, whose patient guidance had ignited a passion for growth within him. Hinata, the quiet girl with eyes like moonlight, whose gentle spirit had touched something deep within his own. The dichotomy tore at him. Could a place that had inflicted such wounds also be worth safeguarding? His parents had believed so. They had sacrificed everything to defend Konoha during the Ninetales attack, leaving him an orphan but ensuring the survival of countless others. The weight of their legacy pressed upon him, a burden of expectation and a beacon of purpose. Perhaps he owed it to them to try to see the village through their eyes and give it another chance. These ruminations circled endlessly, chasing one another like leaves caught in a whirlpool. Sleep eluded him, and so he took to the night, traversing the forest canopy with the stealth of a shadow. He found a peculiar comfort in observing the village from afar during these solitary vigils. The rooftops and winding streets held stories he could only guess at, lives unfolding in a tapestry of light and shadow. His favored destinations were the compounds of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. They lay on opposite peripheries of the forest that had become his sanctuary, necessitating lengthy journeys that he undertook without hesitation. The Uchiha compound, with its distinctive fan symbol emblazoned on walls and banners, was a study in order and pride. From his hidden vantage points, he occasionally caught glimpses of Itachi moving with purposeful grace, his presence commanding respect from those around him. The clan members treated Itachi with a deference that bordered on reverence. They bowed as he passed, their expressions a mix of admiration and something else, expectation, perhaps, or hope. In contrast, the Hyuga estate was an enigma wrapped in tradition. High walls guarded secrets within, and the branching paths of the clan's hierarchy manifested in subtle interactions. Naruto's eyes often sought out Hinata, the shy heiress whose demeanor set her apart from the stern faces that populated the compound. He noted with growing concern how she was treated by certain members of her family, particularly an older man whose stern visage seemed to cast a shadow over her. At times, this man appeared almost hostile toward Hinata, his words sharp and his demeanor cold. Naruto's fists would clench involuntarily as he watched her endure the harshness with quiet resilience. Yet, on other occasions, the same man escorted her with a gentleness that contradicted his previous harshness, like the day they had ventured into the forest for a picnic. Naruto had observed them from the treetops, perplexed by the man's duality. It was as if he were two different people, and Naruto struggled to reconcile the conflicting images. These observations only deepened his confusion. If someone as kind as Hinata faced such challenges within her own family, what did that say about the village as a whole? Conversely, Itachi was celebrated among his clan, yet Naruto knew of the burdens his mentor carried, burdens that were invisible to those who idolized him. The more Naruto watched, the more he realized that the village was a complex mosaic of experiences, both good and bad. The thing you want to protect, he murmured into the night, his breath forming a mist that dissipated into the darkness. He closed his eyes, letting the sounds of the village wash over him, the distant laughter of children, the soft melodies of nighttime insects, the rhythmic footsteps of patrols moving along the walls. He didn't have all the answers yet, but perhaps, in time, he would find his path. Umbu headquarters. Deep beneath the bustling streets of Konoha, hidden from the eyes of the populace, the third Hokage stood within the shadowed confines of an underground A&BU facility. The air was cool and still, thick with the weight of unspoken truths. Flanked by two of his most trusted shinobi, Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed upon the faces of Itachi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha, both prodigies of their clan and pillars of the village's future. The atmosphere was heavy with the gravity of their undertaking. The dim lighting cast elongated shadows that danced along the stone walls, creating an almost oppressive ambience. Hiruzen's eyes, normally warm and compassionate, were clouded with a sorrow that aged him beyond his years. "Are you certain you can carry out this mission alone?" he asked, his voice measured but tinged with a hint of desperation. The question hung in the air, laden with the ethical quagmire they all found themselves in. Itachi, ever composed, inclined his head respectfully. "Yes, Lord Hokage. With Shisui's abilities and my own, we believe we can address the situation swiftly and decisively. We will act under the cover of night, and by the time any alarm is raised, the primary threats will have been neutralized." Shisui, standing beside his friend, nodded in agreement. His eyes bore the weight of someone who understood the cost of their actions, but saw no other path forward. My Kodo Amatsukami can influence key individuals, buying us the time we need. Together, we can minimize collateral damage and prevent a larger conflict. From the shadows stepped Danzo Shimura, his presence as unsettling as ever. His bandaged eye and the cane he leaned upon did little to diminish the aura of authority he exuded. I've arranged for select ANBU units to be positioned strategically around the area, he interjected, his tone brusque. Should any attempt to flee, they will be intercepted. Hiruzen's jaw tightened. He had long harbored reservations about Danzo's methods that often skirted the boundaries of morality in the name of pragmatism. Yet, in this dire situation, he found himself reluctantly accepting the necessity of such measures. Then it seems everything is in place, the Hokage said heavily. 1 month from now, the Uchiha clan will be reduced to but a few survivors. The words tasted bitter, each syllable a testament to his own perceived failure as a leader. Was this the legacy of the will of fire he so fervently preached? The unification of the village through the eradication of one of its founding clans? Silence settled over the group, each individual lost in their own thoughts. The enormity of the decision weighed upon them all, though perhaps none felt it as keenly as Itachi. He had been instrumental in uncovering the depths of the clan's planned insurrection, and now he stood poised to extinguish the lives of those he had grown up alongside. As the meeting concluded, the 4 shinobi began to disperse. Danzo departed without a backward glance, his cloak billowing behind him like a shroud. Shursui placed a reassuring hand on Itachi's shoulder before following suit, his footsteps echoing softly down the corridor. Hiruzen turned to leave, his shoulders slumped under the invisible burden he carried. He barely noticed Itachi's presence until a gentle hand touched his sleeve. Lord Hokage, Itachi said quietly. The elder turned, his eyes meeting the young man's. Yes, Itachi, is there something more? Itachi hesitated for the briefest of moments, an uncharacteristic display of vulnerability flickering across his stoic facade. I have a personal request, he began, his voice steady but underscored by an undercurrent of emotion. Hiruzen regarded him thoughtfully. Speak your mind. Drawing a deep breath, Itachi continued. I understand the necessity of the mission we've undertaken. I accept the role I must play for the sake of the village's future. However, there is one among the clan who is innocent in all of the Izumi younger sister, Sayuri. She is unaware of the plans for rebellion, untouched by the seeds of dissent that have taken root in our family. The Hokage listened intently, empathy softening the hard lines etched into his face. Itachi pressed on, his gaze unwavering. I ask only that he be spared. Allow him to live, to grow, and perhaps to one day understand why this had to happen. Silence enveloped them as Hiruzen weighed the request. The image of Sayuri, a mere child, full of potential and untainted by the sins of his elders, flashed through his mind. Could he, in good conscience, condemn the boy for the actions of his kin? You're certain that Sayuri has no knowledge of the coup? Hiruzen inquired, seeking absolute clarity. Yes, Itachi affirmed. She is kept out of such matters entirely. Her only concerns are her training and her desire to make our father proud. The Hokage sighed softly, the sound heavy with resignation. Very well, Sayuri shall be spared. I will inform Danzo and ensure that she is left unharmed. A palpable sense of relief washed over Itachi, though his expression remained composed. Thank you, Lord Hokage. This means more to me than I can express.
Nice.
Hiruzen placed a comforting hand on Itachi's shoulder. I wish there were another way, Itachi. Know that this decision weighs heavily upon me as well. As Itachi departed, disappearing into the labyrinthine passages of the underground facility, Hiruzen remained rooted in place. The flickering torches cast elongated shadows, their light insufficient to dispel the darkness that seemed to seep into his very bones. Reaching into his robes, he retrieved his trusted pipe, the familiar ritual offering a small measure of solace. He lit it with a practiced motion, drawing in a deep breath of the aromatic tobacco. The smoke curled upward, dissipating into the stale air. The sacrifices we make for the village, he mused quietly, his voice barely more than a whisper. At times, I wonder if the cost is too great. Memories flooded his mind, faces of friends and comrades lost to the ravages of war, the ideals they had fought to uphold now tainted by the harsh realities of leadership. Tobirama's stern teachings on the Uchiha's susceptibility to darkness echoed hauntingly. Had they failed to bridge the gap that divided the village's factions? Had his own efforts at reconciliation fallen short? He exhaled slowly, watching the smoke drift aimlessly. The night stretched on, each passing moment a reminder of the inexorable approach of the appointed time. Sleep would elude him, he knew. The specters of his decisions would see to that. Perhaps one day, the next generation will find a better way, he thought wistfully. Children like Naruto, Hinata, Sayuri, they are the future. May they inherit a world where such choices are no longer necessary. But for now, he bore the weight of his choices, steeling himself for the difficult days ahead. The path of the Hokage was a lonely one, fraught with impossible decisions and the burden of consequences that would echo through history. As the embers of his pipe faded, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood alone in the silent chamber, a solitary figure grappling with the shadows of duty and the flickering hope that, somehow, light might yet prevail. Forest of Death. Naruto paced nervously in the familiar clearing where he and Itachi trained. It was unlike Itachi to be late. In all the time they'd known each other, this had never happened. He considered heading toward the trees overlooking the Uchiha compound to search for him, when he spotted Itachi emerging from the opposite side of the clearing. Naruto started to call out a greeting, but hesitated upon noticing the expression on Itachi's face. "Is everything okay?" Naruto asked as Itachi approached. Clad in full ANBU attire with his mask dangling beside his head, Itachi seemed uncharacteristically distant. He blinked slowly, gathering his thoughts before his usual stoic mask slipped back into place. "I'm leaving on a mission, Naruto." "A long one," Itachi announced. Naruto's brow furrowed. Itachi had undertaken extended missions before, some lasting over 3 weeks, but something in his tone suggested this was different. "For how long? When will you be back?" Naruto's voice quavered slightly, a hint of panic seeping in. Itachi was one of the few constants in his life, the person who connected him to his parents and the wider world. The thought of him disappearing was unsettling. "I don't know. It could be a long time, possibly years." The weight of those words left Naruto feeling numb. He stared at Itachi, desperately trying to hold back the tears welling in his eyes. Itachi reached behind his back and produced a scroll. "Here are some chakra exercises to help improve your control, along with a jutsu I created myself. It should be especially useful given your mastery of shadow clones." Naruto accepted the scroll with a silent nod. "Are you leaving right now?" he asked. Itachi shook his head gently. "Tonight. But there's something I need to take care of in the village first. I won't be able to see you again before I go." Naruto nodded slowly, then suddenly turned on his heel. "Wait here," he requested. Itachi tilted his head in mild curiosity as Naruto dashed into the forest. Nearly 20 minutes passed before Naruto returned, cradling something in his hands. He stopped in front of Itachi, who pretended not to notice the tears glistening at the corners of Naruto's eyes. "Take this," Naruto said, extending his hands. Itachi accepted the item and looked down to find a smoothly carved piece of wood. Recognizing Naruto's handiwork, he saw 2 figures etched into the surface. Naruto, with his distinctive chains draped over his shoulders, standing next to a likeness of Itachi, holding a kunai in each hand, poised for action. Their names were inscribed beneath the carvings. "So you won't be alone on your mission. Just like my family keeps me company, I can keep you company too." Naruto offered a heartfelt smile. Itachi gazed at the carving before carefully slipping it into an inner pocket of his ANBU vest. "Thank you, Naruto," he replied softly. Placing a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder, he gave a gentle squeeze before turning away. Pulling his animal mask over his face, the feline features concealing his own, Itachi walked toward the edge of the clearing. Naruto watched as he seemed to dissolve into a flock of crows. Clutching the scroll, a determined smile spread across Naruto's face. Just because Itachi was leaving didn't mean he couldn't continue to improve. When Itachi returned, Naruto would show him just how strong he had become. Uchiha Compound, Night of the Massacre. Itachi couldn't attribute the night's descent into chaos to a single cause. Rather, it was a maelstrom of events spiraling out of control, each compounding the devastation of the last. The evening had begun with a harrowing discovery finding Shursui, his closest friend, with one eye missing. Before Itachi could process the gravity of the situation, Shursui had torn out his remaining eye, thrusting the precious Mangekyo Sharingan into Itachi's hands. The weight of the gesture was overwhelming, as Shursui disappeared into the depths of the river, leaving Itachi clutching the blood-stained eye. He was left reeling from the sacrifice his friend had made. Determined to fulfill the grim task assigned to him, Itachi steeled himself to eradicate his own clan. Each life he took was a dagger to his soul, the faces of his kin haunting him with every strike. The sight of his parents seated calmly in their home nearly shattered his resolve. Instead of anger or fear, they met him with understanding. His father spoke with a solemn respect, acknowledging Itachi's commitment to his path. His mother, tears glistening in her eyes, expressed profound pride in the man he had become and implored him to look after his younger sister, Sayuri. The act of taking their lives was an agony beyond words, but they had accepted their fate, just as he had accepted his. The final blow came when he encountered Sayuri amidst the carnage. The confusion and horror etched on her face was seared into his memory. Unable to bear the weight of her innocence, he used his Tsukuyomi to imprint a fabricated narrative of betrayal, directing her hatred toward himself to protect her from the darker truths. Her anguished screams echoed in his mind as he left her unconscious in the blood-soaked streets of the Uchiha compound. As he navigated the silent corridors of his once vibrant community, the reality of his actions bore down upon him. His newly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan captured every detail with painful clarity, ensuring he would never forget the atrocities committed this night. Overwhelmed by nausea, he staggered to a secluded corner, retching as his body rebelled against the horrors he had inflicted. Emerging from the shadows of an alleyway, Itachi was about to make his escape when a flicker of movement caught his eye. A familiar chakra signature brushed against his sensei's presence he had not expected to encounter here. Turning slowly, he saw a figure standing at the far end of the street, partially illuminated by the flickering light of a nearby lantern. Unruly blonde hair framed a face pale with shock, and wide eyes reflected the devastation around them. "Naruto," Itachi whispered, a mix of surprise and dread knotting in his stomach. Naruto stood rooted to the spot, his mind struggling to comprehend the scene before him. Bodies of Uchiha clan members lay scattered, the metallic scent of blood thick in the air. Buildings that once stood proudly were marred with signs of battle, walls cracked and smoldering. And at the center of it all stood Itachi's mentor, his friend clad in blood-stained attire, the crimson splatters stark against his dark clothing. Itachi Sensei, Naruto's voice was barely audible, strained with disbelief. What happened here? What did you do?" For a moment, silence hung heavy between them. Itachi's expression was unreadable, his eyes shadowed beneath the moonlight. When he finally spoke, his tone was cold and detached. "I have chosen my path, Naruto. The pursuit of power requires sacrifice." Naruto's heart pounded in his chest, a maelstrom of emotions swirling within him: confusion, betrayal, anger, and a profound sadness. "Sacrifice?" he repeated, his voice rising. "You call this?" He gestured wildly to the carnage surrounding them. "Sacrifice? This is a massacre." Itachi's gaze was unwavering. "Power comes at a cost. The Uchiha were merely the necessary offering." "How can you say that?" Naruto's fists clenched tightly at his sides, his nails digging into his palms. "These were your family, your friends. You taught me to protect those we care about, to find the path worth walking. Was that all a lie?" A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Itachi's mouth. "You were naive to believe such ideals. They served their purpose in molding you, but sentiment has no place in the quest for true strength." Naruto recoiled as if struck. "So that's it. All this time, you were just using me?" "It was an interesting way to pass the time," Itachi replied with a nonchalant shrug. "You showed potential, but ultimately, you were nothing more than a side experiment, a distraction." The words pierced Naruto's heart like a blade. The mentor he had admired, the friend he had trusted implicitly, was dismissing their bond as trivial. His vision blurred with unshed tears, but beneath the hurt, a burning fury ignited. "Why?" Naruto demanded, his voice shaking. "Why did you waste your time with me if none of it mattered?" Itachi's eyes met his, cold and unfeeling. "As I said, it was a diversion. And I must admit, the end result is quite lackluster." Something inside Naruto snapped. A surge of raw energy coursed through him, his body trembling with the intensity of his emotions. His right eye began to glow with an otherworldly cerulean light, an intricate pattern resembling an endless knot forming within the iris. Unbeknownst to him, he had awakened a daijutsu, a rare ocular ability that he had never manifested during their training. Itachi's eyes widened ever so slightly at the sight. A dojutsu? He thought, taken aback. He never showed signs of this before. Simultaneously, a malevolent red chakra began to emanate from Naruto, swirling around him like a sinister aura. The chakra took on the shape of a tail behind him, the manifestation of the Nine Tails' power seeping through his emotional turmoil. "I won't let you get away with this," Naruto growled, his voice layered with an eerie resonance. The ground beneath him cracked under the pressure of his chakra, the air thick with tension. "Bold words," Itachi replied coolly, though inwardly he was assessing the situation with heightened interest. "Show me, then let me see the extent of your abilities." With a fierce roar, Naruto launched himself at Itachi, his chakra chains materializing in an instant. The chains lashed out with incredible speed, aiming to ensnare or strike his former mentor. Itachi activated his Sharingan, the tomo spinning rapidly as he analyzed Naruto's movements. Naruto's attack was relentless. The chains weaved through the air, their trajectories unpredictable and deadly. Itachi dodged and parried, but the sheer ferocity of the onslaught kept him on the defensive. Impressive growth, Itachi thought, narrowly avoiding a chain that slammed into the ground where he had stood moments before, leaving a crater in its wake. His control over the Nine Tails chakra is unexpected. Naruto's cerulean eye glinted, and in an instant, he vanished from Itachi's sight, reappearing behind him. Itachi reacted swiftly, spinning around to block a vicious kick aimed at his head. The force of the impact reverberated up his arm. A teleportation ability linked to his visual perception, Itachi surmised, connecting the dots. He can swap places with anything within his line of sight. Their battle intensified, a blur of movement and chakra. Naruto combined his physical attacks with his chains and the unpredictable teleportation granted by his dojutsu. Each exchange pushed Itachi to utilize more of his own power. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Itachi unleashed a volley of small fireballs, each one curving unpredictably toward Naruto. In response, Naruto swapped places with debris around the battlefield, evading the flames with remarkable ease. "Is this all you have?" Naruto taunted, his voice edged with bitterness. "All your talk of power, and yet you can't even land a hit." Itachi's expression remained impassive. "You overestimate yourself," he replied, "but if you wish to see more." He formed a series of rapid hand seals. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive sphere of roaring flames erupted toward Naruto. Thinking quickly, Naruto summoned his chains to form a barrier, the chakra constructs absorbing much of the impact. The explosion sent shockwaves through the area, dust and debris obscuring the battlefield. Seizing the opportunity, Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. "Tsukuyami," he intoned, locking eyes with Naruto. However, as the illusionary realm began to take shape, Naruto's cerulean eye flared brilliantly. The endless knot within his iris pulsed, and the fabric of the Jinjutsu began to unravel. Itachi felt resistance. Naruto's dojutsu was disrupting the Tsukuyami's hold. "He's countering my Mangekyo?" Itachi thought, a hint of surprise breaking through his composure. I must grant him resistance to ocular Jinjutsu. Naruto seized the moment, closing the distance between them. He swung a chakra-infused fist at Itachi, who narrowly avoided the blow. The ground where Naruto's fist connected shattered, fragments of stone flying outward. "You're holding back," Naruto accused, frustration evident in his tone. "Fight me seriously." Itachi's gaze hardened. "You don't understand what you're asking for." Then make me understand. Naruto's chains whipped forward, converging on Itachi from multiple angles. Recognizing that the confrontation was escalating beyond control, Itachi made a swift decision. Channeling chakra to his hands, he intercepted the chains, momentarily halting their advance. The strain was immense. Naruto's enhanced strength was formidable. "You've become strong, Naruto," Itachi acknowledged, his voice carrying a note of genuine respect. "Stronger than I anticipated." "Then stop treating me like a child," Naruto shouted, pushing forward with renewed vigor. Itachi closed his eyes briefly, steeling himself. When he opened them, the pattern of his Mangekyo shifted. "Amaterasu," he whispered. Black flames ignited along the lengths of Naruto's chains. The inextinguishable fire consumed the chakra constructs, forcing Naruto to dispel them to prevent the flames from reaching him. "What is this?" Naruto exclaimed, eyes wide with alarm. "An unavoidable technique," Itachi stated. "Our battle ends here." Naruto's mind raced. He could feel his chakra reserves waning. The combined strain of channeling the Nine-Tails energy and utilizing his dojutsu was taking its toll. "I'm not done yet," he declared defiantly. Drawing upon the last reserves of his strength, he prepared to launch himself once more. Before he could act, Itachi appeared before him in a burst of speed. A sharp pain blossomed at the base of Naruto's neck as Itachi struck a precise pressure point. The world around Naruto blurred, darkness encroaching at the edges of his vision. "Itachi, sensei," he murmured weakly, his legs giving way beneath him. As Naruto collapsed, Itachi caught him gently, lowering him to the ground. He gazed down at the boy's unconscious form, a complex mix of emotions swirling within him. "I'm sorry," Itachi whispered, his voice barely audible. "This was not how I wanted things to be." From within his cloak, he retrieved a small, intricately sealed scroll. He placed it into Naruto's hand, closing the boy's fingers around it. "This is my final gift to you. May it guide you toward the truth." He rose to his feet, casting a somber glance at the remnants of his clan's once proud domain. The dawn was beginning to break, casting a pale light over the devastated landscape. "Perhaps one day, you'll understand," he thought, before turning away. 2 hours later, Naruto's consciousness drifted in a murky haze, the boundaries between reality and oblivion blurred. A dull, throbbing pain pulsed at the back of his head, and the metallic scent of blood mingled with smoke assaulted his senses. Slowly, awareness seeped back in. He felt the rough texture of wooden floorboards beneath him, cold and unyielding. His eyelids fluttered open, vision swimming as he tried to focus on his surroundings. The world came into view in fractured pieces. He was inside a partially destroyed room. Charred beams hung precariously from a splintered ceiling, and jagged holes in the walls allowed slivers of moonlight to pierce the darkness. Shadows danced eerily, cast by distant flames flickering outside. Debris was strewn about, and the air was thick with the aftermath of chaos. Attempting to move, Naruto quickly realized his limbs were bound. Chains coiled tightly around his wrists and ankles, anchoring him to a heavy iron ring bolted to the floor. Panic surged through him. He struggled against the restraints, the metal biting into his skin, but the chains held firm. "Where am I?" he thought, his heart pounding in his chest. Memories flooded back: the confrontation with Itachi in the Uchiha compound, the horrifying sight of fallen clan members, and then nothing. A soft rustling pulled his attention to the shadows. Emerging from the darkness was a figure clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds. A mask obscured his face, swirling orange with a single eye hole revealing a cold, calculating eye. The sight sent a chill down Naruto's spine. "You're finally awake," the masked man remarked, his voice calm and emotionless. Naruto's eyes narrowed, a mixture of fear and defiance swirling within them. He didn't respond, his mind racing to assess the situation. Who was this man? What did he want? The stranger took deliberate steps toward him, the sound of his boots echoing softly in the ruined space. Without a word, he knelt beside Naruto. Before Naruto could react, the man reached out and lifted his shirt, exposing his abdomen. Naruto's breath caught. "What are you doing?" he thought, his muscles tensing instinctively. He tried to twist away, but the chains restricted his movements. The masked man's gaze lingered on Naruto's bare stomach, his eyes scrutinizing every inch. He seemed to be searching for something specific. "There's no seal," the man muttered to himself, his tone betraying a hint of intrigue. "Just as I suspected." Naruto's mind reeled. No seal? What is he talking about? A creeping unease settled over him. The stranger's gloved fingers traced lightly over Naruto's skin, causing him to flinch. The invasive gesture ignited a spark of anger. He mustered his voice. "Get your hands off me," he demanded, his tone edged with both fear and fury. The man ignored him, lost in his own thoughts. "So, you're not the Jinchuriki," he mused softly. "Yet you possess traces of the Nine Tails chakra. How curious." Naruto's eyes widened at the mention of the Nine Tails. How does he know about that? He wondered, alarm bells ringing in his head. "Who are you?" he asked, striving to keep his voice steady despite the tremor threatening to break through. The masked man finally released Naruto's shirt, letting it fall back into place. He stood gracefully, his posture relaxed yet exuding an underlying menace. "That isn't important," he replied dismissively. "What matters is the mystery you present." Naruto clenched his fists, the chains rattling softly. He felt exposed, vulnerable not just physically, but as if this stranger could see straight through him. "Stay calm," he told himself. "Think." The man began to pace slowly, his gaze never leaving Naruto. "It's fascinating," he continued, almost as if speaking to himself. "No seal means you're not the container. Yet, you can access the beast's chakra. Perhaps residual effects from being in the womb of the previous Jinchuriki." Naruto's heart raced. The previous Jinchuriki's mother, Kushina Uzumaki. The pieces weren't fitting together, and the more the man spoke, the more questions swirled in Naruto's mind. How does he know so much about me? Naruto wondered. What is he after? He remained silent, eyes tracking the man's every movement, ready to react at a moment's notice. The masked man stopped pacing, turning his full attention back to Naruto. "You seem confused," he observed, a hint of mockery in his tone. Naruto's jaw tightened. He refused to give this stranger the satisfaction of a response. "No matter," the man said with a shrug. "In due time, all will become clear." He reached into his cloak, and Naruto tensed, anticipating an attack. Instead, the man produced a length of chain inscribed with unfamiliar symbol sealing tags, by the look of them. "These restraints are designed to suppress chakra," he commented. "Yet I wonder." He moved closer, and Naruto instinctively tried to recoil, but the chains held him fast. The man wrapped the new chain around the existing ones, the inscriptions beginning to glow faintly. "Let's test a theory," he said cryptically. Naruto felt a pressure building around him, a stifling force that seemed to squeeze the very air from his lungs. He struggled to breathe, panic clawing at the edges of his consciousness. "What's happening?" he thought frantically. "I can't move." Deep within, something stirred a flicker of energy unlike anything he'd felt before. It was calm, yet powerful, a cerulean light that began to well up from his core. The endless knot in his right eye ignited, the intricate pattern glowing vividly. Cerulean markings spread from his eye, coursing across his skin like flowing water. The patterns extended to the chains, the inscriptions reacting violently to the sudden influx of energy. Cracks formed along the chains, the metal groaning under the strain. The masked man stepped back, his eye widening slightly in surprise. "Interesting," he remarked, his voice maintaining its composed veneer despite the evident curiosity. "Your dojutsu manifests even under suppression." Naruto felt the bindings weakening. With a surge of will, he channeled the cerulean energy outward. The chains shattered, fragments scattering across the floor like fallen leaves. He rose slowly to his feet, muscles coiled and ready. The glowing patterns receded, but the endless knot in his eye remained active, casting a soft light. The two stood facing each other, the air thick with tension. "Who are you?" Naruto demanded internally, his gaze fixed on the enigmatic figure. "What do you want from me?" The masked man regarded him silently for a moment before speaking. "You truly are an enigma," he said. "Powerful, yet unaware of your own origins." Naruto didn't respond, his senses alert. He didn't trust this man not in the slightest, but he needed to understand what was happening. "You've piqued my interest, Naruto Uzumaki," the man continued. "We'll meet again." Without warning, his form began to distort, swirling as if reality itself was warping around him. "Wait," Naruto thought, taking a step forward. But before he could act, the man vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. Silence enveloped the ruined room once more. Naruto stood there, chest heaving as he tried to process the encounter. Who was that guy? He wondered, frustration and unease gnawing at him. How does he know so much about me? And what did he mean about not being the Jinchuriki? He clenched his fists, feeling the lingering warmth of the cerulean energy fade. Glancing down, he noticed that his right eye had returned to normal. That power. It felt different, he mused. Not like the Nine Tails chakra. Something else entirely. He needed answers desperately. Turning toward the doorway, Naruto carefully navigated through the debris. The devastation of the Uchiha compound stretched out before him, illuminated by the pale light of dawn creeping over the horizon. Smoke hung heavy in the air, and the eerie silence was punctuated only by the distant crackle of dying flames. He swallowed hard, the weight of the night's events pressing upon him. "I have to find the Hokage," he resolved. He has to know what's going on. After 3 years away from the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto felt a mix of apprehension and determination. While he was cautious about returning, he no longer feared the villagers. Thanks to Itachi's training, he knew he had grown stronger than most of the genin. Ordinary civilians posed little threat to him now. Emerging from the building where he'd regained consciousness, Naruto was immediately struck by the devastation surrounding him. The Uchiha compound, once a bustling and proud area of the village, lay in ruins. Buildings were reduced to charred skeletons, walls crumbled into heaps of rubble, and the streets were stained with dark patches of dried blood. The metallic scent lingered in the air, mingling with smoke from smoldering debris. The sheer scale of destruction horrified him, and a heavy knot formed in his stomach. What happened here? He whispered to himself, though deep down, he already knew. Memories of his confrontation with Itachi flashed through his mind, the coldness in his mentor's eyes, the betrayal, the overwhelming sense of loss. Steeling himself, Naruto navigated through the wreckage, his footsteps echoing eerily in the silence. As he made his way deeper into the compound, he spotted several ANBU operatives meticulously combing through the debris, likely searching for missing clan members or clues about the massacre. Gathering his courage, Naruto approached the masked figures. They turned sharply at his arrival, clearly startled to see someone else in the restricted area. "Halt!" One of the ANBU commanded, his voice firm. "This area is off limits. Identify yourself." Naruto met their concealed gazes without flinching. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki," he declared. "I need to speak with the Hokage. It's urgent." The ANBU exchanged quick glances, the tension palpable. "What are you doing here?" Another asked cautiously. "How did you get into this area?" "I was here when it happened," Naruto replied, his tone steady despite the turmoil inside him. "I have information that the Hokage needs to hear." The operatives seemed taken aback by his statement. One of them stepped forward. "If that's true, then you must come with us immediately," he said. "We'll escort you to the Hokage." Without another word, they formed a protective formation around Naruto and began guiding him out of the compound. As they moved through the devastated streets, Naruto couldn't shake the images of destruction and the weight of what it all meant. Villagers peered cautiously from their homes, whispers following them as they passed. "Is that? What's a child doing with the ANBU? Did he survive the massacre?" Naruto kept his gaze forward, focusing on the path ahead.
No.
The journey to the Hokage Tower felt both too quick and agonizingly slow. His mind raced with questions, fears, and a lingering sense of dread. Upon reaching the tower, the ANBU led him through a series of corridors until they stood before a large door guarded by 2 more operatives. One of his escorts knocked firmly. "Lord Hokage," the ANBU announced through the door. "We have someone here who needs to speak with you urgently." A muffled voice responded, granting them permission to enter. The door swung open, revealing the 3rd Hokage seated behind his desk, a deep frown etched on his face as he reviewed a stack of reports. His 2 personal guards, Inu and Kat, stood vigilant on either side of him. As Naruto stepped into the room, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up, his expression shifting from weary contemplation to stunned surprise. His pipe slipped from his fingers, clattering softly onto the desk. "You!" Inu exclaimed, his voice betraying a mix of shock and disbelief. Kat's eyes widened behind her mask, and even the Hokage seemed momentarily at a loss for words. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Naruto's mouth, a hint of his old mischief surfacing despite the circumstances. He appeared almost amused by their reactions. "Hello, Hokage-sama," he greeted respectfully. For a moment, silence hung heavy in the room. Hiruzen studied the young man before him, the same bright blonde hair, the determined blue eyes, but there was a new hardness there, a maturity that hadn't been present 3 years prior. The weight of impending paperwork and the complexities this reunion would bring pressed upon him. Finally, a wry smile broke through the Hokage's stern demeanor. "Hello, Naruto," he replied softly. Chapter 5, The Offer. Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned back in his chair, eyes fixed on the boy in front of him as he let the weight of everything Naruto had just told him sink in. The office was eerily quiet, save for the soft crackling of the candles and the occasional creak of the wooden chair under the old Hokage. Naruto stood with his arms crossed, his face a guarded mask that belied the torrent of emotions no doubt simmering beneath. The boy's retelling had been concise, almost clinical, yet the content had been anything but. Years spent in the forest, surviving on his own. The death of Akihiro Chunanan, the Kumo ambassador who had attempted to abduct the Hyuga heiress. The training under Itachi Uchiha, who had apparently taken him under his wing despite everything that had unfolded later. And then his most recent encounter with a mysterious masked man whose revelations had sent him spiraling with questions Hiruzen himself had no answers to. Hiruzen pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to will away the headache pounding at his temples. It was too much to take in at once. Not only had Naruto resurfaced after 3 years, but his return came with complications that threatened to unravel the fragile stability of the village in ways Hiruzen hadn't anticipated. "You've been through more in these past 3 years than most shinobi endure in a lifetime," Hiruzen finally said, his voice heavy with exhaustion. "I'm not sure what to say except that I failed you, Naruto. As your guardian, as Hokage." "Spare me the apologies, old man," Naruto interrupted, his voice cold. "I'm not here for your guilt trip. I came back because I want answers." Hiruzen's breath caught, the words cutting sharper than he expected. He had seen glimpses of the old Naruto in the boy's mannerisms, but this bluntness, this bitterness, was new, and perhaps justified. "Answers," Hiruzen echoed. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the desk. "I'll give you what I can, Naruto. Ask." Naruto's jaw clenched as his cerulean eyes narrowed. "How do I have the Kyuubi's chakra?" Hiruzen blinked, caught off guard by the question. For a moment, he simply stared at Naruto, weighing his next words carefully. "I don't know," he admitted at last, his tone grim. "This is the first I've heard of it. You're telling me you've been able to access the Kyuubi's chakra without being its Jinchuriki? That's unprecedented." Naruto's hands tightened into fists at his sides, frustration rippling across his features. "You're telling me that even you don't have a clue? Great. That's just great." The sarcasm in his voice was almost palpable, but Hiruzen couldn't blame him. This boy had been left adrift for years, grasping at fragments of truth in a sea of lies and half-truths. And here he was, standing before the supposed leader of the village, only to find that the man had no more clarity to offer. "There's another Jinchuriki, isn't there?" Naruto pressed, his voice dropping into a dangerous low. "Who is it? If I don't have the fox, then who does?" Hiruzen stiffened, his face unreadable as he drew his pipe from the desk and began to pack it with tobacco. He took his time lighting it, letting the silence stretch between them as he deliberated on how to respond. "I can't tell you that," he said finally, his tone brokering no argument. "It's a matter of village security, and I will not endanger Konoha by revealing classified information." Naruto's eyes flared with anger. "Endanger the village? You used me as a scapegoat for all these years." He stepped closer to the desk, his voice rising. "You let everyone think I had the fox sealed in me. You let that Chunin try to kill me because of it." Hiruzen winced, the weight of Naruto's accusations hitting like a physical blow. He had known this moment would come eventually, but it didn't make the boy's words any less painful. Akihiro's actions were inexcusable, Hiruzen said slowly. I take full responsibility for not protecting you better. At the time, I thought it was the only way to. To what? Naruto snapped. Keep the village in check? Keep people from panicking? You threw me to the wolves, and I didn't even know why. Hiruzen closed his eyes, his pipe trembling slightly in his hand. You're right, he admitted. I did fail you. I thought I was protecting the village, but in doing so, I left you vulnerable. And for that, I am deeply sorry. Naruto's expression twisted into something between anger and disbelief. Sorry doesn't cut it. Not for what you did. The room fell into a heavy silence, both of them stewing in their own thoughts. Finally, Hiruzen set his pipe down and rose from his chair, his posture heavy with the weight of his years. Regardless of what's happened, Naruto, you are here now. And that means you are under my jurisdiction as Hokage. You've made it clear that you don't intend to leave again, but given what we now know about your access to the Kyuubi's chakra, I can't take any chances. Naruto's eyes narrowed. What's that supposed to mean? It means, Hiruzen said, his voice firm, that you will be escorted back to your old apartment and placed under ENBU surveillance. You will remain within the village unless given explicit permission to leave. This is non-negotiable. Naruto stared at him, a mixture of shock and indignation flashing across his face. You're locking me up? He said, his voice low and dangerous. I came back willingly, and now you're treating me like a prisoner? This is for your safety, Naruto, Hiruzen said, though the words felt hollow even to him, and for the safety of the village. Naruto let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. I should have stayed in the forest, he muttered under his breath. At least there, I wasn't a prisoner. Hiruzen didn't respond. Instead, he motioned to the ENBU guards flanking the room. Take him to his apartment. Assign a watch detail to ensure he stays there. Yes, Hokage-sama, one of them said, stepping forward to take Naruto's arm. Naruto jerked away, glaring at the ENBU, but not resisting further. Don't bother, he spat. I know the way. He strode toward the door, the ENBU following closely behind. As the door closed behind them, Hiruzen sank back into his chair, his head in his hands. He had hoped for a better reunion, a chance to rebuild the trust that had been shattered years ago. Instead, he had only driven the wedge between them deeper. And the worst part was, he couldn't even tell if he had made the right choice. Naruto stood before the entrance of his old apartment, a structure that once symbolized comfort and familiarity in spite of the loneliness, but now bore the scars of time and neglect. 3 years had passed since he had last set foot inside, and the sight before him was a stark reminder of the passage of time and the tumultuous events that had unfolded in his absence. The building, once pristine and vibrant, now showed signs of wear-peeling paint, cracked windows, and an overgrown facade that nature had begun to reclaim. Taking a deep breath, Naruto reached out and pushed the door open. The hinges groaned in protest, echoing through the silent hallway. As he stepped inside, the musty scent of abandonment filled his nostrils, mingling with the faint odor of stale air and forgotten memories. Dust motes danced lazily in the shafts of light that filtered through the broken panes, casting ethereal patterns on the floor. The apartment was dimly lit, the remnants of his past life scattered haphazardly across the rooms. His childhood bedroom, once a sanctuary filled with colorful posters and cherished belongings, now lay in disarray. The bed was unmade, with rumpled sheets hinting at restless nights. His desk, where he had spent countless hours honing his skills and dreaming of becoming a great ninja, was cluttered with remnants of his training-scorched scrolls, broken kunai, and faded notes that chronicled his growth and struggles. Naruto wandered through the space, his fingers tracing the outlines of familiar furniture now coated in a thick layer of dust. Each step he took stirred up memories, both painful and bittersweet. The posters on the walls had long since faded, but the echoes of his laughter and the silent tears shed in moments of solitude seemed to linger in the air. He paused by the window, looking out at the village that had been both a source of his pain and his purpose. The sight of the bustling streets below contrasted sharply with the stillness inside. Konoha had changed in his absence. New buildings had risen, old ones had fallen, and the village had healed from the wounds of the past 3 years. Yet, beneath the surface, the undercurrents of tension and unresolved conflict still simmered, threatening to disrupt the fragile peace. Naruto's thoughts drifted back to his training with Itachi. The wisdom imparted, the techniques learned, and the bonds forged during those intense sessions had shaped him into who he was today. Itachi had been more than a mentor. He had been a beacon of strength and resilience. But the night of the massacre had shattered that image, leaving Naruto grappling with conflicting emotions of gratitude and betrayal. As he continued his tour of the apartment, Naruto found himself drawn to the living room. The space, once a hub of family gatherings and warm conversations, was now cold and uninviting. The sofa was stained, and the coffee table bore the marks of hurried meals and forgotten moments. He sank onto the worn cushions, staring blankly ahead as his mind replayed the recent events that had brought him back to this place. The encounter with the masked man had left him shaken to his core. The revelation that he possessed the Nine-Tails chakra without being its Jinchuriki had opened a Pandora's box of questions and uncertainties. How was it possible? Why was he the one chosen to inherit this immense power? And most importantly, what did it mean for his future and the fate of Konoha? Naruto's hand reached up to touch his right eye, feeling the activation of his endless knot dojutsu that had manifested during his confrontation with Itachi and the masked man. The cerulean patterns etched themselves onto his skin, a visible testament to his unique heritage and the power that coursed through his veins. He marveled at the intricate designs, wondering about their origin and purpose. Itachi had always hinted at Naruto's extraordinary potential, but this was something entirely different, something that blurred the lines between his human existence and his celestial origins. He stood abruptly, the weight of his thoughts pressing down on him. The apartment, though familiar, now felt foreign, a relic of a life he had left behind and a stark contrast to the new reality he faced. The room seemed to close in around him, the walls echoing his internal struggle as he pondered his next move. Naruto walked over to the window again, his reflection staring back at him, eyes determined yet haunted, a young man caught between worlds. What should he do next? The path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty, but one thing was clear. He couldn't continue to live in the shadows, burdened by secrets and half-truths. The truth about his origins, his powers, and the real reasons behind the chaos in the village needed to be uncovered. But where to start? Who could he trust? The lingering mistrust from the village council, the mysterious motives of the ANBU, and the ever-present threat of external enemies made his quest for answers fraught with danger. Naruto's gaze shifted to the small kitchen area, where a faint light burned. One of the Umbu probably lit a candle for his convenience. He approached the counter, running his fingers along the countertop, feeling the grooves and scratches that had accumulated over time. There was a sense of abandonment here, a lack of care that mirrored his own feelings of neglect and isolation. As Naruto stood there, the room seemed to shift around him, the shadows growing longer as the sun began to set outside. He realized that time was slipping away, and with it, the window of opportunity to find the answers he so desperately sought. A soft creak drew his attention back to the doorway. The ANBU operatives who had escorted him to the Hokage were nowhere to be seen, having been reassigned to oversee his confinement. But Naruto felt a spark of defiance ignite within him. He wasn't going to let himself be confined by the fears and secrets that plagued him. He had faced insurmountable odds before, and he would do it again. The morning sun cast its golden rays over the Hidden Leaf Village, illuminating the familiar sights that had once brought Naruto Uzumaki comfort and joy. Now, after 3 long years of absence, each corner of Konoha felt both welcoming and alien to him. Taking a deep breath, Naruto adjusted the straps of his worn backpack and stepped out of his old apartment, ready to face the world he had left behind. As he walked through the quiet streets, the first signs of life began to stir. Vendors set up their stalls, children chased each other with laughter, and the scent of freshly baked goods wafted through the air. Despite this seemingly peaceful scene, an undercurrent of tension hung heavy, a residual echo from the tragic events that had unfolded 3 years prior. Naruto's heart pounded with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. He had missed the village's vibrant energy, the camaraderie among the villagers, and the simple pleasures of everyday life. Yet, the fear of being recognized as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki loomed over him like a dark cloud, casting a shadow on his newfound sense of normalcy. As he navigated the bustling streets, Naruto couldn't help but notice the subtle shifts in the villagers' behavior. Faces he once recognized with ease now bore expressions of shock, terror, and outright hostility. Whispers followed him like a persistent fog, and furtive glances sent shivers down his spine. "Is that him?" A woman whispered to her friend as they passed by. "The Jinchuriki returned," the friend replied, her voice trembling with fear. "We need to stay away from him," another villager muttered, crossing himself in superstitious anxiety. Naruto glanced around, trying to decipher the sources of these hushed conversations. He felt the weight of their gazes, the unspoken judgments that seemed to seep into his very being. Each step he took was accompanied by the silent chorus of doubt and fear, threatening to erode the confidence he had worked so hard to rebuild. Despite the growing unease, Naruto pressed on, his resolve unwavering. He had returned to seek answers, to understand the truth behind his own existence and the mysterious powers that had manifested within him. The journey ahead was fraught with uncertainty, but he was determined to uncover the secrets that bound him to the village and its people. As he approached the central plaza, the heart of Konoha, Naruto sensed movement up ahead. His instincts kicked in, a heightened awareness that had been honed during his years of training with Itachi. He glanced over his shoulder, his eyes scanning the crowd for any signs of the ANBU operatives he knew were monitoring his movements. Sure enough, he spotted a trio of masked figures blending seamlessly with the morning crowd. Their presence was barely noticeable to the untrained eye, but Naruto's sharpened senses picked up the faintest hints of their presence. He knew better than to ignore their watchful gaze. The ANBU were relentless in their pursuit, tasked with ensuring the safety and secrecy of the village's elite. Naruto quickened his pace, his footsteps echoing softly on the cobblestone path as he made his way toward his favorite ramen stand, Ichiraku. The familiar red lantern hanging above the entrance was a beacon of comfort, a sanctuary where he could momentarily escape the prying eyes and whispered rumors. As he drew closer, the savory aroma of miso broth and freshly cooked noodles enveloped him, igniting his appetite and providing a semblance of normalcy amidst the chaos. Ichiraku's small storefront was a vibrant splash of color against the backdrop of Konoha's traditional architecture, its cheerful facade inviting and warm. Taking a deep breath, Naruto pushed open the door, the familiar jingle of the bell announcing his arrival. The inside of the ramen shop was a stark contrast to the hostility outside. The cozy interior, with its wooden tables and the comforting hum of conversation, felt like a sanctuary. The proprietor, Tucci, looked up from behind the counter, his eyes widening in surprise at the sight of Naruto. "And Naruto, is that really you?" Tucci stammered, his usually jovial demeanor shaken by the boy's return. Naruto offered a small, weary smile, though his eyes remained guarded. "Yeah, it's me," he replied softly, choosing his words carefully. "Mind if I sit?" Tucci nodded quickly, gesturing to an empty seat near the counter. Of course. I'm just glad you're safe." Tucci nodded and began preparing Naruto's favorite bowl of ramen, expertly balancing the flavors of the broth, noodles, and toppings. As Naruto waited, he leaned against the counter, the comforting ambience of Ichiraku providing a brief respite from the tension that clung to him like a second skin. But even in this sanctuary, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. His eyes darted around the room, searching for any signs of the ANBU operatives he knew were likely tailing him. The staff and patrons went about their business, oblivious to the internal struggle he was experiencing. Just as Naruto began to relax, a group of villagers entered the ramen stand, their expressions ranging from curiosity to outright fear as they glanced his way. Naruto felt their stares burn into him, a mix of recognition and unease that made his cheeks flush with embarrassment. "Is that him?" One man whispered to his companion, glancing nervously at Naruto. The Jinchuriki returned. Asterisk, the companion replied, his voice laced with apprehension. Naruto looked away, attempting to ignore their whispers, but their presence was inescapable. He focused instead on the steaming bowl of ramen that Tsuchi placed before him, the rich aroma filling his senses and momentarily pushing away the stares. As he dug into the meal, savoring each bite, Naruto's thoughts drifted back to his encounter with the masked man the day before. The spiral mask, the sheer helplessness he felt in the face of the man's calm as the man held him at his mercy, those memories tugged at his heart, reminding him of the horrors that still existed outside, horrors that he knew nothing about, nor how to deal with. Lost in contemplation, Naruto didn't notice the ANBU operatives slipping into a nearby corner, their presence masked by the bustling activity of the ramen stand. He remained unaware of their covert surveillance, too engrossed in his thoughts to realize he was still under watch. Finishing his meal, Naruto stood up, leaving a few coins on the counter as payment. He thanked Tsuchi and stepped back into the bright morning light, the door closing softly behind him. The cool breeze greeted him as he walked away, the sounds of the village surrounding him once more. As he navigated the familiar streets, Naruto couldn't help but notice the changes that had occurred in his absence. New buildings had sprung up, replacing old ones, and the once pristine gardens showed signs of overgrowth. Yet, beneath these superficial transformations, the underlying tensions remained unresolved conflicts that continued to simmer just beneath the surface. His path took him past familiar landmarks, the Hokage monument standing tall on the hill, the bustling marketplace filled with vendors and shoppers, and the tranquil gardens that offered a brief escape from the village's daily grind. Each step brought him closer to the heart of Konoha, yet also deeper into the labyrinth of his own doubts and fears. Naruto's pace quickened as he approached the main thoroughfare, the sounds of the village amplifying around him. Children played in the distance, their laughter ringing out like a reminder of the innocence that had been lost. Couples strolled hand in hand, and elders shared stories on benches, their voices carrying the wisdom of years gone by. But amidst the familiar sights and sounds, Naruto felt a growing sense of alienation. The village he had known as a child had changed, just as he had changed in its absence. The weight of being perceived as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki pressed down on him, a mantle he struggled to bear. As he walked, snippets of conversations reached his ears, fragments of rumors, fears, and prejudices that had taken root in the villagers' hearts. He must be dangerous, someone muttered, eyes darting nervously toward him. I heard he's been hiding in the forest, mastering his powers, asterisk, another whispered, a note of caution in his voice. Naruto's steps faltered for a moment, his mind racing to reconcile the man he had become with the image the villagers held of him. He had fought hard to distance himself from the past, to forge a new path free from the shadows of the Kyuubi attack, but it seemed the ghosts of that night were never far behind. The morning call. The rhythmic knock on the door jolted Naruto awake, dragging him from a restless sleep filled with fragmented dreams of the forest and unsettling echoes of his conversation with the Hokage. His eyes snapped open, and for a moment, he stared at the cracked ceiling of his old apartment, disoriented. The past few weeks had felt like a strange haze returning to the village, the wary stares of its people, and the suffocating presence of the ANBU, who followed him everywhere like his own shadow. The knock came again, louder this time. Grumbling under his breath, Naruto rolled out of bed and shuffled to the door, his bare feet scuffing against the cold wooden floor. He yanked the door open with more force than necessary, his irritation boiling over even before he saw who it was. Standing there was an ANBU operative, their porcelain fox mask glinting faintly in the morning light. "What do you want now?" Naruto asked flatly, his voice edged with sleep and annoyance. He didn't bother hiding his irritation, was done playing nice with the people who treated him like a prisoner. The ANBU operative, unmoved by his tone, spoke in a clipped, neutral voice. "You are expected at the Ninja Academy in 1 hour. Be prepared." Naruto blinked, his irritation giving way to confusion. "The academy? What for?" The ANBU didn't elaborate, merely inclining their head slightly. "You will report to Irika Yumino, your assigned instructor. Instructions will be given there." Naruto's hands clenched at his sides. Of course, they wouldn't bother explaining anything. Why should they? He was just the kid they had to keep an eye on. He bit back the angry retort bubbling in his throat, knowing it wouldn't make a difference. Instead, he settled for glaring at the ANBU, his frustration simmering just beneath the surface. "And if I don't feel like going?" he challenged, his voice daring the operative to press the matter. The EMBU didn't flinch. "You are expected," they repeated, their tone making it clear that non-compliance wasn't an option. Without waiting for a response, the operative stepped back and disappeared in a blur of movement, leaving Naruto alone in the doorway. For a long moment, Naruto stood there, staring at the empty hallway. His jaw tightened, and his fist trembled slightly at his sides. The Hokage's words from their last meeting still rang in his ears that he was too valuable to be left unchecked, that his place was here, under their watchful eyes, whether he liked it or not. "Prisoner, that's all I am to them," Naruto muttered bitterly as he slammed the door shut. He paced back to his room, his thoughts churning. His time in the forest had been harsh but free. Now, every step he took was shadowed by someone else, every decision made for him. He grabbed his worn orange jacket and pulled it on with more force than necessary, the fabric feeling like a weight on his shoulders. The academy. After all these years, they were putting him back in the classroom. The thought made his stomach churn. What was the point? To keep him busy? To remind him where he supposedly belonged? He ran a hand through his unruly hair, his mind racing as he prepared to leave. 1 hour. Fine. He'd play their game for now. But as he tied his headband securely around his forehead, a small, defiant smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. "If they think they can cage me, they're in for a surprise," he muttered to himself, his voice filled with quiet resolve. With that, Naruto stepped out of his apartment, his shadow falling long in the morning light as he began the walk toward a future he wasn't sure he wanted but would face heat in no matter what. The village streets were abuzz with the usual morning activities, but a palpable tension lingered in the air. Villagers avoided direct eye contact, casting furtive glances his way as he walked by. Naruto could hear snippets of conversation trailing behind him, whispers of fear, skepticism, and caution. "There he is, the Jinchuriki," one woman murmured to another, her voice tinged with unease. "I heard they say he's different now," another added, her tone cautious. Despite the cold reception, Naruto pressed on, focusing on the path ahead. He had grown stronger over the past 3 years, his skills honed through rigorous training and self-discipline. If Itachi Uchiha's teachings were true, he was now more capable than most of the genin in the village. He reassured himself that, as long as he maintained control over his abilities, civilians posed no real threat. The journey to the academy took nearly an hour, each step bringing him closer to the institution that would shape his future as a shinobi. As he approached the gates, the towering structure of the Hidden Leaf Academy loomed before him, its grandeur a reminder of the responsibilities he was about to undertake. The entrance was guarded by stern-faced ANBU operatives, their presence a constant reminder of the village's vigilance in protecting its secrets. Naruto felt a surge of apprehension as he stepped forward. The guards exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing as they assessed him. One of them stepped forward, his voice cold and authoritative. "Naruto Uzumaki, state your business, asterisk." Naruto swallowed hard, meeting the guard's gaze with as much confidence as he could muster. "I'm here for my first day at the academy," he replied, his voice steady despite the turmoil within. The guard's expression remained unchanged, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. "Proceed," he stated curtly, stepping aside to allow Naruto entry. Inside the academy, the atmosphere was starkly different from the welcoming aura Naruto had hoped for. The halls were filled with the hustle and bustle of students preparing for their classes, but their stares followed him with a mixture of fear and disdain. He could feel their eyes burning into him, their whispers growing louder as he made his way to the classroom. As Naruto entered the classroom, the room fell silent. Students exchanged uneasy glances, some stepping back as if to distance themselves from the presumed threat. The teachers, led by Irika Yumino, maintained a professional demeanor, though their eyes betrayed a hint of wariness. Irika stood at the front of the room, a stack of papers in his hands. He offered a small, encouraging smile, attempting to bridge the gap between Naruto and the rest of the class. "Good morning, everyone," Irika began, his voice warm but measured. Today, we have a new student joining us, Naruto Uzumaki. Let's make him feel welcome. Asterisk. A murmur rippled through the room, some students whispering as Naruto took his seat. Irika approached Naruto, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Naruto, why don't you introduce yourself to the class?" Irika suggested gently. Naruto stood, feeling the weight of the room's gaze upon him. He took a deep breath, summoning his courage. Hi, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I'm here to become a ninja and protect the village. His words were met with a mix of skepticism and indifference. A few students exchanged nervous glances, while others looked away, unable to mask their discomfort. Irika nodded, trying to maintain a positive atmosphere despite the underlying tension. "Thank you, Naruto. We're glad to have you with us," Irika affirmed, though his eyes lingered on Naruto with a silent concern. As the class proceeded, Naruto found himself isolated, his classmates keeping their distance and avoiding conversation. The teachers, bound by village protocols, refrained from addressing the rumors surrounding him, adhering strictly to the rule that no one was to mention his supposed status as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki to the younger generation. During lunch break, Naruto wandered through the cafeteria, seeking a quiet corner to eat. The noise and chatter around him only heightened his sense of alienation. He noticed groups of students huddled together, casting furtive glances his way, their conversations laced with warnings and fear. "Stay away from him," one boy warned his friend. "He's dangerous. I heard his parents are dead because of him," another added, his voice barely above a whisper. Naruto's heart sank at their words, the burden of their misconceptions weighing heavily on him. He longed for genuine connections, friends who saw him for who he truly was, not the demon vessel they believed him to be. But the fear and prejudice surrounding the Kyuubi Jinchuriki created an invisible barrier, preventing him from reaching out and being accepted. Despite the hostility, Naruto refused to let it break his spirit. Naruto slouched into his assigned seat, his usual smirk tugging at the corner of his lips as if daring anyone to comment. Despite his outward nonchalance, he couldn't help but feel the isolation pressing in on him. As Irika continued his lesson, Naruto's attention drifted, his eyes scanning the room idly. His gaze landed on a girl sitting a few rows ahead, her presence catching his interest. Her high-collared black shirt and raven hair tied into a ponytail were unmistakable. When Irika called out her name, Sayuri Uchiha, Naruto's head snapped up. Uchiha. For a moment, his mind spiraled back to his training with Itachi, the man who had shaped him in ways he hadn't fully processed. Itachi had a sister, Naruto recalled. This had to be her. The thought stirred something in him, a mix of curiosity and challenge. He wondered how good she was, how her skills compared to her brother's, and, more importantly, how he would measure up against her. The academic portion of the morning dragged on. Naruto barely paid attention as Irika droned on about historical events and shinobi fundamentals. He found little interest in lectures or written assignments. Though he did note how Sayuri answered every question with quiet precision, her demeanor calm but focused. When Irika finally announced a break for lunch and mentioned that the afternoon would be dedicated to taijutsu practice, Naruto's ears perked up. His earlier boredom melted away, replaced by excitement. This was what he had been waiting for, a chance to prove himself. Naruto ate his lunch alone on the rooftop, sitting cross-legged beneath the shade of a large oak tree. His grandfather's lessons echoed in his mind as he picked at his food. Taijutsu had always been one of his weaker areas, but he had spent the last few years training tirelessly. His hands clenched slightly as he thought of the upcoming sparring matches. How would I stack up? When the lunch break ended, he hurried to the practice yard. The dirt courtyard was bustling with activity as students formed lines under Irika's instructions. The midday sun beat down relentlessly, the heat wrapping around him like a second skin. Naruto wiped a bead of sweat from his brow and took his place in line, his muscles thrumming with anticipation. Irika stood at the center of the yard, holding a clipboard. "Listen up. This is our first sparring session, so don't take this too seriously. The matches are meant to gauge your baseline skills, not to determine a winner. The fight ends when one participant is forced out of the ring, submits, or I call it. Understood? Yes, Sensei, the class echoed. Irika nodded, scanning his list. First match, Ami versus Kaoru. Naruto watched the girls step into the circle, their movements hesitant and unrefined. The match was over quickly, with Ami sweeping Kaoru's legs out from under her. Naruto barely paid attention to the subsequent matches, his focus inward as he visualized his own strategies. He noted small details: foot placement, balance, speed, but his mind kept drifting to what he would do in his match. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Irika called his name. Naruto versus Kiba. Naruto stepped into the sparring circle, his heartbeat pounding in his ears as the sun bore down on the dirt yard. Across from him, Kiba Inuzuka bounced lightly on his toes, a feral grin stretched across his face, his sharp canine teeth glinting in the sunlight. Finally, Kiba growled, his voice tinged with excitement. I was getting bored with all these losers. Naruto arched an eyebrow, his own smirk forming. Losers, huh? Guess I'll have to show you what a real fight looks like. The tension in the air was palpable as Irika raised his hand. This is a spar, not a fight to the death, Irika reminded them. The match ends when one of you is forced out of the ring, submits, or I call it. Keep it clean. Begin. Kiba moved instantly, his body blurring as he charged forward on all fours, his nails scraping the dirt as he lunged. Naruto barely had time to react, instinctively dodging to the left as Kiba's fist lashed out at his ribs. The force of the strike created a small gust of air, and Naruto's eyes widened at the raw power behind it. That all you got? Kiba taunted, crouching low with his hands and feet planted firmly on the ground, resembling a predator stalking its prey. Naruto steadied himself, dropping into a loose defensive stance. I'm just getting started. Kiba launched forward again, his speed impressive but wild. Naruto ducked under a sweeping kick and retaliated with a punch aimed at Kiba's stomach. Kiba twisted midair, narrowly avoiding the strike, and swiped at Naruto's shoulder with his claws. Naruto jumped back, feeling the faint breeze of the attack pass just inches from his skin. The crowd of students watched with bated breath, murmurs of surprise rippling through the group. This fight was different from the others. It was fast, intense, and brutal. For the next few moments, the two boys traded blows with near-equal speed and ferocity. Naruto's punches were powerful, each one forcing Kiba to adjust his stance to avoid being thrown off balance. But Kiba's movements were sharper, more refined, honed by years of clan training in his feral, animalistic style. Every time Naruto thought he had an opening, Kiba would twist his body unnaturally, striking from a new angle. Not bad, Fox Boy, Kiba sneered, his grin widening as he landed a low kick to Naruto's thigh, causing him to stumble briefly. But you're way out of your league. Naruto rolled his shoulder, shaking off the sting of the blow. Big talk for someone who hasn't landed a real hit yet. Kiba growled, crouching lower. Then, with a burst of speed, he closed the distance between them in an instant. Naruto barely had time to raise his arms as Kiba aimed a flurry of punches and swipes at his upper body. The impacts rattled Naruto's forearms, each blow delivered with surprising precision. Despite Kiba's relentless assault, Naruto held his ground, his stamina and strength shining through. He saw an opening when Kiba overextended on a swipe, throwing a powerful straight punch at Kiba's ribs. The blow connected, and Kiba grunted in pain, staggering back a step. Gotcha, Naruto muttered, rushing forward to capitalize on the moment. He aimed a kick at Kiba's midsection, but Kiba spun to the side, his feral grin returning as he twisted his body and lashed out with a counterkick. Naruto blocked it, but the force made him slide back, his heels digging into the dirt. For what felt like minutes, the fight continued at an even pace. Naruto's raw power and stamina allowed him to match Kiba's speed and precision, but the Inuzuka boys' trained movements kept him from being overwhelmed. It was a dance of attacks and counters, neither giving the other an inch. But then, something shifted. Naruto felt a strange sensation welling up inside him, a primal awareness sharpening his senses. His vision became clearer, every detail of Kiba's movements suddenly crystal clear. The faint sound of Kiba's breathing, the rustle of his clothing, even the subtle twitch of his muscles before an attack, all of it came into focus. When Kiba lunged at him again, Naruto moved instinctively. He sidestepped the strike with ease, spinning to deliver a heavy elbow to Kiba's back. The blow sent Kiba sprawling to the ground, but he recovered quickly, snarling as he charged again. This time, Naruto ducked under Kiba's punch and swept his legs out from under him. Kiba hit the ground hard, a growl escaping his lips as he scrambled to his feet. But Naruto was already moving, his newfound awareness giving him an edge. His strikes were faster, more precise, each one forcing Kiba to retreat. "What the?" Kiba muttered, his eyes narrowing as he noticed the faint glow in Naruto's slit-like eyes. "What's going on with you?" Naruto didn't answer. His focus was razor-sharp, his body moving on instinct as he pressed the advantage. He landed a solid punch to Kiba's chest, followed by a spinning kick that sent Kiba skidding toward the edge of the ring. The crowd was silent, their eyes wide as they watched the unexpected shift in the fight. Even Irika seemed taken aback, his clipboard held loosely in his hands. Kiba snarled, refusing to back down. He charged at Naruto one last time, his movements desperate but determined. Naruto stepped to the side at the last moment, grabbing Kiba's arm and using his momentum to toss him out of the ring. Kiba hit the ground just beyond the white boundary line, his chest heaving as he glared up at Naruto. "You got lucky," he muttered, his voice laced with frustration. Irika raised his hand. "Winner, Naruto." Naruto stood in the center of the ring, his breaths coming in short bursts as the glow in his eyes faded. The whispers from the crowd reached his ears, but he ignored them, his mind focused on the fight. He had won, but the strange sensation still lingered in the back of his mind. As Naruto stepped out of the ring, his classmates whispered among themselves, their earlier skepticism replaced with wary curiosity. He ignored them, his thoughts racing as he tried to process what had just happened. His heightened senses had vanished as quickly as they appeared, leaving him with more questions than answers. Sayuri's fight. As Sayuri Uchiha stepped into the ring, Naruto leaned against a nearby post, his arms crossed, and his mind still buzzing with the aftermath of his fight with Kiba. His body ached slightly, but the discomfort was drowned out by his curiosity. This was Sayuri Uchiha Itachi's sister star. Naruto's gaze sharpened as he studied her, searching for traces of the boy he had once admired and hated in equal measure. Sayuri's opponent was a taller, older boy with a stocky build. He looked confident, his smirk widening as Sayuri took her position across from him. Her face was calm, unreadable, her dark eyes fixed intently on her opponent. Naruto noted how she carried herself graceful, composed, yet undeniably dangerous. "She really is his sister," Naruto muttered to himself. The resemblance wasn't just in her looks, but in the way she moved, the quiet confidence that seemed to exude from her very being. It was eerie, almost like watching a younger version of Itachi himself. Irika raised his hand. "Remember, this is a spar. Show respect to your opponent. Begin." The boy charged forward without hesitation, his fists clenched tightly as he aimed a straightforward punch at Sayuri's midsection. Naruto tensed, half expecting her to dodge like most others would. But Sayuri didn't move. Instead, her hands blurred as she caught the boy's wrist with a practiced grip, twisting it with just enough force to throw him off balance. The boy stumbled but quickly recovered, gritting his teeth as he swung again, this time aiming for her shoulder. Sayuri stepped lightly to the side, the motion so fluid it seemed like she was gliding across the dirt. Her counterattack was immediately a sharp kick to the back of the boy's knee that sent him crashing to the ground. "Whoa," Naruto whispered under his breath, his eyes widening. The crowd murmured in surprise, but Sayuri paid no attention to the spectators. She stood calmly, waiting for her opponent to rise. When he did, she shifted her stance slightly, her weight balanced perfectly as she prepared for his next move. The boy growled, clearly frustrated by how effortlessly she had taken him down. He lunged at her again, feinting to the left before aiming a low kick at her legs. Sayuri's eyes followed the movement with unnerving precision, and just as the kick was about to connect, she leapt into the air, twisting her body mid-jump to avoid the attack completely. The moment her feet touched the ground, she closed the distance between them. Her movements were a blur of speed and grace, her punches and kicks landing with pinpoint accuracy. Each strike forced the boy to retreat, his defenses crumbling under the sheer efficiency of her attacks. She's not just fast, Naruto realized. She's smart. She's reading him like a book. Sayuri's opponent tried to rally, throwing a desperate punch aimed at her head. She ducked effortlessly, spinning around him and sweeping his legs out from under him with a perfectly timed kick. The boy hit the ground hard, the air rushing out of his lungs in a loud gasp. But Sayuri wasn't done. Before her opponent could even think about getting back up, Sayuri dropped into a low stance and grabbed his arm, locking it in a precise hold. Her movements were smooth, deliberate, and completely in control. The boy struggled, but it was no use, her grip was unyielding. Enough, Iruka called out, stepping forward to end the match. Winner, Sayuri Uchiha. Sayuri released her opponent immediately, standing and brushing off her hands as if the entire fight had been a mere formality. Her expression remained neutral, her dark eyes scanning the crowd briefly before she stepped out of the ring. Naruto thought he saw a flicker of something. Was it pride? Or maybe satisfaction? Cross her face for a moment, but it was gone before he could be sure. As she walked back to the line, Naruto couldn't take his eyes off her. She's just like him, he thought, his stomach tightening. Memories of Itachi flooded his mind, memories of the man who had trained him, who had taught him what it meant to fight with purpose. Sayuri might not have his exact style, but the discipline, the precision, the sheer skill, it was all there. For the first time since he'd returned to the village, Naruto felt a pang of something he couldn't quite name. Was it admiration? Jealousy? Or perhaps just the realization that no matter how far he had come, there were still people who were leagues ahead of him. I'll get there, he vowed silently, his fists clenching at his sides. One day, I'll be able to stand in the same ring as her and I'll win. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the hidden leaf village as Naruto Uzumaki, now 9 years old, made his way along the familiar path by the Naka River. The river, a serene artery running through the heart of Konoha, had always been a place of solace for him, a quiet spot to gather his thoughts and find a momentary respite from the chaos that often surrounded his life. But today was different. The echoes of the Uchiha massacre still reverberated through the village, and the remnants of that tragic night lingered like dark clouds on the horizon. Naruto's return had been met with mixed emotions. Whispers followed him through the streets. Eyes scrutinized his every move, and the weight of unanswered questions pressed heavily on his young shoulders. As he walked, Naruto's mind wandered, replaying the events that had transpired over the past few years. The days spent in the forest, honing his skills under Itachi's tutelage, the agony of witnessing the destruction of the Uchiha clan, and the subsequent isolation that had kept him hidden from the world he once knew. Despite the turmoil, he had grown stronger, more resilient, a testament to his unwavering resolve to protect those he cared about. Lost in his thoughts, Naruto barely noticed the subtle rustling of leaves until a soft voice broke through his reverie. He glanced to his side, spotting a figure sitting alone by the riverbank. It was Sayuri. Her presence was a stark reminder of the lives shattered by the massacre, living embodiment of the innocence lost that night. Curiosity and concern compelled him to watch her from a short distance up the hill. He approached slowly, careful not to startle her, his footsteps muffled by the soft earth beneath his feet. From his vantage point, he could see her sitting quietly, her gaze fixed on the rippling water, lost in her own thoughts. As he neared, Sayuri seemed to sense his presence. She turned her head slightly, her large, expressive eyes meeting his from the riverbank. In that instant, Naruto felt a flush of embarrassment rise to his cheeks, watching someone so vulnerable, so deeply affected by the recent horrors. He opened his mouth to offer a greeting, an apology, or perhaps a few comforting words, but hesitated as he saw the confusion and sadness in her eyes. The moment stretched thin, the silence between them thick with unspoken emotions. Sayuri, Naruto whispered, his voice barely audible over the gentle lapping of the river against the shore. Sayuri's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of recognition crossing her features. Her posture stiffened, and she looked away, turning back to the water as if the current could wash away the turmoil within her. Naruto's heart sank. He had hoped to bridge the gap between them, to offer some semblance of comfort, but instead, he had only managed to intrude on her solitude. He took a step closer, the ground uneven beneath his feet, and mustered the courage to speak again. "I'm sorry for what happened," he said softly, the words tinged with genuine remorse. "I didn't mean for any of this to happen." But Sayuri didn't respond. Instead, she remained silent, her eyes clouded with grief and confusion. Naruto felt a surge of frustration and helplessness. How could he reach out to her when she seemed so distant, so deeply entrenched in her own pain? He turned his gaze away, feeling the sting of rejection. As he began to walk away, his shoulders slumped in defeat. Sayuri's frown mirrored his own sorrow. There was a shared understanding in their silencia, mutual recognition of the suffering that bound them together yet kept them apart. As he distanced himself from the riverbank, Naruto couldn't shake the image of Sayuri's forlorn expression. Her presence had stirred something within him, a yearning to help, to heal, but the barriers between them seemed insurmountable. The weight of his own unresolved emotions pressed down on him, and he wondered if he would ever find the answers he sought for himself or for the girl who had silently endured the same tragedy. The path back to his old apartment felt longer, each step echoing his internal struggle. The village, with its bustling streets and familiar faces, now seemed foreign and unwelcoming. The destruction from the massacre had left scars not just on the buildings, but on the very fabric of Konoha. The air was thick with tension, and Naruto could sense the underlying currents of fear and suspicion that permeated the community. He reached the edge of the riverbank, the sound of his footsteps blending with the distant murmurs of the village preparing for the day ahead. Naruto paused, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. The encounter with Sayuri had left him unsettled, questioning his place in a world that still grappled with the aftermath of violence and loss. Naruto glanced over his shoulder, half expecting to see Sayuri watching him from afar. But she was nowhere to be seen, her presence fading into the distance like a ghost of the night. He sighed, the weight of unanswered questions pressing heavily upon him. He reached his old apartment, the building standing as a silent witness to the passage of time and the changes it had wrought. The door, though worn and weathered, welcomed him back with open arms. Inside, the familiar space felt both comforting and alien, a testament to the years that had passed in his absence. Naruto walked through the rooms, each step a reminder of the life he had left behind and the future he was determined to forge. The scars of the past 3 years were etched into his very being, but so too was the fire of his resolve. He knew that finding answers was not just about uncovering the truth of his own origins, but also about healing the wounds that still festered within the village. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the village, Naruto felt a sense of calm settle over him. The encounter with Sayuri had reinforced his commitment to his mission, a silent vow to uncover the mysteries that bound him to the village. He looked out the window, the night sky a canvas of stars that seemed to hold the answers he sought. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes, drawing strength from the stillness of the evening. Tomorrow was another day, another opportunity to move closer to the truth. And as he opened his eyes once more, Naruto felt a renewed sense of purpose, nights still young though. He grinned. Naruto had just reached the eastern gates of the Forest of Death for a late-night training session when he sensed several chakra signatures headed his way. Instinctively, he drew a kunai and dropped into a defensive stance, scanning his surroundings for any threats. His body tensed, and his mind raced. The Forest of Death wasn't a place people casually wandered into. Only a handful of ANBU operatives ever ventured this deep. As the chakra signatures closed in, Naruto's grip on his kunai tightened. He could already tell these weren't the standard ANBU he'd seen in the village. Their masks were different, more menacing, and unfamiliar. Running seemed pointless now they were too close. Naruto remained vigilant, his mind calculating his options, but he couldn't shake the unease creeping over him. Moments later, 4 figures landed nearby, clad in black with those faceless masks. They stood in formation, their postures rigid and professional. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he assessed them. These aren't the regular Yanbiyu. He thought. What do they want with me? One of the masked figures, a woman judging by her voice, stepped forward. Her tone was calm, almost emotionless. We do not wish to fight you, Naruto-san, she stated plainly. Naruto's eyes darted between them, suspicious. Then why are you here? He demanded. We're here to deliver a message, the female ANBU replied. From who? Naruto asked sharply, his kunai still raised. Danzo-sama wishes to speak with you. Naruto's brows furrowed. The name didn't ring a bell. Who the hell is Danzo? And why would I want to meet him? His voice carried a sharp edge, his suspicion evident. Danzo-sama has information about your powers and their origins, the woman explained. Naruto's breath hitched slightly. His powers? The strange fox-like abilities he had no explanation for? He'd spent years wondering why he could use the Nine-Tails chakra despite not being its Jinchuriki. The promise of answers was tempting, but his instincts screamed caution. How do I know this isn't some trap? Naruto challenged. You have our word, Naruto-san. If you refuse, we will leave immediately. The choice is yours, she said, her voice devoid of emotion but somehow carrying a subtle note of confidence. Naruto considered his options. He didn't trust these masked shinobi, but the chance to finally learn the truth about his powers was too enticing to ignore. After a brief pause, he lowered his kunai slightly, but kept his guard up. Fine, but if I sense anything suspicious, I'll kill you all, he said coldly. Understood, she replied. We will need to blindfold you for security purposes. Naruto hesitated for a moment before nodding reluctantly. The female ANBU approached, placed a hand on his shoulder, and wrapped a cloth around his eyes. In the next instant, he felt the disorienting pull of a shunshin. The sensation lasted several minutes as they descended multiple flights of stairs. When the blindfold was removed, Naruto blinked, his eyes adjusting to the dimly lit room. The space was barren, almost lifeless, with no furniture save for a few chairs. The walls were decorated only with a few sparse pictures, one of Konoha and another of the Nidaime Hokage. Naruto's gaze lingered on the latter. Strange place, he muttered under his breath. The rhythmic sound of a cane tapping the ground drew his attention. Naruto turned to see an elderly man enter the room. The man's shaggy black hair was streaked with gray, and his right eye was hidden beneath a layer of bandages. His right arm was similarly concealed within his robe. His neutral expression gave away nothing. You must be Danzo, Naruto said flatly, watching the man carefully. Indeed, I am, Danzo replied. I have been expecting you. What do you know about my powers? Naruto asked directly. Danzo chuckled lightly, his cane tapping the ground once more. Straight to the point. But before we discuss that, allow me to confirm something. Itachi has trained you well. Naruto stiffened. How do you know about Itachi? He asked warily. Danzo smirked faintly. I know much about you, Naruto. Your time in the forest, your encounters, your daily life, even your chakra chains. I've been observing you since you fled the village 3 years ago. I know about the Hyuga heiress you saved from the Kumo ninja and your years of training with Itachi. Naruto's breath hitched, his mind racing. How could this man know so much? His eyes narrowed. Why would you care about any of that? Danzo gestured to a chair, but Naruto didn't move. The older man sighed lightly and continued. Because you are a remarkable individual, Naruto. You possess abilities that defy understanding. Your chakra chains, your connection to the Nine-Tails power despite not being its Jinchuriki, these make you unique. Naruto's jaw clenched. If I'm not the Jinchuriki, then who is? He demanded, his voice low and dangerous. Danzo's smirk widened slightly. The Jinchuriki is Mito Uzumaki, your younger sister. She was sent away to Tsunade Senju as an infant, both to keep her safe and to protect Konoha's greatest secret. And you, Naruto, were used as a scapegoat to shield her identity. Naruto staggered back slightly, his mind reeling. A sister? He had a sister, and no one had told him? And he'd been used as a decoy all his life? His fists clenched, his nails biting into his palms. And that's not all, Danzo continued. Your godfather, Jiraiya of the Sannin, has never visited you once. Despite being tasked with watching over you, he chose to focus on his spy network instead. Jiraiya of the Sannin is my godfather? Naruto's anger flared. Why are you telling me this now? He snapped. Because I believe you deserve to know the truth, Danzo said, his tone measured. And because Konoha needs you. Your powers are unprecedented. You have inherited the strength of the Nine Tails without its burdens. That alone makes you invaluable. Naruto's mind swirled with a mix of emotions: betrayal, anger, confusion. He felt like a pawn in some elaborate game. But at the same time, Danzo's words struck a chord. His powers could be used for something greater. Danzo stepped closer. Konoha is at its weakest point in years. The fourth Hokage is gone. The Uchiha clan has been wiped out, and threats from foreign nations grow daily. I need strong shinobi like you to act as a deterrent. And to show my faith, I offer you this. Danzo gestured to an ANBU, who handed Naruto a scroll. Opening it, Naruto's eyes widened slightly. It was a fox summoning contract. Why give me this? Naruto asked suspiciously. Because you have the potential to protect Konoha in ways no one else can. This is a gift, not a bargain. I believe in your strength, Naruto. Danzo's words carried weight, but Naruto couldn't ignore the nagging suspicion in the back of his mind. After a long silence, Danzo extended his hand. Join me, Naruto. Together, we will ensure Konoha's survival. Naruto stared at him, his mind racing. He thought about Itachi's teachings, the truths he'd learned, and the lies he'd been told. Naruto sat on the roof of his old apartment, legs dangling over the edge as the cool evening breeze swept through the village. The setting sun painted Konoha in hues of gold and crimson, but Naruto hardly noticed the beauty around him. His mind was far too preoccupied. In his hand, he held a small, unassuming scroll bearing Danzo's mark. Its weight felt heavier than it had any right to be. He exhaled sharply, his breath visible in the cooling air, and stared down at the streets below. People bustled about, finishing their day, their laughter and chatter reaching his ears. Most of them ignored the boy on the roof, but Naruto caught a few wary glances thrown his way. The village still hadn't forgotten or forgiven what they believed him to be. For years, he had been a ghost to them, existing on the fringes. Now, after his return, he felt more like a prisoner than a resident. The ANBU tales, the restrictions, the mistrust had all weighed heavily on him. And now this. Danzo's offer. Join me, Danzo had said, his voice cold and calculating, and I will ensure that your potential is not wasted. You will be given the means to protect this village, to become a true shinobi in the shadows. Naruto clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. The words replayed in his mind, each syllable resonating with an unspoken promise. The chance to prove himself, to grow stronger, to be more than just the ghost of Konoha. But at what cost? He tilted his head back, looking at the darkening sky. The stars were beginning to come out, faint pinpricks of light against the vastness of the night. Somewhere up there, his parents were watching him. He wondered what they would think. What would Kushina Uzumaki say if she knew her son was considering aligning himself with a man like Danzo? A man who thrived in shadows and played with lives like pieces on a shogi board. And Itachi? Naruto frowned, his jaw tightening. What would he say? Itachi had once been his mentor, someone who had guided him, believed in his potential. But Itachi had also made his choices, choices that led him to destroy everything he claimed to protect. Was this the same path Danzo was offering him now? To sacrifice everything for the greater good? Naruto's fingers brushed against the edge of the scroll, his mind flickering back to Danzo's words. You have inherited great power, Naruto. Power that this village will never trust. They will hold you back, chain you to their fears. With me, you will rise above them. You will protect them in ways they could never understand. He had said it so matter-of-factly, as if the decision should have been obvious. But it wasn't. Protect the village, Naruto muttered, his voice bitter. The same village that would have let me die when I was 4? The same people who look at me like I'm a monster? He scoffed, shaking his head. Why should I protect them? But even as he said it, a part of him rebelled against the bitterness. The memories of Hinata, of Iruka's small acts of kindness, and even Sayuri's silent acknowledgement of his existence flickered in his mind. Not everyone in the village had treated him like dirt. And didn't he once promise Itachi he would protect this place? His hand tightened around the scroll, the rough texture biting into his skin. Damn you, Danzo, he growled under his breath. Why does it feel like you already knew what I'd be thinking? The truth was, Danzo did know. He had played Naruto perfectly, offering him exactly what he wanted most: freedom from the shadows of Konoha's mistrust and a path to prove his worth. But Naruto wasn't naive enough to believe that Danzo's help would come without strings attached. The man was a spider weaving a web, and Naruto could feel the sticky strands tightening around him even now. He glanced down at the scroll again, the setting sun casting its glow across the paper. Joining Danzo would mean abandoning the life he had started to rebuild. It would mean stepping into a world of secrecy and manipulation, a world where he would be a tool rather than a person. But it would also mean power, and with power came the ability to make his own choices, to protect those he cared about whether they trusted him or not. Naruto let out a frustrated groan and raked a hand through his hair. What the hell do I do? He muttered, his voice almost desperate. He thought of Sayuri, of the way she had moved in her sparring match. She was strong, fierce, and determined everything he wanted to be. But unlike him, she didn't seem to carry the same burdens. Her strength came from within, from her desire to honor her family. Naruto's strength? He wasn't even sure where it came from anymore. The Kyuubi's chakra? His endless not dojutsu? His sheer stubbornness? Is that enough? He whispered to himself. Is it enough to keep going on my own? The stars above seemed to offer no answers, their light cold and distant. Naruto sighed and leaned back, resting his head against the shingles of the roof. He stared up at the sky, his mind a storm of conflicting thoughts. The scroll lay beside him now, untouched, a symbol of the choice he had yet to make. I don't know if I can trust him, Naruto admitted quietly, his voice barely audible over the evening breeze. But can I trust the village either? The words hung in the air, unanswered. The village below him continued its quiet hum of life, oblivious to the turmoil brewing within him. Naruto closed his eyes, the weight of the decision pressing down on him like a physical force. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, Kushina Uzumaki, the red hot-blooded habanero. They were legends, heroes of Konoha, and yet they had left him to be vilified by the very people they had died to protect. And then there was Mito. Naruto's lips curled into a bitter smile as he thought of the sister he had never met, the true Kyuubi Jinchuriki. She had been sent away, hidden under the care of Tsunade Senju, the famed Sannin. Meanwhile, he had been left behind, saddled with the weight of the Kyuubi's infamy. He had been the village's scapegoat for years, and all for the sake of protecting a secret. Damn you, old man, he muttered, his voice barely audible over the breeze. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, had known everything. He had known about Naruto's parents, about Mito, about the truth of the Kyuubi, and he had said nothing. For years, he had let Naruto stumble through life in the dark, hated and mistrusted by the people around him. Naruto's fingers curled around the scroll until his knuckles turned white. The betrayal still burned. It wasn't just the villagers who had failed him, it was the very system that was supposed to protect him. Hiruzen, the council, the shinobi who turned a blind eye to his suffering, they were all complicit. And then there was Jiraiya. Naruto's jaw tightened at the thought of the man. His godfather, the great toad sage of Mount Myaboku, one of the legendary Sannin, and a man who had apparently been too busy to even say hello to the child he had sworn to protect. Jiraiya had known about him, about his parents, about everything. And yet, he had stayed away. Some godfather, Naruto muttered bitterly. His voice carried a sharp edge, one that cut through the cool night air. He thought of all the times he had needed Sumionianianito guide him, to tell him he wasn't alone. Instead, he had grown up fending for himself, scraping by with nothing but his stubborn will and the occasional kindness of people like Irika. He stared at the scroll in his hand, his mind turning over Danzo's offer. The man had promised him strength, freedom, the power to forge his own path. It was tempting, so tempting. Naruto wanted to prove himself, to show the village that he was more than the ghost of the Kyuubi's wrath. But Danzo was a dangerous man, one who operated in the shadows, manipulating people like chess pieces. Naruto exhaled sharply, raking a hand through his hair. What the hell do I do? He muttered to the stars above. They offered no answers, their light cold and indifferent. His thoughts drifted to Itachi again. the man who had once trained him, guided him, and betrayed everything he had taught. Itachi had been like a brother, a mentor, and yet he had left Naruto in the dark just like everyone else. Was Danzo offering him the same path? The same excuses about the greater good and necessary sacrifices? Protect the village, Naruto murmured, echoing Itachi's words. The phrase felt hollow now, a relic of a promise that had been broken too many times. Did the village even deserve his protection? Did they deserve anything from him after all they had put him through? And yet, Naruto's mind flashed to Iruka, to the quiet moments of kindness that had kept him going. He thought of Hinata, of her shy, unwavering faith in him. He thought of Sayuri Uchiha, her fierce determination reminding him of everything he had once admired in Itachi. Not everyone, he muttered. Not everyone's bad. But was that enough? Was it enough to justify staying? To justify fighting for a village that had never fought for him? He looked down at the scroll again, its surface illuminated by the faint light of the stars. Joining Danzo would mean stepping into the shadows, becoming a tool for a man who saw him as little more than a weapon. Staying in the village meant enduring the mistrust, the whispers, the cold stares. Neither option was appealing, but Naruto knew he couldn't avoid the decision forever. Damn it, he muttered, his voice heavy with frustration. Damn it all. He stood abruptly, slipping the scroll into his pocket. The breeze ruffled his hair as he stared out over the village. The Hokage monument loomed in the distance, its carved faces bathed in moonlight. For a moment, he imagined his own face there, standing alongside the great leaders of Konoha. The thought made him scoff. Maybe one day, he said softly. Maybe. For now, he would wait. He would watch. And when the time came, he would make his choice not for the village, not for Danzo, but for himself. With one last glance at the stars, Naruto turned and made his way back inside. The future was uncertain, and the shadows were closing in, but one thing was clear. He wouldn't let anyone else decide his path. Not anymore. Naruto sat in the dimly lit room, his hands clenched into fists on the wooden table before him. The faint flicker of a candle cast long shadows on the walls, mirroring the conflict raging within him. Across the table, Danzo Shimura sat with his usual air of cold composure, his single visible eye unyielding and piercing. The room was silent save for the faint creak of the chair as Naruto shifted uncomfortably. For weeks, Danzo had been subtly pushing him toward this decision. Tonight, the tension hung heavier than ever. You've had time to think, Danzo began, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. You know the truth of your position in this village. You see how the Hokage ties your hands, how the people look at you. They see you as a weapon, Naruto, a liability. But I see potentialis shinobi capable of surpassing all others. With me, you can become something far greater. Naruto glared at him, his mind racing. Danzo hated the way he maneuvered in the shadows, the way his words slithered into Naruto's thoughts like poison. But the truth of his words couldn't be denied. Every encounter with the villagers, every strained conversation with the Hokage, every cold shoulder from his classmates had only reinforced what Danzo had been telling him. You want me to work for you, Naruto said finally, his voice low but firm. To become one of your root operatives. What do you get out of this? Danzo's lips curled into a faint, humorless smile. Loyalty, Naruto. The kind of loyalty this village has never shown you. Together, we can ensure Konoha's survival and your rightful place within it. Naruto's eyes narrowed. He didn't trust Danzo, but the promise of freedom off power was tempting. More than that, it was the promise of control. Control over his life, his destiny, and the strength to protect what he deemed important. And if I say no? Naruto asked, though he already knew the answer. Danzo leaned forward, his single eye boring into Naruto's. Then you remain shackled by their fears and their ignorance. A prisoner, in all but name. The silence stretched between them, heavy and suffocating. Naruto's fingers dug into the wood of the table, his mind a whirlwind of anger, doubt, and resignation. Finally, he exhaled sharply, his shoulders sagging as the weight of his decision settled over him. Fine, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. I'll do it. But on one condition, I won't abandon the people who matter to me. Danzo nodded, as though he had already anticipated this. A reasonable condition. You will have the power to protect those you care about, but remember this path requires sacrifice. Naruto stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. He didn't wait for Danzo's final remarks as he turned and walked toward the door, his heart heavy with the choice he'd made. Behind him, Danzo's voice followed, calm and calculated. Welcome to Route, Naruto. Your training begins tomorrow. Naruto didn't look back. As he stepped out into the cool night air, he felt the first stirrings of doubt clawing at his chest. But alongside it was a steely resolve. He would master this path, no matter the cost. If the village saw him as a weapon, then he would become Onabutin Histerms. For truth, he whispered. Chapter 5, Graduation. Land of Fire Border. The moon hung high in the sky, its pale light cutting through the shadows of the dense forest. The night was alive with the quiet hum of nocturnal life-chirping crickets, the occasional rustle of leaves, and the soft call of an owl somewhere deep within the canopy. Naruto Uzumaki moved silently among the treetops, his body a blur of motion, his presence almost imperceptible. The black gear of Root hugged his lean, muscular frame, designed for maximum mobility and stealth. His hood was pulled low over his face, and the metallic glint of his chakra chains wrapped around his forearms reflected faintly in the moonlight. At just 14 years old, Naruto was a far cry from the boy who had once been ostracized and ridiculed in the streets of Konoha. 5 years under Danzo's tutelage had forged him into a weaponized, deadly tool of efficiency and precision. This mission was no different from the countless others he had completed. A group of bandits had been terrorizing a small but strategically vital town in the Land of Fire. Their attacks had disrupted supply routes critical to Konoha, and they had left a trail of destruction in their wake. Danzo's orders were simple and absolute. Eliminate every last one. Naruto's mind replayed his briefing as he drew closer to the camp. It had been a typical exchange with Danzo. No room for questions, no room for personal sentiment. The orders had been clear. Yet, even as he moved with deadly purpose, he couldn't shake the nagging thoughts that always crept in during missions like these. Mercy is for the weak, Danzo had once told him. A true shinobi executes their orders without hesitation. Naruto had learned to suppress his emotions over the years, but the flicker of doubt remained. Were these bandits truly beyond redemption? Did every one of them deserve death? He shook his head, pushing the thoughts aside. Hesitation could cost him his life, and Root did not tolerate failure. Naruto paused on a sturdy branch overlooking the camp. He crouched low, his breathing steady and controlled. Below him, the bandit camp sprawled across a clearing. A fire crackled at its center, casting flickering shadows over a collection of crude tents and makeshift barricades. The bandits were gathered around the fire, their laughter and crude jokes carrying through the night. His sharp eyes scanned the scene, cataloging every detail. There were 9 in total, one more than his initial intel had indicated. Most were armed with swords and axes, though one carried a bow slung over his shoulder. The leader was unmistakable, a burly man with a thick beard, his voice booming as he barked orders and guzzled from a bottle of sake. Naruto's fingers brushed against the cool metal of the chains wrapped around his wrists. They hummed faintly with latent chakra, a reminder of the power at his disposal. He had used them countless times to deadly effect, and tonight would be no different. He closed his eyes for a moment, centering himself. When they opened again, his expression was cold and unyielding. The time for doubt had passed. Now was the time for action. The bandit leader rose unsteadily to his feet, his bottle of sake sloshing as he announced his intention to relieve himself. The others laughed, their attention briefly diverted. Naruto's lips pressed into a thin line beneath his mask. This was his opportunity. As the leader stumbled into the forest, Naruto followed from above, his movements silent and precise. He stayed just out of sight, his chakra chains retracting slightly to avoid catching the light. The bandit paused by a tree, fumbling with his trousers. Naruto's heart thudded in his chest, but his breathing remained steady. He had done this before. With a swift motion, Naruto descended, landing soundlessly behind the man. One hand clamped over the bandit's mouth, stifling any cry, while the other drove a kunai deep into his neck. The man's body jerked violently, his blood spraying across the forest floor. Naruto held him steady until the light faded from his eyes. "I'm sorry," Naruto whispered, his voice barely audible. The words felt hollow, a ritual he clung to for reasons he couldn't fully explain. He lowered the body to the ground and quickly dragged it into the underbrush. With a single hand sign, he summoned a shadow clone. The clone transformed into the bandit leader, adopting his gait and mannerisms with chilling accuracy. "Go," Naruto ordered quietly. The clone nodded and returned to the camp. Back at the camp, the bandits greeted their disguised leader with jeers and laughter. "What took you so long, boss? Fall in?" One of them joked. The clone barked a command, ordering the group to follow him into the woods under the pretense of inspecting something suspicious. The bandits grumbled but obeyed, their weapons clanking as they followed the fake leader into the shadows. From his perch in the trees, Naruto watched, his chakra chains uncoiling like serpents. He let them move closer to his position, his muscles coiled like springs. When they were directly beneath him, he struck. The chains shot out, wrapping around two bandits with blinding speed. Before they could react, Naruto yanked them into the air, their bodies colliding with sickening force. He released them, letting their lifeless forms fall to the ground. The remaining bandits froze in shock, their eyes darting wildly as they tried to locate the source of the attack. Naruto dropped into their midst, his movements a blur. One chain lashed out, severing the arm of a bandit who raised his sword. Another coiled around a man's neck, lifting him off the ground before snapping his spine. The remaining bandits scattered, their courage evaporating. "Monster!" One of them screamed as he fled into the woods. Naruto let them run. His mission was to eliminate the camp, not chase stragglers. He turned his attention to the bodies at his feet, his chakra chains retracting with a faint metallic clink. Just as Naruto prepared to burn the bodies, a sudden gust of wind tore through the clearing. He dove to the side, narrowly avoiding a razor-sharp blast that obliterated a nearby tree. "Not bad," a voice drawled from the shadows. Naruto rose to his feet, his chains poised for attack. A figure emerged from the tree-line, clad in dark armor. A blue cloth obscured most of his face, but the lightning-charged blade in his hand was unmistakable. "Aoi Rokusho," the man introduced himself with a mocking bow. "Danzo sent you, didn't he?" Testing the boy wonder to see if he's ready for the big leagues. Naruto didn't respond. His stance was low and guarded, his chains shifting slightly in anticipation. Aoi smirked. "Silent type, huh? Let's see if you're as good as they say." He charged, his blade crackling with lightning chakra. Naruto's chains shot out to intercept him, clashing against the blade in a shower of sparks. Aoi was faster than anyone Naruto had faced before. His strikes were precise and unrelenting, forcing Naruto to stay on the defensive. The fight became a blur of motion, chains and blade colliding with brutal force. Aoi's movements were unpredictable, his strikes feinting one way before attacking from another. Naruto countered with calculated precision, using his chains to maintain distance and control the battlefield. "You're good," Aoi admitted, his breathing heavy, "but not good enough." He launched a flurry of strikes, pushing Naruto back. One blade grazed Naruto's arm, drawing blood, but Naruto retaliated with a chain strike that wrapped around Aoi's leg, yanking him off balance. Aoi rolled with the momentum, landing on his feet and immediately countering with a blast of wind chakra that forced Naruto to retreat. The battle dragged on, both combatants refusing to give an inch. Naruto's chains lashed out in a coordinated assault, forcing Aoi to block high and low simultaneously. Aoi managed to deflect most of the strikes, but one chain slipped through, wrapping around his wrist and disarming him. Naruto seized the opportunity, driving forward with a kunai in hand. Aoi dodged narrowly, the blade slicing across his cheek. Snarling, he summoned a second blade, its lightning edge crackling ominously. Naruto's chains coiled around him protectively as Aoi charged again. This time, Naruto didn't retreat. Instead, he met the attack head-on, his chains clashing with Aoi's blades in a deafening explosion of chakra. With a burst of effort, Naruto forced Aoi back and formed a series of rapid hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. The massive gust of wind sent Aoi tumbling across the clearing, slamming him into a tree. Before Aoi could recover, Naruto closed the distance, his chains pinning the man to the ground. "This is over," Naruto said coldly. Aoi struggled, his eyes wide with panic. "Wait." Naruto didn't let him finish. A burst of fire chakra ignited his chains, engulfing Aoi in flames. The man's screams echoed through the night as Naruto turned away, his expression unreadable. From a nearby ridge, Fu watched the scene with calculating eyes. As one of Danzo's top operatives, he had been tasked with evaluating Naruto's performance. He noted the boy's efficiency, his control, and his unwavering focus. "Still rough," Fu murmured to himself. "But he'll do." He vanished into the shadows, leaving Naruto alone in the clearing. Naruto gathered the bodies into a pile and set them ablaze, the acrid stench filling the air. As the flames crackled, he took a deep breath, his hands trembling. The weight of his actions settled over him like a suffocating blanket. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. When he opened them again, the doubt was gone, replaced by cold determination. He retrieved Aoi's Bladia relic of the Nidaime Hokage and began the long journey back to Konoha. The mission was over. The sun hung low in the sky, its warm golden rays casting long shadows across the village as Naruto Uzumaki made his way to a hidden entrance near Konoha's outskirts. The aftermath of his recent mission still weighed heavily on him, though his expression betrayed nothing. His hands, stained with the blood of his enemies, were steady, his steps deliberate. The entrance was nothing more than a nondescript patch of forest floor, but to those in the know, it led to the clandestine network of Root's underground base. Naruto activated a small chakra seal embedded in the bark of a nearby tree. The ground trembled faintly before a trapdoor slid open, revealing a dark tunnel. Without hesitation, he stepped inside, the steel trapdoor closing behind him with a metallic clang. The corridors were cold and sterile, lit by dim, flickering lamps that cast eerie shadows on the walls. As he walked deeper into the labyrinthine base, Naruto's thoughts wandered, replaying the events of the mission. The bandits had been no challenge, their disorganized tactics laughable in the face of his training. Aoi Rokusho, on the other hand, had been formidable if only slightly. Despite the man's boastful demeanor, Naruto had dispatched him with calculated efficiency, though the memory of the man burning alive lingered in his mind like an unwelcome specter. He shook the thought away as he approached the central chamber. This was no time for sentiment. Danzo Shimura stood at the far end of the room, his single visible eye fixed on a detailed map of the land of fire pinned to the wall. His posture was rigid, his hands clasped behind his back. To any observer, he appeared as stoic and unflappable as ever, but inwardly, his mind was alight with calculated satisfaction. The boy has grown. Danzo recalled the scrawny, fiery child who had stood before him 5 years ago, his eyes burning with defiance and ambition. That boy had been unpolished, reckless, and emotional, a far cry from the young man who now strode confidently into the chamber. Under Danzo's guidance, Naruto had been forged into a weapon of remarkable precision, his abilities honed to a razor's edge. The boy's progress had exceeded even Danzo's lofty expectations. Danzo allowed himself a small, private smile. "He will serve my purposes well." When Naruto entered the room, he dropped to one knee, his kodachi crossed on his back and his hands resting on his thighs. "Mission complete, Danzo-sama," he said, his voice calm and composed. Danzo turned slowly, his sharp gaze scrutinizing every detail of Naruto's demeanor. The boy's uniform bore faint traces of ash and blood, though his body showed no visible injuries. Danzo noted the glint of determination in his eyes, the rigid set of his jaw. Naruto was no longer a child. "Report," Danzo commanded, his tone clipped and authoritative. Naruto rose to his feet and began his debriefing. He described the elimination of the bandits with clinical precision, omitting no detail, from the leader's swift assassination to the use of his chakra chains in dismantling their ranks. He recounted the encounter with Aoi Rokusho, detailing the man's skill set, his lightning-enhanced weapon, and his ultimate demise. When he spoke of claiming the Raijin no Ken, His tone was neutral, almost detached, as though it were a mere footnote. Danzo listened in silence, his expression unreadable. When Naruto finished, the room was silent for a moment, save for the faint hum of the base's ventilation system. "You have done well," Danzo said finally, his voice devoid of warmth yet laced with approval. "The Raijin no Ken is a valuable asset. Its retrieval further cements your value to Konoha to me." Naruto inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the praise but offering no response. He understood Danzo well enough to know that the man's compliments were rarely genuine. Every word he spoke was calculated, serving a purpose beyond mere acknowledgement. Danzo stepped closer, his cane tapping softly against the stone floor. "You have proven yourself time and time again, Naruto. Your efficiency, your control, your strength, they are the hallmarks of a true shinobi. But do not let success breed complacency. The moment you grow complacent is the moment you fail." "I understand, Danzo-sama," Naruto replied, his voice steady. Danzo's eye lingered on him for a moment longer. Yes, he understands. But does he truly grasp the weight of his potential? The elder shinobi gestured toward the blade hanging at Naruto's side. "The Raijin no Ken is no ordinary weapon. It once belonged to the Nidaime Hokage, a symbol of power and leadership. That blade is now yours to wield, but only if you can master it. I expect you to integrate it into your fighting style without delay." Naruto hesitated for a fraction of a second before nodding. "I will." Danzo noted the pause, but chose not to comment on it. Instead, he turned back to the map on the wall, his mind already shifting to the broader implications of Naruto's growth. As Naruto stood silently, awaiting dismissal, Danzo allowed his thoughts to wander. Over the past 5 years, he had shaped the boy into a formidable operative, a weapon unlike any other in Konoha's arsenal. Yet, he knew Naruto's loyalty was not absolute. The boy saw their relationship as a means to an end, a marriage of convenience. That suited Danzo just fine. Loyalty born of convenience could be just as effective as loyalty born of devotion, so long as the balance of power remained in his favor. "He will grow even stronger," Danzo mused, his gaze returning to the map. "And when the time comes, he will secure my vision for Konoha, a world where strength reigns supreme and weakness is eradicated." But even as he admired Naruto's progress, Danzo's calculating mind began to assess the potential risks. The boy's regenerative healing factor, his mastery of chakra chains, and his growing proficiency with the Kodachi, and now the Raijin no Ken, all of these made him a powerful asset. Yet, they also made him unpredictable. Danzo would need to ensure that Naruto's ambitions aligned with his own. "Today marks an important milestone," Danzo said suddenly, breaking the silence. "You graduate from the academy and become an official genin. The village will see this as a moment of celebration, a testament to your perseverance. But we both know the truth." Naruto's lips twitched into a faint smirk. "That I've been a shinobi for years now?" "Precisely," Danzo replied. "The academy is nothing more than a formality for you. Do not allow yourself to be distracted by the frivolities of civilian life. Your true purpose lies in the shadows, where your actions carry weight far greater than any title or rank." Naruto nodded. "Understood, Danzo-sama." "Good," Danzo said. He stepped back, his cane tapping against the floor. "You are dismissed. Report to the academy tomorrow for your graduation ceremony. And remember, everything you do reflects on me. Do not disappoint me." "I won't," Naruto said, bowing slightly before turning to leave. As Naruto made his way back through the labyrinthine base, his mind raced. Danzo's praise had been measured, as always, but it was clear the man was satisfied with his progress. That should have been enough, yet Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that he was walking a razor-thin line. His relationship with Danzo was built on mutual benefit, but he knew better than to trust the man completely. One day, Naruto muttered under his breath, "One day, this arrangement will end. And when it does, I'll make sure it's on my terms." For now, he would continue to play his part. The world saw him as a rising genin, a boy stepping into the shoes of his father, the fourth Hokage. But beneath that facade, he was something far more dangerous, a weapon forged in the shadows, waiting for the moment to strike. As the village celebrated his upcoming graduation, Naruto sat alone in his apartment. the Raijin no Kin resting on the table before him. The blade's hilt glinted faintly in the moonlight, a symbol of the power and responsibility he now carried. He reached out, his fingers brushing against the weapon. "Let's see if you're worth it," he muttered, channeling a small amount of chakra into the hilt. The blade ignited with a snap hiss, its lightning aura casting eerie shadows across the room. Naruto watched it for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he deactivated the blade and leaned back in his chair. Tomorrow, he would graduate. Tomorrow, he would step into the light as a genin of Konoha. But tonight, he belonged to the shadows. True to his word, Naruto Uzumaki remained silent about everything Danzo Shimura had taught him during his years en route. In the eyes of the village, Naruto was still the loud, brash, and seemingly talentless academy student who barely scraped by in his lessons. But beneath the surface, the truth was far more complex. Naruto had grown into a skilled and dangerous operative, molded by 5 years of rigorous training in the shadows. Danzo, the enigmatic leader of Root, had recognized Naruto's potential early on. Under his tutelage, Naruto had honed his skills to near perfection, mastering techniques most shinobi could only dream of. His affinity for all 5 chakra natures had made him an exceptional prodigy, capable of wielding a versatile arsenal of jutsu. Among the many abilities he had learned, his favorites were the chakra chains inherited from his Uzumaki lineage and his dual Kodachi fighting style. These techniques, combined with Danzo's ruthless training regimen, had turned Naruto into a shinobi capable of handling even the most dangerous missions. Yet, Naruto had another weapon in his arsenal that he kept hidden from everyone, even his classmates, the Rasengan. Danzo had deemed it an ace of aces, a technique Naruto should only unveil in the direst of circumstances. While Danzo's teaching style was cold and calculated, it had forced Naruto to grow in ways he hadn't expected. Despite their uneasy alliance, Naruto respected Danzo's insight and tactical brilliance, though he trusted the man as little as he trusted anyone else. The training had not been without complications. Conducting secret sessions away from the eyes of the Hokage and the villagers required careful planning. Danzo's operatives handled the logistics, ensuring Naruto's double life remained hidden. Even the Hokage himself knew little about Naruto's true progress, and only a select few Root members were aware of his full capabilities. Naruto had taken to the shadows with surprising ease. The time spent en route had taught him discipline and the importance of maintaining his facade. He knew that the key to survival in Konoha was deception. Every action, every word, and every interaction in the academy was carefully calculated to maintain the illusion of the clumsy, oblivious dead last. Danzo had emphasized this point during their training. The strongest shinobi is not the one with the most power, but the one who wields their power from the shadows. Let them see what you want them to see. Naruto took those words to heart. At the academy, he deliberately performed poorly on written tests, flubbed basic jutsu, and exaggerated his reactions to insults. It was all part of the act. He even went so far as to pretend to have a hopeless crush on Sakura Haruno, knowing it added to the image of him as a harmless fool. In reality, Naruto didn't care for Sakura in the slightest, though he found her reactions amusing. "Naruto, what is the answer to the question on the board?" Irika's sharp voice broke through Naruto's daydreams. Blinking lazily, Naruto glanced at the chalkboard. The question was painfully simple. Who was the first Hokage? Hashirama Senju. Duh, Naruto thought to himself. But instead of answering, he shrugged and scratched the back of his head with an exaggerated grin. "Oh, I don't know, Iruka-sensei," he said loudly, earning a round of laughter from the class. Naruto leaned back in his chair, grinning as he soaked in the attention, even if it was negative. He knew that maintaining his cover required him to endure these moments, no matter how irritating they were. "God, Naruto, you're such an idiot," shouted Sakura, her pink hair bouncing as she whipped around to glare at him. Naruto forced a sheepish laugh, scratching his cheek as he feigned embarrassment. If only you knew, he thought, but outwardly, he gave Sakura a bright grin. "Sorry, Sakura-kun. I'll try harder next time." As the class settled down, Naruto's gaze wandered to Itachi's sister Sayuri Uchiha, the academy's top student and his self-declared rival. Sayuri sat near the window, her expression cool and disinterested as she jotted notes in her notebook. She carried herself with the quiet confidence of someone who knew they were the best, and it irritated Naruto to no end. Their rivalry had started years ago, though it was mostly one-sided on Sayuri's part. Naruto couldn't care less about her perceived superiority, but her condescending remarks often made his blood boil, at least that's what he pretended. In truth, he enjoyed their verbal sparring. It gave him an outlet for his frustrations and added another layer to his facade. Is there something you need, Dobe? Sayuri's voice cut through his thoughts, her dark eyes meeting his with a smirk. Naruto scowled, playing his part. No, I don't need anything from you, Uchiha. Mind your own business. Sayuri chuckled softly, her smirk widening. Maybe you should go back and study with the first-year students. You might actually learn something useful. The class erupted into laughter again, and Naruto crossed his arms, huffing in mock annoyance. Whatever, you're not as great as you think you are, Sayuri. Sayuri ignored him after that, turning her attention back to her notes. But Naruto noticed her stealing occasional glances at him when she thought he wasn't looking. What's your deal, Uchiha? He wondered, though he quickly dismissed the thought. He had more important things to focus on. As the bell rang, Iruka stood at the front of the classroom, addressing the students with a serious expression. Listen up. Graduation is only a week away. Your final exam will consist of 3 parts: a written test, a transformation jutsu, and the creation of a clone. Make sure you're ready. Naruto barely paid attention to Iruka's explanation. He already knew he could ace the exam if he wanted to, but that wasn't part of the plan. He needed to graduate as the dead last to avoid suspicion. His place in the rookie teams was critical to maintaining his cover while continuing his work for Root. When class ended, Naruto lingered in the hallway, waiting for Sakura. As she walked past, he called out to her, "Hey, Sakura-kun, want to go on a date with me?" Sakura turned to glare at him, her face a mix of annoyance and exasperation. In your dreams, Naruto. I don't date losers. Naruto feigned a wounded expression, clutching his chest dramatically. Ouch, Sakura-kun, you're breaking my heart. As Sakura stomped away, Naruto let out a sigh, his grin fading. One day, they'll all see the truth, he thought, though he quickly shoved the sentiment aside. Chasing after Haruno again, huh? Sayuri's voice came from behind him. Naruto turned to see her leaning casually against the wall, her arms crossed. None of your business, Uchiha, Naruto snapped, though there was no real anger in his tone. Sayuri smirked. You're wasting your time. She's not interested in you. Then again, who would be? Naruto rolled his eyes. What's your problem, anyway? Can't you leave me alone for 5 minutes? Not when you make it so easy to mess with you, Sayuri replied, her smirk softening into a faint smile. Naruto stared at her for a moment, caught off guard by the subtle shift in her demeanor. But before he could say anything, she turned and walked away, her dark hair swaying behind her. What's her deal? He wondered, shaking his head as he headed home. She's just as annoying as Sakura. Despite their animosity, Naruto couldn't deny that there was something about Sayuri that intrigued him. She was talented, focused, and undeniably attractive, not that he'd ever admitted aloud. But more than that, he sensed that she, too, was hiding something. Perhaps that was why he found himself drawn to her, even if it was only to uncover her secrets. But for now, he had his own secrets to keep. Graduation was only a week away, and Naruto knew that the real test was yet to come. Naruto ventured deep into the secluded forest clearing where he often trained in secret, away from the prying eyes of his classmates and most of the villagers. This spot, hidden among towering trees and surrounded by the gentle hum of nature, had become his sanctuary, a place where he could push himself beyond the limits expected of an academy student. The dense canopy above filtered the sunlight, creating dappled patterns on the forest floor as Naruto prepared for another rigorous session. Standing in the clearing, Naruto formed several dozen shadow clones with a single hand sign. The clones spread out around him, their identical faces wearing determined expressions. Drawing his twin Kodachi, Naruto began channeling wind chakra into the blades. The weapons hummed softly, the air around them shimmering as the chakra extended beyond the steel, transforming the blades into glowing, razor-sharp constructs. All right, Naruto muttered to himself. Let's see if I can make this smoother today. With that, the clones charged at him en masse, their movements coordinated and precise. Naruto met them heat-in, his enhanced blades slashing through the attackers with practiced efficiency. Each swing of his kodachi sent arcs of wind slicing through the air, dispelling clones and cleaving through the occasional tree in the process. He moved fluidly, his body a blur of motion as he danced through the chaos. Unbeknownst to Naruto, a pair of pale lavender eyes had been observing him from the shadows. Hinata Hyuga, her Byakugan activated, stood perched on a branch high above the clearing. Her hands were clasped nervously in front of her as she watched Naruto train. She had been following his secret sessions for some time now, drawn by a mix of admiration and curiosity. The sight before her only reinforced what she already knew. Naruto was far more skilled than he let on in the academy. She watched in awe as the chakra around his kodachi grew brighter, extending out into the form of massive, glowing blades. With a single swing, the chakra extensions slashed through a wave of clones and carved deep gashes into the surrounding trees. The power and precision left her breathless. Naruto, however, was far more aware of his surroundings than he let on. He had noticed Hinata's presence weeks ago, her timid chakra signature impossible to miss. At first, he had considered confronting her but decided against it. Instead, he chose to humor her, pretending not to notice her shy attempts to remain hidden. Today, though, he decided to have a little fun. As he dispelled the last of his clones with a flourish, he suddenly turned his head in Hinata's direction, his sharp eyes locking onto her position. "Hey, you can come out, you know," he called out, a small smirk tugging at his lips. Hinata froze, her body stiffening as though caught in the act of a crime. Her pale cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she let out an involuntary eep, before scrambling backward, nearly losing her footing on the branch. Without another word, she turned and bolted, disappearing into the trees as fast as her legs could carry her. Naruto chuckled to himself, shaking his head. "She's really something else," he muttered, sheathing his kodachi. Despite his casual demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a small twinge of guilt for scaring her off. Still, he appreciated her interest. There weren't many people in the village who looked at him with anything other than disdain or indifference. Shrugging off the distraction, Naruto turned his attention back to the clearing. The air was still filled with the faint hum of residual chakra, the aftermath of his earlier attacks. He studied the deep gouges in the trees and ground, evaluating his control over the wind chakra extensions. "Not bad," he said to himself, "but I still need more precision." Deciding to push his limits further, Naruto created another round of shadow clones. This time, he split them into groups, giving them specific instructions to attack him from multiple angles simultaneously. The chaotic melee resumed, Naruto weaving between attacks with practiced agility. His kodachi gleamed as they cut through the air, the wind chakra amplifying their reach and destructive power. Despite the intensity of his training, Naruto couldn't entirely shake the image of Hinata's flustered retreat from his mind. He smiled faintly as he continued his practice, the thought of her nervous yet determined gaze giving him an odd sense of comfort. For now, though, his focus remained on improving his skills. The graduation exam was just around the corner, and while he had no doubts about passing, he wanted to ensure that his true abilities remained a secret for as long as possible. Next day, Naruto entered the classroom with a broad grin on his face, the Konoha headband securely fastened around his forehead. The sunlight streaming through the windows seemed to accentuate his sense of pride as he confidently took his seat near Sakura. For the first time, there was no hiding his accomplishment, though his casual demeanor suggested otherwise. Sakura glanced at him skeptically, her eyes narrowing as they caught sight of the headband. "Naruto, you passed? How did that happen?" she asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. The room immediately went silent, and all eyes turned to Naruto, their expressions ranging from incredulous to stunned. Irika, standing at the front of the class, decided to answer for him. "Naruto scored a perfect mark on the final exams," he announced plainly. A wave of shock rippled through the room. Even Sayuri Uchiha, who rarely reacted to anything, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Kiba couldn't contain himself and burst out. There's no way the dobe got a perfect score. Irika sighed, crossing his arms. Believe it or not, he did. Now sit down, Kiba. His stern tone brooked no further argument. Naruto smirked slightly, enjoying the stunned silence that followed. Sayuri's sharp gaze remained locked on him for a moment, analyzing him with a level of interest she rarely afforded anyone. Irika continued, now that all the graduates are here, we'll be assigning you into three-person teams with a Jonin instructor. The room buzzed with excitement as students whispered among themselves, speculating about their potential teammates. Naruto leaned back, silently praying to himself, anyone but Sayuri. Anyone but Sayuri. Unbeknownst to him, Sayuri had a similar sentiment, anyone but that loud idiot. Irika began calling out names, assigning teams one by one. The anticipation in the room grew as each team was formed, and Naruto found himself anxiously awaiting his name. Finally, Irika called out, Team 7 will consist of Sakura Haruno, Sayuri Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki. Your Jonin instructor will be Kakashi Hitaki. Naruto's heart sank, and his head turned towards Sayuri, who was already glaring daggers at him. Their mutual disdain was almost palpable as they locked eyes. Beside them, Sakura looked confused as she glanced between the two. Will you two stop staring at each other? Sakura said with an exasperated sigh. Both Naruto and Sayuri huffed and turned away, pointedly ignoring each other. As Irika finished announcing the remaining teams, he gave a parting reminder. Wait here for your Jonin instructors. They'll be here shortly to meet you. Good luck, everyone. With that, the Chunin left the classroom. The room erupted into chatter as the newly formed teams mingled. Naruto, however, quickly found himself surrounded by curious and skeptical classmates. How in the world did you score perfectly, Naruto? Kiba demanded, his voice dripping with disbelief. Naruto leaned back casually, clearly enjoying the attention. Maybe I'm not the moron you all think I am, he replied smugly. Shikamaru, ever the realist, frowned. There's no way you got a perfect score on the written exam, and I've never seen you pull off a clone jutsu successfully. Naruto rolled his eyes and formed a quick hand sign. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. In an instant, several identical clones materialized around him. The room fell into stunned silence. Sakura's eyes widened. That's not the standard clone jutsu. Where did you learn that? Naruto shrugged, dispelling the clones with a casual wave. Wouldn't you like to know? Shikamaru crossed his arms, his expression thoughtful. He obviously learned it outside of the academy. As the other students returned to their teams, Sakura shook her head, glancing between Naruto and Sayuri. Are you two seriously going to sit there and not say anything to each other? Sayuri sent her an icy glare. I'm not here to make friends. Naruto snorted. Trust me, Sakura-kun, I'd rather be anywhere else than stuck on the same team as her. Sayuri's lip curled in disdain. The feeling's mutual, dope. Sakura groaned, rubbing her temples. This is going to be a long team assignment. From her seat near the back, Hinata Hyuga quietly observed the exchange. Unlike the others, she had long known there was more to Naruto than he let on. She had seen glimpses of his true strength during her occasional attempts to secretly watch his training sessions. As Naruto casually leaned back in his seat, ignoring Sayuri's barbs, Hinata found herself smiling softly. She knew he was far more skilled and intelligent than anyone gave him credit for. Her admiration for him only deepened as she watched him navigate the tension with Sayuri and Sakura. Sayuri, however, had noticed Hinata's lingering gaze. The Uchiha's sharp eyes met Hinata's for a brief moment, and the glare she sent her way was enough to make the Hyuga girl quickly look away, her cheeks turning pink. One by one, the Jonin instructors arrived to collect their teams, leaving Team 7 alone in the classroom. Minutes turned into hours, and the tension between the three genin only grew. Finally, Sakura broke the silence. So, are you guys excited to finally become full-fledged ninja? Sayuri gave her a disinterested glance and said nothing. Naruto, on the other hand, nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, I can't wait to get out of the classroom and take on real missions. Sakura smiled at his enthusiasm. My parents were so proud of me last night. They even threw a little party to celebrate. What about you two? Naruto's expression faltered slightly, but he quickly recovered. I don't have parents to throw me a party, but that's okay. I'm used to celebrating on my own. Sakura looked horrified at her blunder. Oh, I didn't mean to. Don't worry about it, Naruto said, waving her off with a forgiving smile. Sayuri, however, remained silent, her gaze fixed on the ground. The mention of parents had clearly struck a nerve, but she showed no outward emotion beyond her tightened jaw. At long last, the classroom door slid open, revealing a silver-haired man with a mask covering most of his face and a high-tie tilted to obscure one eye. He offered a casual wave. Yo, is this Team 7? Sakura immediately perked up. You must be Kakashi-sensei. That's me, Kakashi said lazily. Meet me on the rooftop so we can get to know each other. The three genin complied, making their way to the academy's rooftop. Kakashi was already seated on the railing, his relaxed posture a stark contrast to their tense expressions. He gestured for them to sit in front of him. All right, introductions. I want to know your likes, dislikes, and dreams for the future, Kakashi said. I'll start. My name is Kakashi Hitaki. I have likes and dislikes, but you don't need to know what they are. As for my dreams, I don't really have one. Naruto was next. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like training, ramen, and testing my limits. I hate being underestimated. My dream is to become the greatest Hokage ever. Sakura followed. My name is Sakura Haruno. I like reading and spending time with my friends. I dislike waiting around, and my dream is to become a top medic nin and find true love. Finally, Kakashi turned to Sayuri. Your turn. My name is Sayuri Uchiha. I don't have likes or dislikes worth mentioning. My dream, her voice dropped slightly, her gaze darkening, is to kill someone. The blunt statement hung in the air, and Kakashi studied her for a moment before nodding. Well, that's intense. With introductions complete, Kakashi stood. Meet me at Training Ground 7 tomorrow at 5 a.m. Don't eat breakfast, or you'll regret it. Without another word, he vanished in a puff of smoke. As the team dispersed, Naruto turned to Sakura with a hopeful grin. Hey, Sakura-kun, want to grab some ramen? We could bond as teammates. Not a chance, Sakura said flatly, walking away. Naruto shrugged, his grin unshaken. He leapt off the roof, leaving Sayuri and Sakura behind. Sakura sighed, glancing at Sayuri. One's a loudmouth, and the other doesn't care about anyone. Great team dynamic, huh? Sayuri said nothing, her eyes fixed on the horizon as she silently prepared herself for the challenges ahead. The next morning, Naruto was the first to arrive at Training Ground 7. As someone who had grown used to waking up early for his rigorous training sessions, being punctual wasn't a challenge for him. Settling against the trunk of a sturdy tree, he folded his arms behind his head and let his eyes wander across the peaceful clearing, waiting for his teammates. Sayuri Uchiha arrived shortly after. She was mildly surprised to find Naruto already there, though she masked her reaction with her usual stoic expression. Inwardly, however, she felt a spark of satisfaction at the prospect of some time alone with him. Without hesitation, she walked up and sat directly beside him, her proximity closer than necessary. Naruto turned his head, raising an eyebrow at her. Oh, why are you sitting so close? He asked, leaning slightly away from her. Sayuri smirked, tilting her head to look at him. Why not? I can sit wherever I want. Or, she added, her smirk growing wider, I could even sit on you if I felt like it. Naruto blinked at her, processing her words before breaking into a cheeky grin. Didn't know you were that desperate, Uchiha. The confident demeanor Sayuri had been projecting faltered for a split second, and she inwardly cursed herself. Why had she said something so ridiculous? She quickly masked her embarrassment by rolling her eyes. Humph, I'm not desperate for anything, least of all you, she retorted, crossing her arms. Naruto chuckled, shaking his head. You're something else, you know that? The pair sat in silence for a moment before Naruto broke it again, his curiosity getting the better of him. Seriously, though, what's your problem with me? You're always throwing insults or glaring at me like I stole your dango or something. Sayuri's confident smirk returned, but her gaze shifted to the ground. I don't have a problem with you. Naruto raised an eyebrow, unconvinced. Yeah, sure. Could have fooled me. You don't seem to have a problem being a pain in my ass. Sayuri frowned. her usual cold facade cracking ever so slightly. I, I just don't, she trailed off, unable to find the right words. She hated how flustered she felt under his gaze. Spit it out, Uchiha, Naruto said, his voice tinged with annoyance. You didn't seem to have any problem mouthing off before. Her walls shot back up in an instant. Listen, Dobe, I don't have to explain myself to you, or anyone, she snapped, looking away. Naruto laughed, the sound more amused than angry. Wow, the mighty Uchiha is dodging questions now? Guess you're not as tough as you think. Sayuri bristled, standing abruptly. Why don't you put your money where your mouth is, Uzumaki? Naruto grinned, standing to face her. Oh, don't worry. I've been dying to teach you a lesson. They took up fighting stances, their competitive energy sparking as they stared each other down. Sayuri made the first move, forming a quick series of hand seals. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, she called out, launching a massive fireball toward Naruto. Not missing a beat, Naruto formed his own seals and countered. Suetun, Suijin Hiki. A wall of water erupted from his mouth, meeting the fireball Hiden. The two elements clashed violently, hissing and steaming as they fought for dominance. Eventually, the water overtook the flames, dissipating them completely. Sayuri lowered her hands, clearly impressed but unwilling to admit it. Not bad for a dope. Starting to feel a little outclassed, Uchiha? Naruto taunted, smirking. Sayuri smirked back, pulling out a handful of kunai, each adorned with explosive tags. She flung them toward him in quick succession. Naruto's eyes narrowed, and he formed another set of hand seals. Futon, de Tapa, he shouted, releasing a powerful gust of wind. The wind scattered the kunai, sending the explosive tags detonating harmlessly against nearby trees. The force of the wind pushed Sayuri back a step, but she didn't relent. Drawing her own kunai, she charged at Naruto, closing the distance between them in a flash. Naruto responded by pulling out his trench knives, meeting her strike with a sharp metallic clash. The two engaged in a fast-paced melee, their blades colliding repeatedly as they tested each other's reflexes and techniques. Sayuri flipped over him, attempting to catch him off guard with a sweeping slash, but Naruto parried her attack with ease. They continued to spar, neither gaining a clear advantage. The sound of a loud shriek brought their fight to an abrupt halt. Both turned to see Sakura standing at the edge of the clearing, her face a mix of worry and confusion. What are you two doing? She demanded, glancing at the scorched and damaged training ground around them. Naruto scratched the back of his head, offering a sheepish grin. Just sparring, Sakura-kun. Gotta pass the time somehow while we wait for Kakashi-sensei. Sakura's eyes scanned the devastation, her skepticism clear. Sparring? You call this sparring? Before Naruto could respond, Sayuri leaned against a nearby tree, her arms crossed. Mind your own business, Barbie, she said coolly, glaring at the pink-haired girl. Sakura ignored her, sighing as she walked further into the clearing. The three teammates settled into an uneasy silence, waiting for their perpetually late sensei. Minutes turned into hours, the tension between Naruto and Sayuri lingering in the air. As they waited, Naruto noticed Sayuri occasionally stealing glances at him. He chose to ignore it at first, but eventually decided to humor her. He caught her gaze and smirked. Sayuri immediately looked away, a faint blush dusting her cheeks. Inwardly, she berated herself. Why am I acting like this? I just wanted to talk to him, and now I've made a fool of myself again. For his part, Naruto was intrigued. He'd always seen Sayuri as cold and aloof, but their sparring match had shown him a different side of her. She's stronger than I gave her credit for, but man, she's got some serious issues. Sakura eventually broke the silence, groaning loudly. Why is our sensei so late again? Neither Naruto nor Sayuri responded, too caught up in their own thoughts. Finally, Sayuri broke the tension with a quiet comment. Maybe you're not completely useless after all, Uzumaki. Naruto grinned, leaning back. Anything for you, Sayuri-kun. The honorific caught her off guard, and she turned her head sharply to hide the faint blush rising to her cheeks. Sakura, frustrated at being ignored, waved a hand in front of Naruto's face. Hello? Are you even listening to me? Naruto chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. Sorry, Sakura-kun. What were you saying? Our sensei is 2 hours late, she exclaimed, throwing her arms up in exasperation. Before anyone could respond, Kakashi finally appeared in a puff of smoke, his usual nonchalant demeanor intact. Yo, sorry I'm late. Got lost on the road of life. Naruto, Sayuri, and Sakura exchanged incredulous looks as their chaotic morning came to a close. You're late, Sakura accused, pointing a finger at Kakashi, her voice tinged with irritation. Kakashi responded with a lazy wave and his signature eye smile. Sakura, you see, a black cat crossed my path. Naturally, I had to take the long way around, he said in a leisurely tone. Liar. Sakura screeched, her voice piercing the quiet morning air. Naruto and Sayuri instinctively covered their ears to protect themselves from the auditory assault, while Kakashi chuckled softly. Well, now that we're all here, let me explain the test, Kakashi said, pulling out 2 small silver bells and holding them up for the team to see. The goal is simple, he continued. You need to take one of these bells from me before noon. Whoever doesn't get a bell will be sent back to the academy. Oh, and for an added incentive, those with bells will get to enjoy lunch while the one without goes hungry. Sakura's stomach let out a loud, betraying growl, and she flushed with embarrassment. Kakashi's visible eye twinkled with amusement as he glanced at the other two. Seems someone skipped breakfast, he noted, his tone teasing. Naruto grinned mischievously, a playful glint in his eyes, while Sayuri merely crossed her arms and smirked in quiet confidence. But wait, Sakura interrupted, her brows furrowed in confusion. Sensei, there are only 2 bells. Doesn't that mean? Exactly, Kakashi confirmed, cutting her off. It means one of you is guaranteed to fail and go back to the academy. Sayuri snorted, her smirk growing wider. TCH, thanks for stating the obvious, she remarked mockingly, earning an indignant glare from Sakura. Naruto sighed and slapped his forehead, muttering something about unnecessary drama. All right then, Kakashi announced, slipping the bells back onto his belt. Your time starts now. Before the words fully left his mouth, all 3 genin scattered into the surrounding trees, disappearing from sight. Kakashi observed their hiding places with a faint nod of approval. At least they know how to hide, he murmured to himself. Naruto crouched high in the branches of a tree, his mind racing as he assessed the situation. Kakashi Hatake was no ordinary opponent. The Hokage had mentioned that their sensei was one of the elite Jonin, a veteran of the Third Shinobi War, and a former student of the Fourth Hokage himself. Taking on someone of his caliber unknown was not just difficult, it was impossible for them at their current level. Alone, Naruto muttered under his breath, the word lingering in his mind before the realization struck. That's the test. It's about teamwork. None of us can take him on individually, not even Sayuri. But together we might have a chance. He thought back to everything he had read about Konoha's history, about how the village's strength had always been rooted in its teamwork. Time and time again, their belief in working together had been the key to victory in the Great Wars. They wouldn't put us in 3-man cells if it wasn't important, he reasoned. Too bad I'm gonna have to do this on my own, though. He sighed. Meanwhile, Sakura leapt from branch to branch, her heart pounding as she searched for Sayuri. She couldn't shake the worry that their sensei might have already caught her. Initially, she had been heading in Naruto's direction, but when she noticed him moving independently, she changed her plan. Sayuri is probably faring better, but still, I need to find her. Thoughts raced through her mind, vivid and unsettling. What if something had happened to Sayuri? She quickly pushed those thoughts aside. No, it's Sayuri. She's the rookie of the year and one of the strongest kunoichi in the academy. There's no way Kakashi Sensei could get her so easily. Determined, she pushed forward, her pace increasing as she scanned the area. Her focus was so intense that when she spotted Kakashi, her heart leapt into her throat. She froze midair, realizing with growing dread that she might be caught the moment she landed. Desperately, she aimed for the softest patch of ground, her landing barely rustling the leaves. To her immense relief, Kakashi didn't even glance in her direction. Breathing a quiet sigh of relief, Sakura crouched and watched him from a distance, her pulse steadying. She didn't dare move until he was gone. But before she could relax completely, a voice shattered the fragile calm. Hey, Sakura. Behind you. The familiar, lazy tone sent a chill down her spine. Turning slowly, she was met with the sight of Kakashi standing unnervingly close, his one visible eye holding an eerie gleam. The playful yet sinister air around him unsettled her. Fear crept into her features as Kakashi formed a single, unfamiliar seal. Before she could react, a whirlwind of leaves swirled around her, blotting out her vision. The sensation was disorienting, and when the leaves finally settled, Kakashi was gone. What was that? Sakura whispered, her voice trembling. Her surroundings were silent, the oppressive quiet making her feel utterly alone. Where did Sensei go? Her thoughts were interrupted by a faint, desperate voice. Sakura. Her head snapped toward the sound, her breath hitching. She knew that voice. It was Sayuri's. Relief washed over her, but it was short-lived. What she saw froze her in place. Sayuri stood before her, but her body was grotesquely battered, shurikens and kunai embedded deeply in her flesh. Blood soaked her clothes, pooling at her feet. Her expression was one of agony, her usually sharp eyes dulled with pain. Sakura, please help me, Sayuri rasped, her voice weak and filled with despair. Tears welled in Sakura's eyes as the horrific sight overwhelmed her. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. The terror and guilt bubbling inside her finally broke free in a piercing scream. Meanwhile, Sayuri's sharp scream of frustration cut through the training field, causing Kakashi to glance up briefly from his book. Lesson number 2, Jinjutsu, Kakashi mused aloud. And Sakura fell for it perfectly. Humph, of course she did, Sayuri scoffed from the shadows. But I'm not like her. Say that after you've managed to get a bell, Sayuriken, Kakashi replied with mock respect, his one visible eye curving in amusement. Kakashi sighed as he tucked his book away. He knew this would be the second toughest fight of the day. Sayuri wasn't one to underestimate, and her sharp mind combined with her determination made her a formidable opponent. Once he was done with her, however, Kakashi planned to focus on Naruto, who so far remained an unpredictable wild card. While Naruto often played the fool, Kakashi had seen enough flashes of brilliance to know there was more to him than met the eye. Even so, the boy's temper and reckless nature could be exploited. This is going to be interesting, Kakashi thought as he shifted into a combat-ready stance. Sayuri emerged from the shadows, her dark eyes locked onto her sensei's lone visible one. The tension was palpable as the two stared each other down, searching for even the smallest weakness. Neither moved, the air between them heavy with anticipation. Impatient as always, Sayuri made the first move. She hurled a barrage of shurikens at Kakashi, who easily sidestepped the incoming projectiles. But the moment he did, he noticed something off. The shurikens were attached to a nearly invisible line of wire. His sharp instincts kicked in. It's a trap. The shurikens pulled taut against the wires, triggering a mechanism that sent a hail of kunai and other sharp weapons flying toward Kakashi's position. Reacting quickly, Kakashi leapt into the air to avoid the deadly onslaught. Sayuri capitalized on the opportunity. Using every ounce of her speed, she dashed behind Kakashi and aimed a sharp kick toward his head. Kakashi blocked the kick with his left arm and grabbed her leg with his right hand. But Sayuri wasn't finished. She twisted midair, throwing a punch at his face with her free hand. Kakashi caught her fist with his open hand, locking them in a stalemate. Unfazed, Sayuri smirked. She shifted her weight, swinging her free leg upward in a sweeping arc toward Kakashi's head. Forced to act quickly, Kakashi raised both arms, holding her trapped limbs while dodging the incoming kick. Sayuri used the momentary distraction to reach for the bells with her free hand. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. Letting go of her limbs, he pushed her away and created some distance between them. Not bad, Kakashi admitted, his tone light but serious. You're definitely better than the other two so far. But you can't win like Tisa, at least not on your own. Sayuri ignored his words, her mind too focused on the task at hand to consider any underlying lesson. She began weaving a series of hand seals with practiced precision. Kakashi's visible eye widened slightly as recognition dawned. She's not actually going to, he thought. Memories of a past fight with another young prodigy flashed in his mind. So, She can already use that technique? Interesting. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. Sayuri shouted. A massive fireball erupted from her mouth, roaring across the training ground and consuming the area in a fiery explosion. The intense heat scorched the earth, leaving a small crater in its wake. When the flames dissipated, however, Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. Sayuri's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, her breathing steady as she searched for any sign of her elusive sensei. Where is he? She wondered, frustration building as the silence stretched on. Below you, Kakashi's voice called out. Before she could react, a hand shot up from the ground and grabbed her ankle. Sayuri struggled, but Kakashi's grip was firm, and she found herself being pulled downward. Within moments, only her head remained above ground, the rest of her body trapped in the earth. Lesson number 3. Ninjutsu, Kakashi said casually, dusting off his hands. Sorry, Sayurikin. Maybe next time. With that, Kakashi pulled out his book and began reading again, leaving Sayuri stewing in frustration as he wandered off. For 5 minutes, Kakashi indulged in his beloved novel, enjoying the quiet reprieve. But as he turned the next page, he noticed movement out of the corner of his eye. His visible eye curved into an amused smile as he faced his final target of the day. All right, Naruto, Kakashi murmured, his tone both teasing and expectant. Let's see what you've got. Naruto stood in the clearing, waiting for Kakashi to arrive. This would be a delicate balancing act, displaying enough skill to impress without revealing the full extent of his abilities. Danzo's instructions were clear. Keep the village guessing and don't expose the depth of his training. When Kakashi finally arrived, his signature relaxed demeanor was on full display, a book in hand, and a lazy posture as he sauntered toward the waiting Naruto. Yo, Kakashi greeted, his one visible eye curving into a smile. Naruto crossed his arms, already bristling at the sensei's nonchalant attitude. About time you showed up. Didn't think it would take you that long to take down those two, he said flatly. Kakashi flipped another page in his book without looking up. Look who's talking. Naruto resisted the urge to roll his eyes. After a few minutes of awkward silence, Kakashi finally slid the book into his pouch and tilted his head at Naruto. Well, ready for a little test? Naruto gave a sharp nod, already expecting this from the academy briefing. He stepped back, loosening his muscles and mentally running through his plan. Stay low-key. No flashy moves unless absolutely necessary. Good, Kakashi said, stretching his arms. Care to show me what you've learned these past 5 years? Naruto froze for a fraction of a second, quickly masking his surprise with a forced grin. Sure, why not? I've been working harder than anyone else in class, after all. Kakashi hummed thoughtfully, clearly unconvinced. Well then, let's see what all that hard work has done for you. Without further warning, Kakashi blurred forward, aiming a casual swipe at Naruto's head to test his reflexes. Naruto ducked instinctively, spinning on his heel to create distance. Kakashi's lazy posture returned as he watched Naruto recover. Good instincts, he remarked. But let's see how long you can keep up. Naruto lunged forward, deciding to start with a straightforward taijutsu assault to measure Kakashi's defenses. His trench knives flashed as he aimed a flurry of strikes at Kakashi, who dodged effortlessly, his movements smooth and unhurried. Kakashi countered with a quick jab, forcing Naruto to leap back. Not bad, Kakashi said, sounding genuinely impressed. But you're holding back. Naruto shrugged, feigning ignorance. I don't know what you're talking about. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. If that's the case, let's see how you handle this. He charged forward, his speed increasing significantly. Naruto parried the first blow with his trench knives, but was forced to retreat under the barrage of punches and kicks that followed. He's fast, Naruto thought, blocking another strike and using the momentum to flip backward. But if he wants to see my skill, I'll give him just enough. Naruto landed in a crouch, forming a quick series of hand seals. Futon, de Tapa, he called, releasing a powerful gust of wind that tore through the training ground. Kakashi jumped into the air to avoid the blast, but Naruto was already moving, using the wind to propel himself upward. Kakashi barely had time to react as Naruto appeared above him. Swinging his trench knives in a wide arc, Kakashi twisted midair, avoiding the strike, but losing some of his balance. They landed simultaneously, skidding across the ground and staring each other down. "Well, that's interesting," Kakashi said, dusting himself off. "Wind release, huh? Not exactly standard academy fare." Naruto smirked, but said nothing, slipping back into his stance. Kakashi decided to up the ante. He pulled out a handful of kunai, throwing them with precise aim. Naruto deflected them with his trench knives, but one of the kunai released a puff of smoke upon impact, obscuring his vision. Naruto instinctively jumped back, his senses on high alert. "Where is he?" A shadow appeared behind him, and Kakashi's voice sounded almost amused. "You should always watch your blind spots." Naruto twisted just in time to avoid Kakashi's kick, rolling to the side and countering with a chain of attacks using his trench knives. Kakashi dodged smoothly, but noticed something odd. Naruto's strikes were precise, almost too calculated for a supposed rookie. This kid has been trained, but by whom? Deciding to change tactics, Naruto pulled back, forming another set of hand seals. Suetun, Suijin Hiki. A wall of water surged up, momentarily obscuring him from view. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "Impressive. Water release too?" Naruto used the cover to launch his next attack. Chakra chains erupted from his back, snaking through the water barrier and aiming straight for Kakashi. The Jonin's eyes widened as he dodged the first chain, only to be caught off guard by a second that wrapped around his ankle. Naruto yanked hard, pulling Kakashi off his feet and slamming him into the ground. Before Kakashi could recover, another chain shot toward him, aiming to pin him down. Kakashi managed to roll away at the last second, severing the chain with a kunai. As the dust settled, Kakashi stood, slightly out of breath. "You've got some interesting tricks, Naruto. But I wonder." He trailed off, his voice taking on a darker edge. "How much of that is really yours?" Naruto froze for a split second, his grip tightening on his trench knives. "What's that supposed to mean?" Kakashi didn't answer. Instead, he vanished, reappearing behind Naruto and aiming a strike at his neck. Naruto ducked, spinning around with a counterattack that forced Kakashi to retreat. The two clashed repeatedly, their strikes creating small shock waves as they pushed each other to their limits. Naruto's chakra chains lashed out intermittently, forcing Kakashi to stay on his toes. The fight intensified as the sun rose higher in the sky. Their movements blurred with speed, kunai clashing against trench knives, creating sparks that flew through the air. Naruto's chakra chains weaved in and out of the fight, occasionally striking at Kakashi, who deftly dodged or deflected them with well-timed counters. Kakashi kept a close eye on the boy's techniques, his mind analyzing every move. He's strong, far too strong for someone fresh out of the academy. Danzo's hand is all over this. But how much is Naruto holding back? Naruto gritted his teeth, focusing on keeping his attack sharp but not too revealing. "If I push too hard, he'll figure out I've been trained. But I can't make it too easy either. I need to end this soon." Kakashi suddenly dropped low, sweeping at Naruto's legs. The blonde leapt into the air, twisting mid-flight to avoid a follow-up kunai strike. Landing a few meters away, Naruto planted his trench knives into the ground and formed a quick set of hand seals. "Futon, de Tapa," he shouted, releasing a powerful gust of wind. The sheer force tore through the training ground, uprooting debris and forcing Kakashi to jump back. Kakashi crouched on a nearby branch, his visible eye narrowing. "Not bad for a genin," he said casually. But that was a little too refined for someone just starting out. Naruto didn't respond. Instead, he dashed forward, his chakra chains lashing out like striking vipers. Kakashi sidestepped one, ducked under another, and caught a third with his kunai. With a sharp tug, he yanked the chain, pulling Naruto off balance. "Gotcha," Kakashi said, launching forward with a kick aimed at Naruto's chest. Naruto twisted his body midair, using the momentum to fling a kunai at Kakashi. The Jonin easily deflected it, only to realize too late that the kunai was rigged with an explosive tag. Boom. The explosion sent Kakashi skidding back, singed but unharmed. "Clever," he muttered, dusting off his flak jacket. "But not clever enough." Naruto smirked, already forming a plan. He created several shadow clones, each armed with trench knives and kunai. The clones surrounded Kakashi, attacking in perfect synchronization. Kakashi deflected one, tripped another, and dispelled a third with a well-placed strike. But as he dodged and countered, he realized the clones weren't aiming to hit him, they were hurting him toward a specific spot. He's trying to box me in, Kakashi thought, impressed despite himself. Nice strategy, Naruto, but you'll have to do better than that. Naruto grinned, his real body blending seamlessly among the clones. Who said this was my only plan? Kakashi's eye widened as he felt a faint tug on his flak jacket. Looking down, he saw a single chakra chain wrapped around his waist. When did he? Unbeknownst to Kakashi, one of Naruto's chains had been buried underground through his feet earlier in the fight. When Kakashi leapt to avoid the wind jutsu, Naruto subtly directed the chain to coil around his target from below, hidden by the debris and chaos. While Kakashi had been busy deflecting clones and kunai, the chain had slowly worked its way up his body, snagging the bells from his belt without him noticing. With a sharp tug, Naruto retracted the chain, the bells landing neatly in his hand. The fight paused as Kakashi stood across from Naruto, his kunai ready. But then, he noticed the absence of the jingling sound by his side. His eye darted to Naruto, who was holding up the bells with a triumphant grin. Looking for these? Naruto asked smugly, dangling the bells in front of him. Kakashi stared in disbelief, his expression unreadable. Then, to Naruto's surprise, the Jonin chuckled. I didn't even notice. That's impressive. Naruto shrugged, feigning nonchalance. You said to think underneath the underneath, didn't you? I just followed your advice. Kakashi sighed, rubbing the back of his head. Well, you've certainly passed. But don't think I didn't notice how much you're holding back. Naruto's grin faltered slightly, but he recovered quickly. Guess I'm just full of surprises. With that, he disappeared in using the body flicker jutsu. So, what are you going to do with the bells? Sakura asked hesitantly, breaking the heavy silence that hung over the clearing, where all three currently stood, Naruto having just freed Sayuri from Kakashi's earth prison. Naruto studied the two bells in his hand, his expression unreadable. After a long pause, he looked at Sakura and Sayuri and finally tossed each of them a bell. What? Sakura gasped, catching hers instinctively. Naruto, no? You can't do this. Sayuri frowned deeply, clutching the bell but clearly conflicted. I don't need your pity, Dobe. I'll pass this test on my own merits, not because you feel like playing martyr. Her tone was sharp, but her voice betrayed an underlying frustration. Naruto waved her off with an exaggerated sigh. Sure, Uchiha. You'll definitely pass it all on your own, next time. His nonchalant tone was enough to make Sayuri's teeth grind. Naruto, please. Sakura stepped forward, holding the bell back to him. I can't take this. You earned them, both of them. I didn't contribute nearly as much. I don't deserve to pass at your expense. Yeah, keep your charity, Sayuri added, tossing her bell back toward him. Naruto shook his head with a faint smirk, catching the bells again. You're both missing the point, he said, holding them loosely between his fingers. It's not about earning them. It's about what happens next. What are you talking about? Sayuri demanded, narrowing her eyes. Naruto looked between the two of them and then back at the bells, letting out a long sigh. The truth is, I've figured out the real point of this test. It's about teamwork, right? He shrugged. But let's be honest, Hiruri no team. Not yet, anyway. You've got your superiority complex, he said, pointing at Sayuri. And you, he added, looking at Sakura, are way too focused on trying to impress people. Sakura winced, but didn't argue, while Sayuri bristled but stayed quiet. And me? Naruto continued, a self-deprecating grin tugging at his lips. I don't even care about passing this test. I already proved to myself that I'm good enough to be here. I don't need to be on this team to validate that. So, he stepped forward and held the bells out to them again. Take them, both of you. I'll go back to the academy. Maybe another year of practice will do me good. Sakura and Sayuri stared at him, stunned into silence. You're joking, Sayuri finally said, her voice a mix of disbelief and anger. You think you can just throw away your chance like that? Naruto, you're not serious, Sakura pleaded. You worked so hard. I'm serious, he interrupted, his tone leaving no room for argument. I'm fine with going back. Really? That's a lie, and you know it. Sayuri snapped, clenching her fists. Stop pretending you don't care. If you're so smart, you know this test wasn't just about the bells. Naruto gave her a crooked smile. Exactly. Which is why it doesn't matter if I go back. You two have the bells now, and that's what counts. Before either girl could protest further, a familiar voice broke the tension. Well, this is an interesting turn of events, Kakashi drawled, stepping into view. His relaxed posture belied the keen gaze he fixed on Naruto. You've certainly got an unconventional way of thinking, Naruto. Naruto turned to face him, folding his arms casually. Did I do something wrong, sensei? Kakashi's eye crinkled in amusement. Not at all. In fact, I'm impressed. You figured out the test's true purpose on your own. Though I'll admit, your willingness to step aside was unexpected. Sakura and Sayuri both glared at Kakashi, clearly upset. You can't let him go back to the academy. Sakura exclaimed. It's not fair. She's right, Sayuri said reluctantly, her jaw tight. Even if the dobe is an idiot, he doesn't deserve that. Kakashi chuckled, his visible eye gleaming. Danzo must be rubbing off on him, he thought, silently marveling at the boy's ability to think beyond the surface. Relax, both of you, he said, raising a hand to calm them. Nobody's going back to the academy. All three Genin froze, looking at him in confusion. What? Naruto said, his usual bravado slipping for a moment. Kakashi's eyes mile widened. You all pass. This wasn't about who got the bells. It was about learning to work together as a team. And despite how rough it was, you managed to show that potential. But, Sakura hesitated. We didn't even. We weren't really working together. Not perfectly, Kakashi admitted. But Naruto's decision to give you the bells shows he understands something crucial about being a ninja. Sometimes, you have to put the team before yourself. That's what the test was really about. Sayuri scowled, folding her arms. So that's it. We passed because he gave us the bells. Kakashi nodded. That's in your unwillingness to pass at his expense. Naruto scratched the back of his head, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. Huh, guess I outsmarted myself this time. You're still an idiot, Sayuri muttered, though there was a grudging respect in her tone. Sakura smiled, relief washing over her. Thanks, Naruto. You're not as much of a knucklehead as I thought. Gee, thanks, he said dryly. Kakashi clapped his hands together. All right, team. Starting tomorrow, the real training begins. Don't be late. With that, he vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving the three Genin to process what had just happened. Naruto turned to the others, his grin returning. Guess you're stuck with me after all. Sayuri rolled her eyes, but smirked despite herself. Don't make me regret it, dobe. Sakura laughed, shaking her head. This is going to be interesting. As they left the training ground together, Naruto couldn't help but feel a strange sense of satisfaction. Maybe this team won't be so bad after all. The Hokage's office buzzed with energy as the Jounin senseis reported the results of their team evaluations. Kakashi arrived in his usual casual manner, puffing into the room with a plume of smoke, his ever-present orange book in hand. Leaning against the wall, he waited for his turn, eyes skimming the text. Team 8 passed, Kurenai reported confidently, earning a nod of approval from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Team 10 passed, Asuma followed up, puffing on his cigarette with a grin. Finally, all eyes turned to Kakashi. The third Hokage raised an eyebrow. Well, Kakashi, you're the last one. What's the result of your test? Without looking up from his book, Kakashi casually replied, Team 7 passed. He punctuated the announcement with a crinkled eye smile. Silence immediately engulfed the room. Even the chirping birds outside seemed to pause in disbelief. Kurenai stared at Kakashi as though he had grown a second head. Asuma choked on his cigarette smoke. A soft cough from Hiruzen broke the spell. You passed a team? Kurenai said incredulously. You? Yes, Kurenai. Is that so hard to believe? Kakashi replied, feigning indignation while clearly amused. Murmurs rippled through the room, with most attributing the team's success to Sayuri Uchiha. Kakashi merely rolled his visible eye. Very well, Hiruzen said at last. Everyone except Kakashi is dismissed. The other Jounin senseis left the room, curiosity still lingering in their expressions. As the door shut, Hiruzen activated the privacy seals, the air in the room growing heavier. Kakashi's casual demeanor faded, his stance becoming more formal. You saw everything, didn't you? Kakashi began, his voice low and serious. Hiruzen steepled his fingers and nodded. Indeed I did. He's far more skilled than he's letting on, Kakashi said. His use of chakra chains, use of multiple elemental jutsu, his precision in combat, his tactics. There's no way he picked this up on his own. Someone's definitely been training him. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. And I suspect we both have a good idea who that someone might be. Danzo, Kakashi said flatly. Hiruzen nodded grimly. There's no concrete proof yet, but the signs are there. The way Naruto holds back just enough. The way he carefully navigates every situation without revealing the full extent of his abilities. It's too methodical for someone his age to achieve alone. Kakashi ran a hand through his hair, his frustration evident. What's the plan? If Danzo is training him, then he's already embedding his philosophy into the boy. We can't let him twist Naruto into a weapon for his own ends. We proceed cautiously, Hiruzen said. Confronting Danzo without proof will only drive him deeper into secrecy. For now, observe. Build trust with Naruto. Guide him when you can. We need to ensure his loyalty lies with the village, not with Root. Kakashi nodded reluctantly. And if it's true? If Danzo's already influenced him too much? Then we'll have to undo that influence, Hiruzen said, his tone resolute. But I have faith in Naruto. He has a strong will and a good heart. If guided properly, he'll make the right choices. Kakashi shifted gears, his voice softening. What about Tsunade and Jiraiya? Any updates from them? Hiruzen sighed, his face clouded with thought. Yes, they've sent word. Mito's training is progressing well, but it'll still be a few more months before she's ready to return. Jiraiya has concerns about the Akatsuki. He believes their movements are becoming more organized and suspects they're targeting Jinchuriki. Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki, and other ranked missing nin are confirmed members. Kakashi's visible eye widened slightly. Itachi and Kisame? That's a dangerous combination. If they're after Jinchuriki. Hiruzen nodded. Exactly. That's why Jiraiya is focusing so much on Mito's training. She needs to be ready. And he hesitated, his expression softening. He has expressed regret. He realizes now the mistake he made by not being there for Naruto as his godfather. He wishes to make things right. Kakashi's gaze turned thoughtful. Do you think Naruto will just accept that? It's hard to say, Hiruzen admitted. Naruto has endured a great deal of neglect. Jiraiya will have his work cut out for him. The room fell silent for a moment before Kakashi broke it. And what about Naruto? When do we tell him the truth about his sister? Hiruzen sighed deeply. Not yet. Let him adjust to life as a shinobi first. Let him bond with his team. I'll reveal the truth to him before the Chunin exams. He'll need time to process it before facing the challenges ahead. Kakashi nodded, though the weight of the situation clearly troubled him. Understood. I'll keep a close eye on him. As Kakashi turned to leave, Hiruzen's voice stopped him. Kakashi, you've seen what Naruto is capable of. Guide him wisely. Kakashi gave a curt nod, his mask hiding a faint smile. I'll do my best, Lord Hokage. After Kakashi left, Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. Minato, your son. I just hope I'm making the right decisions for him, for all of us. The three newly minted genin were seated at a small ramen stand, much to their collective surprise. Naruto occupied the middle seat, with Sakura on his left and Sayuri on his right. For once, the atmosphere was unexpectedly pleasant, an unusual dynamic for their team. Sakura glanced at Naruto and chuckled softly. I can't believe I'm actually having lunch with you, and it's not weird. Naruto shot her a cheeky grin. See, I told you, Sakura-kun. You've been missing out all this time. The pink-haired girl rolled her eyes, though her smile didn't falter. Don't get ahead of yourself, Naruto. This is not a romantic date or anything like that, so don't even think about it. Naruto smirked, feigning innocence. It's okay to admit you're having fun, Sakura-kun. No shame in it. Sakura shook her head, but her amused expression lingered as she watched Naruto wolf down another bowl of ramen. Hey, Naruto, she began hesitantly, her tone shifting to something more sincere. Thanks for what you said earlier. You didn't have to, but it meant a lot. Naruto turned to her, his foxy grin softening. We're teammates, Sakura-kun. I've got your back, no matter what. Sayuri, who had been quietly sipping her tea, felt her temper flare at the scene. Her sharp, onyx eyes narrowed as she observed the exchange. Idiot, she thought. Why waste your time on her? She doesn't deserve that kind of loyalty. Sakura noticed the intense glare directed at her from Sayuri and frowned. Crossing her arms, she finally snapped. Why do you always look at me like that, Sayuri? What's your problem with me? Sayuri's gaze shifted to meet Sakura's, her expression cold and unreadable. Humph, I'm done here. Her tone was curt, and she stood up abruptly, leaving her unfinished tea behind. Naruto watched Sayuri's retreating figure with narrowed eyes before sighing. He quickly finished his ramen, stood up, and jogged after her. He caught up to her just down the street, cutting off her path by standing directly in front of her, arms crossed. What's your deal, Sayuri? He asked, his voice even but laced with curiosity. Sayuri met his gaze, her lips curling into a faint smirk. Thanks for lunch, Naruto. I'll see you around. Naruto blinked in disbelief as she brushed past him, her steps steady and deliberate. Wait, did she just thank me? And call me by my name? He muttered to himself, thoroughly confused. He turned to watch her retreating form, her raven hair swaying with each step. Moments later, Sakura appeared by his side, slightly out of breath. Where'd Sayuri go? Naruto shrugged, feigning indifference. She's just not feeling well. Needed some space, I guess. Sakura frowned, but didn't press further. Hey, Naruto, wait, she said suddenly, grabbing his arm as he started to walk away. He stopped and turned to face her. What's up, Sakura-kun? The pink-haired Kunoichi hesitated for a moment before blurting out. I've been wondering, how are you able to do all these crazy jutsus? I mean, you were the dead last in the academy. It doesn't make sense. Naruto grinned, his playful demeanor returning. That, Sakura-kun, is a secret, he teased, leaning in slightly. Maybe if I get to know you better, I'll think about telling you. Sakura raised an eyebrow, a small smirk tugging at her lips. Is that so? Well, maybe I'll think about letting you. Naruto laughed lightly, stepping back. Take care, Sakura-kun. I'll catch you later. With that, he walked away, his hands in his pockets. His playful act dropped the moment he turned the corner, his expression settling into its usual guarded neutrality. For now, he had done enough to maintain the illusion. The real work was still ahead. Naruto entered his modest apartment as the last rays of the evening sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the village. He closed the door behind him with a quiet click, the comforting familiarity of his small space greeting him. The day had been long, grueling, even but successful in its own way. He tossed his gear into a corner and stretched his arms above his head, his muscles stiff from the day's exertions. The moment he began settling down, the sharp tap-tap of talons against glass drew his attention. He turned toward the window to see a sleek black hawk perched on the sill, its intelligent eyes fixed on him. The root insignia attached to its leg confirmed its origin. Figures, Naruto muttered, his voice low as he crossed the room. Opening the window, he let the bird hop inside. It extended its leg, allowing him to retrieve the small scroll tied there. The hawk fluttered to a perch on the back of a chair, watching him silently. Unrolling the parchment, Naruto scanned the message. It was brief and to the point, as was typical of root correspondence. Mission 0432 Genin Team Assessment. Provide a detailed report on today's events, including the bell test, teammates' performance, and assessment of your Jounin instructor. Submit promptly. Naruto sighed, rolling his eyes. Of course, they want a report on my first day, he muttered. He tossed the scroll aside, already knowing there was no use delaying it. Root operatives didn't have the luxury of procrastination. Shrugging, he walked over to his small writing desk, pulled out a fresh piece of parchment, and prepared his ink and brush. Sitting down, he dipped the brush into the ink, tapping off the excess before bringing it to the paper. The hawk, still perched, tilted its head, as if observing his every move. Root Operative Report 0432 Genin Team Assessment. Agent ID, Fox. Mission Classification, Observation and Integration. 1. Bell Test Overview. The exercise commenced under the pretense of obtaining 2 bells from our assigned jounin instructor, Hitaki Kakashi. The purpose, as discerned through analysis, was to test teamwork and evaluate individual abilities under pressure. The test began with Hitakeson leveraging his superior speed, stealth, and tactical prowess to evade and counter our efforts. Despite his reputation as a high-level operative, I noted that Hitakeson intentionally held back throughout the exercise. His demeanor was casual but deliberate, likely to assess our initiative and adaptability rather than physical prowess. I opted to divide my strategy into 2 phases. Phase 1. Feigned independent action, deliberately underplaying my capabilities to observe my teammates' reactions and test their cooperation potential. Phase 2. A calculated effort to lead the team without overtly appearing dominant, guiding them toward the intended objective, team cohesion, while maintaining route protocols. Outcome. The bells were successfully obtained through a mix of subterfuge and precise application of techniques, culminating in a display of teamwork that led Hitakeson to pass the entire squad. 2. Teammate performance. Sakura Haruno. Strengths. Analytical ability, decent chakra control, evident in her quick adaptation during coordinated attacks. Shows potential for genjutsu proficiency. Weaknesses. Lacks combat initiative and physical endurance. Confidence is inconsistent, likely tied to emotional volatility. Overall assessment, a work in progress. She requires significant improvement in practical combat scenarios. Sayuri Uchiha. Strengths. Natural aptitude for ninjutsu, particularly fire-based techniques. Tactical thinking and instinctual combat abilities are noteworthy. Exhibits advanced precision and reflexes. Weaknesses. Poor team player. Overly individualistic approach. Emotional detachment hinders effective cooperation. Overall assessment. High potential but needs guidance in teamwork and emotional management to maximize efficiency. 3. Jounin instructor assessment. Hitaki Kakashi. Strengths. Exceptional combat prowess, strategic acumen, and remarkable stealth. His relaxed demeanor is likely a mask for sharp observational skills. Weaknesses. Detached attitude may alienate younger subordinates, though it could be a calculated move to gauge reactions. Overall assessment. A highly skilled mentor capable of fostering talent, though his methods are unconventional. Hitakeson appears to be assessing me specifically, likely due to suspicions regarding my abilities. 4. Rude observations. Hitakeson's prolonged focus on me suggests he suspects outside training. I adhered to protocols and refrained from revealing advanced techniques or knowledge beyond standard genin capabilities, maintaining plausible deniability. However, his tactical decisions indicate he will continue to scrutinize my actions closely. Teammates' integration remains in progress. While the group lacks cohesion currently, there is potential for development, provided proper guidance is applied. Continued observation is necessary to ensure optimal outcomes for the greater root objectives. Finishing the report, Naruto read over it quickly, ensuring there were no errors or unnecessary details. Satisfied, he sealed the parchment and tied it back onto the hawk's leg. The bird chirped once before leaping out the window, disappearing into the night sky. Leaning back in his chair, Naruto let out a deep breath, his mind replaying the day's events. He knew the road ahead wouldn't be easy, not with a team that barely trusted one another and a sensei who clearly saw through his facade. But for now, he was content with the knowledge that he had fulfilled his obligations. Another day, another mission, he muttered, standing up and stretching. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, but for tonight, he allowed himself the rare luxury of rest. 1 month later, Naruto retrieved his fallen kunai and slid it back into the pouch strapped to his leg. The soft clink of metal against metal was oddly satisfying, though he was too annoyed to care. Kakashi had been unusually punctual today, only a few minutes late. That didn't change the fact that his arrival times were completely unpredictable, making it impossible for Naruto to sneak in even a few extra moments of sleep. Some days, the Jonin showed up 20 minutes late. On others, it was nearly noon before he made his grand, indifferent entrance. Naruto was convinced that Kakashi did it on purpose to keep them perpetually on edge. Standing on the bridge where Team 7 gathered every day, Naruto stretched his arms over his head and yawned loudly, earning a sideways glance from Sakura. She stood nearby, looking bored, her hands on her hips as she sighed in frustration. Sayuri, meanwhile, leaned against the railing with her arms crossed, her expression set in her usual cold and unreadable demeanor. Naruto glanced between them and chuckled to himself. Great company as always. I hope we're not doing another drank mission today, he grumbled under his breath, thinking back to the last fiasco at the Inuzuka kennels. Cleaning dog waste while Kiba sat back and laughed had been one of the most humiliating experiences of his life. Akamaru's contribution to the mess halfway through hadn't helped either. Sayuri had flat-out refused to help, calling it beneath her, while Sakura had been too preoccupied with trying to catch Kiba's attention to actually get her hands dirty. That left Naruto doing most of the work, gritting his teeth the entire time. He hoped today would be different. Moments later, Kakashi finally arrived, offering a lazy wave as he strolled toward the group, a familiar orange book in hand. Yo, he greeted, his single visible eye curving upward in what passed for a smile. You're late. Sakura snapped, glaring at him. Am I? Kakashi glanced at an imaginary watch. Must have lost track of time. Anyway, follow me. The three genin exchanged looks, but fell in line behind their sensei as he led them to Training Ground 7. Naruto's mood lifted immediately. Going to the training ground instead of the Hokage Tower meant one thing. They'd be doing something cool. At least, he hoped so. When they reached the clearing, Kakashi turned to face them. All right, my adorable little genin. Today we're starting with sparring. Naruto grinned, clenching his fists in excitement. Sayuri raised a brow but remained silent, while Sakura looked less enthused. Afterward, Kakashi continued, I'll teach you something new. But first, pair up. Naruto, you'll spar with Sakura. Naruto groaned inwardly, though he managed to keep his expression neutral. Sparring with Sakura was always a delicate matter. He didn't want to hurt her, but he also didn't want to come across as weak. Taijutsu only, Kakashi reminded them. Start when I say go. Naruto and Sakura faced each other, adopting their respective stances. Naruto's was relaxed but ready, a product of his rigorous root training. Sakura's was textbook competent but rigid, lacking the fluidity born of experience. Go, Kakashi called. Sakura immediately hopped back, taking a defensive position. Naruto sighed. Come on, Sakura-kun, don't make me do all the work here. I'm just being careful, she replied, her voice tinged with nervousness. Naruto shrugged and stepped forward, throwing a slow, wide punch that she easily ducked. She backpedaled, resuming her stance. They repeated the sequence twice more, with Naruto feigning attacks and Sakura dodging without countering. This is getting boring, Naruto muttered under his breath. The next time he charged, he switched tactics. Faking another haymaker, he spun into a low leg sweep. The move caught Sakura off guard, and she let out a startled yelp as she hit the ground. She scrambled back to her feet, her face red with embarrassment, and lunged at Naruto, her punches flying fast but lacking power. Naruto blocked her attacks with ease, barely needing to move. He sidestepped a kick, grabbed her wrist, and twisted her arm into a submission hold. Sakura winced, letting out a small cry of pain. Stop, Kakashi called, ending the match. Naruto released Sakura immediately, stepping back as she rubbed her arm. Kakashi approached, his tone matter-of-fact as he addressed her. Your form is solid, Sakura, but you need to work on your strength and endurance. Start a proper training regimen. Sakura's cheeks flushed. Kiba-kun doesn't like girls with muscles. Sayuri snorted from her perch atop a nearby tree stump, earning a glare from Kakashi. He turned back to Sakura. This isn't about what Kiba-kun likes. It's about surviving as a shinobi. Understood? Sakura nodded reluctantly. Kakashi then shifted his attention to Naruto. Your conditioning is excellent, but your technique needs work. Your strikes should be sharper, more precise. Don't rely solely on brute strength. Naruto nodded, hiding his irritation. He knew Kakashi was right, but the criticism still stung. Sayuri, you're up next, Kakashi said, turning to the Uchiha. You'll spar with Naruto. Sayuri leapt down from the stump. a small smirk playing on her lips as she faced Naruto. This should be fun. Naruto and Sayuri squared off in the training field, their eyes locked in an intense stare. Sayuri's smirk hinted at her confidence, while Naruto's relaxed demeanor masked his calculated readiness. The air between them was electric, charged with unspoken rivalry. Let's see if you can actually back up all that talk, dope, Sayuri teased, her voice laced with amusement. Naruto grinned, cracking his knuckles. Princess, you're about to see what this dope can really do. Kakashi leaned casually against a tree, his ever-present book in hand. Taijutsu only. No ninjutsu, no weapons. Begin. Sayuri wasted no time, launching herself at Naruto with blistering speed. Her right leg snapped forward in a high kick aimed at his head. Naruto ducked just in time, the rush of air from her strike grazing his hair. Before he could counter, she twisted midair, delivering a spinning kick that forced Naruto to leap backward. Quick, aren't you? Naruto quipped, his grin never faltering. Sayuri landed gracefully, her stance shifting fluidly as she prepared for the next move. You'll need more than banter to keep up. Naruto darted forward, throwing a faint jab with his right hand before pivoting to deliver a sweeping kick. Sayuri anticipated the move, hopping over his leg and retaliating with a sharp knee strike aimed at his ribs. Naruto blocked with his forearm, the impact reverberating through his arm, and countered with a palm strike toward her chest. Sayuri sidestepped, her speed allowing her to stay just out of reach. The two danced around each other in a blur of motion, each testing the other's limits. Sayuri's strikes were fast and precise, her form a perfect blend of discipline and instinct. Naruto, on the other hand, moved with fluidity and adaptability, his root training evident in every calculated step and counter. Sayuri lunged forward, aiming a series of quick punches at Naruto's torso. He blocked the first two, but narrowly missed deflecting the third, which grazed his side. Ignoring the sting, he retaliated with a spinning back kick that forced Sayuri to duck. Not giving her a moment to recover, he followed up with a rapid combination of strikes, a jab, a cross, and an elbow aimed at her shoulder. Sayuri deflected the elbow and seized his wrist, twisting it as she swept his legs out from under him. Naruto hit the ground but used the momentum to roll backward onto his feet, his grin never wavering. Not bad, princess. Almost had me there. Sayuri's smirk widened. Almost. You're slipping, dope. She surged forward again, this time mixing her attacks unpredictably. A low kick followed by a high feint forced Naruto to split his focus. He caught her ankle mid-strike and spun her away, but she landed with feline grace and immediately charged back in. Naruto ducked under a wild swing, pivoted behind her, and attempted to grab her from behind. Sayuri spun with surprising speed, using the back of her elbow to push him away. Think you're clever? Sayuri said, her voice calm but edged with challenge. Just warming up, Naruto replied, his stance resetting as he watched her every move. The intensity escalated as the fight wore on. Naruto feinted left, baiting Sayuri into overcommitting to a kick, then ducked under her strike and closed the distance with a quick jab to her midsection. Sayuri gasped but recovered instantly, using the force of his strike to propel herself backward and create space. You've been practicing, Sayuri admitted grudgingly. Wouldn't want to disappoint, Naruto shot back, his grin widening. Sayuri's eyes narrowed as she shifted tactics. She feigned a charge but instead dropped low, spinning into a sweeping kick aimed at Naruto's ankles. He jumped to avoid it, only to meet her midair strike-ia roundhouse kick aimed at his ribs. Twisting his body, Naruto managed to deflect the blow with his forearm and land on his feet, skidding slightly in the dirt. Sayuri pressed the advantage, her fists flying in a rapid barrage of punches. Naruto parried each strike, his hands a blur as he blocked and redirected her attacks. He saw an opening and aimed a counterpunch at her shoulder, but she anticipated the move, catching his arm and twisting it. Naruto flipped forward to escape her grip, landing in a crouch several feet away. Impressive, Sayuri admitted, though her smirk remained. But you're still predictable. Then let me surprise you, Naruto said, his tone playful yet focused. He darted forward, his movements faster and sharper than before. Sayuri's eyes widened as he closed the gap with startling speed, throwing a series of jabs that forced her onto the defensive. Her blocks were precise, but Naruto's relentless pace began to wear her down. He feinted a high punch, then dropped low, sweeping her legs out from under her once again. This time, he didn't let her recover, pinning her with his weight as he grabbed her wrist and twisted her arm behind her back. "Yield?" he asked, his voice teasing but firm. Sayuri glared up at him, her cheeks flushed from exertion. "In your dreams." With a sudden twist of her body, she freed her arm and rolled away, landing on her feet in one smooth motion. Naruto barely had time to react before she was on him again, her strikes faster and more aggressive than before. He blocked her punches, but was forced to retreat under her unrelenting assault. Kakashi watched from the sidelines, his visible eye betraying a hint of approval. Sayuri's technique was impeccable, but Naruto's adaptability and determination were equally impressive. The fight was far more evenly matched than he had anticipated. The two genin clashed again, their movements a blur of kicks, punches, and counters. Naruto ducked under a spinning kick, using the opening to deliver a quick jab to Sayuri's ribs. She winced but retaliated immediately, catching him with an uppercut that sent him stumbling backward. Not giving him a moment to recover, she charged forward, aiming a flying kick at his chest. Naruto sidestepped at the last second, grabbing her ankle and using her momentum to throw her to the ground. They both landed in crouched positions, breathing heavily as they stared each other down. Neither was willing to back down, their competitive spirits driving them forward. "Still think I'm the dope?" Naruto asked, his tone light but challenging. Sayuri smirked, brushing a strand of hair out of her face. "Maybe you're not completely useless after all. Coming from you, I'll take that as a compliment." The fight resumed, each giving it their all. Sayuri's speed and precision clashed against Naruto's raw strength and adaptability, creating a spectacle of skill and determination. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the training field, Kakashi finally called an end to the match. "Enough," he said, stepping forward. "Good work, both of you. That was impressive." Naruto and Sayuri straightened, their breathing labored but their expressions triumphant. They had pushed each other to their limits, and it was clear that neither had come out on top. "Looks like I'll have to keep an eye on you too," Kakashi said, his tone light but meaningful. "You're shaping up to be quite the team." 2 months later. It had been 2 months since the bell test, and Naruto was starting to feel his patience wear thin. Team 7 had done nothing but dranked missions, a seemingly endless cycle of mundane chores that left him feeling restless. Escorting squawking chickens, scrubbing the Inuzuka kennels, or painting fences was not what he had envisioned for his ninja career. The only solace he found was in the occasional training sessions Kakashi organized between missions, though even those felt constrained by his need to maintain his cover. Sayuri and Sakura weren't faring much better. Sayuri loathed the menial tasks as much as Naruto, though she masked her irritation behind her usual stoic demeanor. Sakura, on the other hand, didn't bother hiding her frustration, especially when it came to Tora, the insufferable cat who seemed to delight in tormenting them. "I swear, if I have to chase that damn cat one more time, I'll personally deliver it to the Akimichi clan as an appetizer," Naruto muttered under his breath, his voice low but charged with irritation. Sakura snorted in agreement, her usually cheerful demeanor cracked by the endless monotony of dranked missions. "Honestly, I wouldn't even feel bad about it." Sayuri smirked slightly, her arms crossed as they walked to the Hokage Tower. "Maybe if we fail hard enough today, the old man will actually give us something worth our time." Naruto's expression darkened at the mention of the Hokage. Though he didn't voice it, there was a simmering tension that always seemed to rise when he thought about Hiruzen Sarutobi. That tension wasn't lost on Kakashi, who observed his blonde student closely, silently noting how Naruto's shoulders stiffened whenever they neared the tower. As they entered the mission office, Hiruzen greeted them with his usual grandfatherly smile. To anyone else, it might have seemed genuine, but to Naruto, it felt forced, like a mask hiding the true intentions of the man who oversaw every aspect of the village. Kakashi noticed the subtle glare Naruto shot at the Hokage but said nothing, choosing instead to let the boy vent his frustration through his actions. Ah, Team 7, Hiruzen said warmly. We have plenty of missions today. Cleaning the Inuzuka kennels, babysitting the merchant's daughter, weeding gardens. Absolutely not. Naruto cut in, his voice louder than he intended. He caught himself and took a breath before continuing. We've been doing nothing but chores for 2 months, old man. Enough is enough. Sakura gasped at his bluntness, and even Sayuri raised an eyebrow. Kakashi, however, remained silent, watching the interaction unfold. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly, though his tone remained calm. Naruto, every mission contributes to the village's well-being. Even dranked missions are important. Sure, if you want to break someone's spirit, Naruto muttered under his breath. Hiruzen's gaze lingered on the blonde for a moment, a flicker of something unreadable passing through his eyes. Kakashi, do you believe your team is ready for something more challenging? Kakashi nodded without hesitation. They've shown great progress in teamwork and basic skills, Hokage-sama. I believe they're ready for a cranked mission. Hiruzen regarded him carefully before pulling out a scroll from the pile, marked crank. Very well. Your mission is to escort Tazuna, a bridge builder from the land of waves, back to his village and protect him until his work is complete. He gestured to the door. Send him in. A grizzled old man staggered into the room, a sake bottle clutched in one hand. He gave the team a once-over, his expression sour. This is it. A couple of brats and a cyclops? You expect this circus to protect me? Sayuri's jaw tightened, and Sakura's face flushed with embarrassment. Naruto, however, seemed completely unbothered. He leaned back slightly, crossing his arms and smirking. Don't let the looks fool you, old man. We might just surprise you. Before Tazuna could respond, Hiruzen spoke sharply, his tone brooking no argument. Tazuna-san, I assure you, these are some of our most capable shinobi. I would advise you to show them the respect they deserve. Tazuna muttered something unintelligible but refrained from further complaints. Kakashi clapped his hands together. All right, team. Pack for a month and meet me at the gates tomorrow at 8 a.m. Don't be late. With that, he vanished in a puff of smoke. As the team dispersed, Naruto walked in silence, his thoughts preoccupied. He couldn't shake the feeling that Hiruzen's words earlier had been calculated, as though the Hokage were testing him in some way. That familiar tension simmered in his chest, but he pushed it down, focusing instead on the mission ahead. The next morning, Naruto arrived at the gates a few minutes early, his pack slung over one shoulder. He was greeted by Sakura's cheerful wave, though her expression turned sheepish when she noticed the annoyed look on Sayuri's face. Morning, Sakura said, trying to break the awkward silence. Morning, Naruto replied, his tone neutral. Kakashi arrived shortly after with Tazuna in tow. He glanced at his team and nodded approvingly. Looks like everyone's ready. Let's get moving. As they set out on the road, the tension between Naruto and the Hokage lingered in the back of Kakashi's mind. He watched his blonde student closely, noting the way Naruto's demeanor shifted whenever the village came up in conversation. The path to the land of waves stretched out before them, promising challenges and revelations none of them could yet foresee.